Yeah, and this track's going to dry out really quick with 18 of these 170 production UTVs out here.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be great for the track, and they'll probably take the green flag this time around.
Waiting for that green flag from our starter, and it is out. We're racing here. Round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
You know, it's just as anxious for us up in the sound booth as well. I'm excited. I can't wait to see how this race is going to turn out.
All right, so we got a little bit of 3-wide action there as they go down the backstretch. That backstretch, it's very long. I mean, it's a very horsepower thing, you know what I mean? And a lot of these little side-by-sides, some weight, you know, it's track position. Where can you get the traction? You know, we see in the bigger vehicles, it's all about the speed, but these kids, it's all about line choice.
Yeah, you don't really get to use these cars like you would a typical race car. You don't get to walk in and power through a corner or power out of a corner. This is all about momentum. You have to carry the momentum into the corners, and you have to keep that throttle to where you're not having to accelerate as much as a load as you can keep off the engine and smooth out your driving. That's what wins this race.
Yeah, it looks like we've got Banks Bodden continuing to lead. We saw him fast yesterday, getting a little pressure from Xander Kessler, it looked like.
Stetson Wyman off for a wild ride coming out the course, but able to get back on without taking anybody or bumping anybody. So Stetson Wyman, a little bit of drama already unfolding early in this race.
Yeah, looks like Rayleigh Lucas in the mix there in the top 5 as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an incredible race. We'll have to let them come through here so that our screen refreshes, so we'll let you know. But already, look at these. They are bumper to bumper coming down the front straightaway still.
Yeah, that's going to be Bodden coming through to take the lead after lap 1. The number 124.
Xander Kessler there making the run as well. Xander's going to have a lot of room to make up, as that you can see right there, the leader's starting to gap the rest of the field.
Yeah, we got Brayton Penrod in the 3rd spot, Creighton O'Connor in the 4th, and Grayson Gentry, as we had talked about, coming all the way from the back, making his way to 5th place after 1 lap, 18th to 5th. Yeah, what a hard charger.
I love it looking at our screen right here. When we started this race, he was at the bottom, and we have our pole sitter in purple on our screen, and as Jim just pointed out, it is already within the top 5.
What a run. Making his way into the top 5. Got a shot there of Xander Kessler in the 2nd spot, trying to hunt down Banks Bodden, currently leading. Banks in that Hype Farm machine got a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field, pulled out about a 5-car length lead.
Yeah, that's key here. There is no mandatory caution on this race, so the leader can check out, and that makes them go away.
Big spin there. That is Creighton O'Connor with a big spin. Was in the top 5. Now it's going to cycle back, probably 6th or 7th position after he gets it straightened out. But right there, the man on the move, it is Grayson Gentry. Oh, getting a little pass going there.
Yeah, Grayson making his way through the field like nothing.
Yeah, it looked like that was Kessler getting back around Grayson Gentry. So Gentry taking that 2nd spot for a minute. And then Xander Kessler getting around him again. It looks like Gentry dropping back a little bit. Don't know if he's having a little bit of a problem. He was charging hard, and now all of a sudden we see him kind of checking up a bit.
Well, it's a long race. They got, like I said, they're going from green to checker, no competition yellow. So you can probably afford a little bit of sitting there, but there you can see Grayson getting aggressive here in turn 3.
Yeah, Grayson Gentry all the way to the bottom. Xander Kessler on the outside. They draw even over that step up.
2 wide, the top 4 right there within striking distance of each other. Grayson Gentry not able to make that pass stick, and man, that is some great racing from Xander Kessler.
Yeah, we got battle right here is for the 2nd spot. Grayson Gentry, Xander Kessler, and Brayton Penrod sitting in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. And we got, look at Gentry trying to make a pass here. We've got Penrod and Kessler side by side as we've got Gentry all the way to the bottom trying to get a twofer.
3 wide coming down the front straightaway. Look at this.
And look who's coming from the back. We got Rayleigh Lucas trying to get all 3 of them.
Gentry trying to do a block there and not able to make that work. But look at this. We've got a four-way battle going on for the lead.
Rayleigh Lucas going, hey, boys, I want to come out here and play. And look at she's getting around. She got around Gentry. Now she's got her sights set on Penrod and Kessler all the way to the outside, trying to do it the hard way.
These kids put on a show starting off round 2 just as we expected.
Oh, we got a big flip.
Oh.
Rayleigh Lucas just getting collected. And we got one of them went over. I didn't get a chance to see which driver that was.
Yeah, me either, but it's definitely one of the two teammates, either Xander Kessler. Yeah. I do believe it's going to be Xander. I'm sure we'll have a replay on this one.
Man, that was rough.
I can hear the spotters making them race to the starting line. We'll see who it is right here. That is the 124 of Bing Spot, and so it indeed was Xander Kessler.
All right, so the caution is coming out. Got the yellows coming out. Man, that was...
Yeah, from my view, and just from what I can recall, looking at it, and hopefully we'll see it here again in the replay, but you can see that the cars got a little fishy and just happened to take the line away from Rayleigh. So Rayleigh pretty much had nowhere to go, and from that pipe, the momentum coming down the ski jump was able to just tumble Xander Kessler multiple times. So we'll see it happening. Well, if we don't have an instant replay, we'll watch it online and see what happened there.
All right, so we're going to get everybody regrouped here, get everything kind of paused, get everything reset, make sure everybody's okay. Car that went over was Brayton Penrod. You see Brayton moving around in there.
Oh, there it is. Yep.
So that is good.
Yeah, if there's not an urgency, the driver is okay. You can see the safety crew standing around there with no urgency.
Yeah. So we've got a replay of what actually happened here coming up on our screens. Oh. It sounds like we've got the replay incoming soon, but yeah, that was Brayton Penrod in that battle for second as we've got it. So we got Penrod, Kessler, Gentry, and Rayleigh Lucas. Looks like the teammates, well, looked like Brayton Penrod kind of just cut over in front of his teammate, got collected, and then Rayleigh Lucas just nowhere to go and ran right into Brayton Penrod.
Yeah, you know, you don't really want to be the judge and jury on this one, but it to me looked like that's why it's very important to hold your line, because that's exactly what will happen. It happens in traffic all the time when people basically don't look over their shoulder, come right into your lane. Same thing out here on a racetrack.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. Just yeah, we had a 4-wide battle there, and you know, just yeah, like you said, gotta hold your line. The unfortunate thing is we had a great battle, and Penrod now going to be shuffled all the way to the back if they can get that car running. Looks like it's still off to the side. The unfortunate person in all of this, who was charging hard, probably our hardest charger, was Rayleigh Lucas. Now getting collected, so she moves to the back. So as we reset things with a handful of laps to go, I got to say it's going to be interesting to see how Rayleigh Lucas can battle through this field and see if she can get back into contention for a podium.
Yeah, I hope her head's right on this one, and I hope she's able to get right back into it. You know, after a crash sometimes, we talked about that yesterday as a driver, it's hard to get that momentum back inside. It's hard to get the flow back. So hopefully she's able to regain her composure and get back up there, because that was quite a battle. If it was a 4-wide battle, we just got it down to 3. Unless, I mean, you know, Grayson Gentry's out there as well, so he was battling up for a bit. But as you said, Rayleigh and everybody, they were so close on that one.
Well, and, you know, in addition to our driver that, you know, obviously, you know, flipped over, probably the one that didn't want to see this was Banks Bodden, who was checked out on the entire field. Banks just having an amazing day, just from the drop of the green flag, just checked out. And now he's going to have Grayson Gentry, who has gone from 8th all the way up, or 18th all the way up to 2nd place, going to have his hands full. So I think we're going to have a shootout here with about 3 laps to go between these top 3-4 drivers. So I'm really excited to see how this thing plays out.
A great shot of the bottom car right there. And that is an excellent point to bring up, and nothing can be more frustrating than when you did put the work in and get that gap. And it's very frustrating for that top position.
All right, so we got our crews here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Going to get all these drivers sorted out, get them in the right position, make sure they've all got a fair shake when things come around. Looks like we're getting everybody lined up. Got to love that the course workers with these 170s are literally just lifting up the front ends and moving them in place.
Basically, this is the size of a quad.
You got to love that. And not often you can just lift a race vehicle up and move it, but we're seeing it out here in Chandler, Arizona.
Well, Jim Beaver, round 2 is off to an incredible start. Round 2 is not disappointing right out of the gate. You can see us. We're making sure that everybody gets the fair restart here. And it's kind of hard to do on this one because, let's say, top 8 cars, they were all within striking distance of each other. And just as you said earlier, getting into the groove, getting into things, and now it's almost going to be like a complete whole nother race right here because now they're going to have to go single file into the green flag, and that's going to shake things up a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely going to shake things up a little bit, and that was the thing. We had 5 very, very competitive cars up there, 5 or 6, and we had, obviously, Banks had checked out on the field a bit, but second through 5th, it was a shootout. I mean, we were 4 wide over the ski jump.
I love that. I don't care which class it is. If you're 3, 4, or 5 wide, that is an incredible race to announce and to watch it if you're out here in the grandstands.
Yeah, and it looks like, Rayleigh Lucas going to get cycled to the back, and she was just unfortunate, got caught up, and and now she's going to get shuffled to the back. So we're going to see, how things play out here.
Yeah, indeed. So, but there's a great shot of the cars, man. If you're out there and you're thinking about getting into racing, there's the cars. These things are incredible race machines to start off with. That if you've got a young man or a young lady that you'd love to get back in or get into racing, this is the way to do it right here. This is a very affordable way to get into it, as you see here at Core. Man, we're making these kids, the stars of tomorrow. So this is the place to come out if you really want to get started here in off-road racing.
Yeah, so we've got our officials here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series doing a lot of work here, trying to get everybody sorted. We'll get you the running order when we know the running order. The one thing we do know is that Banks Bodden is leading, and he's going to still be leading because he had quite a gap on the rest of the field, but they were starting to narrow it down. Like I said, we had Grayson Gentry, one of the man on the move, coming up from 18th all the way into the top 5. We had that 4-way shootout for 2nd through 5th, and things were playing out quite nicely. And then a little mishap happened, and here we go under yellow flag conditions or red flag conditions at the moment. So when we resume racing, I believe we're going to have about 3 laps to go. So 3-lap shootout here incoming in the 170 production class, and this is going to be exciting.
No matter what, we're going to have a great finish to this race because even the kids that weren't up there dicing it up, they were watching the battle, so they probably learned a few things, learned some lines. So we might see a whole different group emerge from this restack. So that's going to be exciting one way or the other.
Yeah, definitely going to be exciting. We had, like we said earlier, we got a little movement there, so it looks like maybe we're going to get back to racing here. Yep, Bodden's going to pull out, so we're going to get you a running order as we have it. So it's going to be Bodden, and then we've got Xander Kessler going to be in the 2nd spot. Looks like Grayson Gentry in the 3rd, and then we're going to have Rayleigh Lucas there in the 4th spot. So 3 of those drivers were involved in that 4-way battle. That would be Kessler, Gentry, and Rayleigh Lucas.
Well, and Stetson Wyman squeezes in right behind Rayleigh, and Stetson Wyman, we haven't seen him in the first half. Stetson Wyman must have had a pretty tough race there from the start, but now if Stetson's in that lead pack, like I said, we might see a whole different group emerge here on the restart.
Yeah, that was it. We had Banks out for basically a Sunday drive at that point with a handful of laps to go, and now Banks going to have to do a little bit of driving here because he's got a pack of drivers right behind him that want that top spot.
Yeah, and they were able to watch his lines and watch how that battle was going on. So, he's still going to have to mash it down and hit his marks to make sure he stays out front.
All right, so we're going to get him through here on this pace lap, and Like I said, I believe we're going to have about 3 to go when we resume green flag racing. So don't hold me to that, but by my guesstimation, it's about 3 to go.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a sprint to the end. And if these kids want that position, they're going to have to make their move right now on the start.
Yeah, that's it. We're all bunched up, and I think we're going to see a little chaos right as that green flag drops. Everybody's going to want that spot, and they know if they don't challenge Banks early, he can check out, because we saw it in the first half of this race. I mean, he had a full straight length ahead of everybody else. So we're going to have 5 laps to go is what I'm hearing. 5 laps to go.
Yeah, it seems like we got the stack the way it should be, as fair as we can. The officials doing a great job here making sure that the restart is fair. It's always a hard call there in a race like that where a driver gets collected like that, and it depends on the circumstances of the event on where they are able to restack. So sometimes there could be a little, shifting around there to get the restart proper.
All right, so we're going to watch this restart. We got our pace vehicle bringing him around. He's going to pull off, waiting for the pull off. Then we know the green flag's going to drop. Yep, pace vehicle has pulled off. And big gap there for Banks over second place. I don't know if second place was sleeping or what, but Banks with a huge lead.
Well, and crazy, Banks didn't even get on the gas till well after the green flag was waving. So let's see. And it appears that he's still slowing down the back straightaway. So I'm wondering what's going on there.
Yeah, Banks, slowing down there.
And there's Stetson Wyman coming into your frame right now. He said he wants the battle with these guys and girls, so he's making his way. He can see him now. He's hungry.
Yeah, we got Xander Kessler in the mix there. Banks Bodden. We got Rayleigh Lucas there in the 3rd spot, I believe.
There we go. It seemed like Banks has found the speed. Banks also switching up the line, going over the step up. It makes me wonder, is he having a problem with the car? Is there an electronic problem, a fuel problem, or something? It seems like his momentum forward isn't what it was in the opening few laps.
No, definitely off the pace he was running early on, as we see him drawn even there with Xander Kessler. And then Rayleigh Lucas all the way to the bottom. We're going to have Rayleigh Lucas, a new leader. And look at that, Grayson Gentry moving into the top 3 as well.
Xander Kessler pushed him and Banks Bodden all the way to the outside of there in turn 5 rather, and that opened the door for Rayleigh. I mean, it was a big gap, pushed him all the way out of the corner there, and Rayleigh simply took the inside line and made the pass.
Well, and look at the gap this young lady's got on the field already. She got out front. It's 3-4 car lengths. These boys are going to have their work cut out from them to chase down Rayleigh Lucas.
Well, that's the good thing and the bad thing about there being only a handful of laps left. If you get the lead, and hopefully the laps, you don't have a lot to finish, stay right there. But there's enough time right now. And as I said, Stetson Wyman is making a showing now in the top 4. Stetson has the speed as well to make a pass like that. And Xander Kessler, unfortunately, going backwards. And now Bodden challenging Rayleigh back for that coveted first place.
Yeah, Bodden, he's got his speed back. He fell off pace there for a second. Now Banks, really on it, trying to chase down Rayleigh Lucas, who that gap she had about 4 or 5 car lengths down about 1 or 2. So right now the battle for the lead, we got Rayleigh Lucas and Banks Bodden 1 and 2.
Yeah, man, I'm loving how many cars are out here on the track, and I love that, tomorrow's superstars are out there in these cars right now. It's showing it that they do and want to win this race as bad as the big guys.
So it looks like Banks trying to set up a pass there on Rayleigh. Look at that. We got, that's the 921 there of Kessler just pushing Gentry out of the way.
Yeah, unfortunate for Gentry. He had really nothing he could do there. He's turning into the corner, and the 921 of Xander Kessler was just pushing him out to the outside.
Oh, look at that. Oh! And that's another one. Wow. 921 there of Kessler just getting very aggressive here on this lap. Just bumping and banging into everybody.
Who upset that driver? Wow. Very aggressive here on these closing laps.
Now we got Rayleigh Lucas and Banks side by side over the ski jump. They're going to come into this big, tight corner. Rayleigh on the bottom, Banks on the top. Banks going to make the hard pass on the outside and take over first place.
What a great slingshot move that was there to the outside. And that's really the way to execute an outside pass like that. Stay clean, keep it throttled, and that gives you a moment. The 921, the bad luck for Xander Kessler doesn't end. The 921 over on the side.
That's Gentry in the 208 now. On the berm, high-sided. I don't know what happened there.
Yeah, tough break for both drivers. You can see the 208 of Grayson Gentry. He's high-centered. He has nowhere to go.
No,
he can't
that's
even
unfortunate.
move.
So going to bring out the second yellow of the day. And the 170 production class, gloves have been off all day long.
I didn't see it, but 921 of Kessler, Xander Kessler, have been pretty aggressive here in these closing laps. Here it comes, Jim. We'll watch it.
All right, we got a replay here. Kind of on the monitor. And look at that. Oh, that was just a takeout move on the 921. Xander Kessler and the Gentry.
There's no nice way to put that.
That was a full
up.
takeout move.
Yeah, straight up. That's all right. That's racing, and I'm sure it'll get worked out later. But
oh wow, that was a wild one there. So resetting things, we got the 124 of Bodden leading. We got Rayleigh Lucas in the second spot.
Well, look at this. Race 1 of round 2 does not disappoint.
And I'm trying to see, is that O'Connor in the third spot?
Yeah, we have to look at it again. We were talking about it. There's going to be, I even said it, there's going to be a whole new group up front, and here we are.
Yeah, so we're going to reset things. So it looks like running order going to be Bodden, Rayleigh Lucas, O'Connor, Stetson Wyman, and then somebody we haven't even talked about today moving into the top 5, Maverick Atterbury.
Look at that. You hear the crowd up here loving to hear that, loving to hear the Atterbury name right now. And as we said, there was going to be a big switch up here. The driver of this race, though, right now, I got to hand it to Rayleigh. Rayleigh doing a great job. She's staying consistent. She unfortunately got collected there down the ski jump, but we were talking about regaining your composure. It would seem that Rayleigh did exactly that.
You got to give Banks Bodden a lot of credit. Led early. Obviously, you had that first caution flag. Reset things. And he had a little bit of a battle there. Ceded the lead to Rayleigh Lucas, but battled back. Now currently leading. So it looks like we're going to have 2 laps to go, I believe, when we go back to green flag racing. We're going to get everybody regrouped here, get everybody stacked up, and go back to racing.
Yeah, and I'm saying this just out of speculation. The car seemed to be slowing down and in a couple of laps. So making me wonder if there's an intermittent mechanical problem with that car, whether it's fuel or ignition. But it seems to be worked out right now, and Bodden's able to be back up front.
We're going to get everybody stacked up here as we see them cycling through. And this has been a very eventful 170 production race today.
Indeed.
This one doesn't wake you up. I don't know what is, because this is a great way to kick things up. Action-packed, lots of passing. We've had 4 wides. We've had bumping, banging. Man, this one has had a little bit of everything in it.
Well, we've talked about it being round 2 out here. It's Sunday. It's go big or go home. And I have a feeling because everything, there wasn't a lot of carnage yesterday. I bet we're going to see a lot of carnage today.
All right, as we've got Banks Bodden going to take us to the green flag. Oh, look at that. The 278 there. That is Tonelli all the way to the outside.
Creighton O'Connor now, too, making a showing here. As they go down the back straightaway, they are still within reach of each other, and I do believe that is the Creighton O'Connor car I was just talking about.
Yeah, O'Connor there flying.
Whoa.
A little squirrely. Rayleigh Lucas there cycling into the third spot.
Rayleigh Lucas, I think she's found the line she likes, and I would imagine the spotter saying, man, whatever line you're on, stay right there. Maybe make some changes if the opportunity arises, but I think Rayleigh has found the line that is taking it here to be in the top 3.
All right, so Bodden continuing to lead here.
There's that checkup again we were just talking about. Again, I'm really wondering if Bodden is having an issue with that car. I mean, or is it just the driving style, or can it be just a simple slowing down there? I don't know what it is, but it seems that car intermittently slows down.
So we've got Bodden, we've got O'Connor, we've got Lucas in our top 3.
Great shot there with the sun behind the kids. That's another thing. A low sun here this early in the morning. These kids have to deal with it as they come out of turn 3. That sun right in their face.
White flag is out. That means 1 to go here in 170 production. Right now, Banks Bodden was our pole sitter, looking to bring it home, but it has been an eventful race. Got the run going down the backstretch by Creighton O'Connor, trying to reel in Banks in the lead, and looks like he is. He's going to get right up on the rear bumper as they head to the ski jump. Oh, getting a little squirrely. Losing a little ground there. Now he's going to have to start worrying about Rayleigh Lucas coming in the third spot.
Yeah, it would appear that Creighton O'Connor had a great drive here in the second half, and Creighton now a little bit of a mistake there coming into turn 2, turn 2 rather, and that could cost him, but man, he's poised and he looks like he's got some speed to give a challenge here across the finish line.
Get a glimpse there of mid-pack going up over that step up. That is a 278 there of Brennan Tonelli. So we get a glimpse there of our leader. That is Bodden in the 124 car.
What a great performance from Bodden here today with a little bit of race drama out there. Was able to deal and keep the composure and pull this one off.
So he's going to come down the front stretch. Checkered flags are waving. Looks like it is going to be Banks Bodden with a win, followed by Creighton O'Connor in the second spot. Rayleigh Lucas, after a very eventful race for that young lady, going to take home a solid third-place finish.
Man, talking about the racing right there, it had everything you expect in a race. And big performance out there from Creighton O'Connor, coming somewhere from the mid-pack all the way up to the front. I bet if there was another couple laps, would have been able to challenge our leader, Bodden. But Bodden, you know, as you said, walking away with the early lead and having to put it together after all that race drama that was unfolding. That great performance from all the kids.
All right, great race there to kick things off today. Round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series season opening weekend here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We're going to take a short commercial break. We come back, we're going to talk with our podium finishers.
What a way to start the day.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona. We are here for round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This is our season opening weekend at Firebird Motorsports Park. We have 170 production in the books. And Mark, I got to tell you, those 170s, that was an exciting race, wire to wire. I mean, bumping, banging, crashing, passing. I don't know what more you can add into a youth race to start things off.
No, you know, coming into round 1, there was heavy anticipation of what's going to happen, but we had to just let the playbook play out. And coming here into round 2, you know, again, you're kind of anticipating that start, and you're wondering, are we going to have a repeat of yesterday? And you know what? You know what the answer is? We sure are, man. We're going to have a great day here in round 2.
Well, we called yesterday electric. I don't know what the term's going to be for today, but if that is any indication on what's to come throughout the rest of the day, man, this one, hang tight because it is going to be a wild ride out here at Chandler.
Indeed. If you're out here watching it live or you're watching it online, man, I would say at this point, don't miss any race because, you know, my friend didn't get here till late, and I said, man, you seriously just missed one of the best off-road races I've ever seen.
Yeah, it was a great opening day yesterday, and today, round number 2. We just set the bar here with our 170 production race. If that's setting the bar and everybody's got to go above it by the end of the day, I said we're going to blow the roof off this place. I am thoroughly convinced the roof is going to get blown off here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Well, for the first time, we nicknamed this track the Arena, and it lived up right there. It is definitely the Arena. These Warriors battled it out right there, and Bodden came out on top.
Yeah, and that was the thing. The first half of the race, Bodden checked out. It checked out. There was nobody that even was in contention. We regrouped everything after that incident. Then he had his hands, his hands full. We had Rayleigh Lucas take the lead for a while. He got back around, and we had more crashing, more bashing. It was a wild one, but great effort by Bodden. I mean, just came out swinging and walked away with a W.
Yeah, Bodden was able to avoid a lot of that stuff that was going on behind him and around him. So that's what I think stepped him out of this performance. As you said, he was leading earlier. So when he got bunched back up, he was able to, be right in the middle of it all. So it kind of changed it. And the dynamics of the race did definitely change there halfway through with the first caution we had.
Well, we get a glimpse here of our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. Obviously, Banks Bodden taking away the W. In the second spot, somebody we haven't talked about, was sneaky fast that race, was Creighton O'Connor. And then we had Rayleigh Lucas into the third spot, Maverick Atterbury in fourth, Stetson Wyman, Brendan Tonelli, Daxton Kilgore, Wyatt Dulgarian, Steele Hopkins, and Grayson Gentry rounding out your top 10. With that being said, we've gone through the top 10, but I believe the third partner in our team, Tiffany Stone, is standing by with these podium finishers.
Thank you so much, guys. You're absolutely right. This was a wonderful, wonderful way to kick off round 2. These youngins put a show on for us. So let's chat with our third place podium finisher, Rayleigh Lucas. Now, Rayleigh, that wasn't an eventful day. All of your friends and family are down here. You did have the lead for a little bit. Some things were going on, but you were able to drive through everything and still get a podium finish. Tell me about your day right now.
So when I crashed, I'm like, you're kidding me. Because I'm just not going to podium, but my mom told me to be mad, and that's what I did, and I got in the lead, but those two passed me, but they still did an amazing job.
That is so wonderful. Well, I've got a little surprise for you. Since this is your first podium, here, yes it is, for Golding Motorsports, they gave you a 20, so take the 20. So now you've got $20, a trophy, and a third place podium in round 2. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom and my dad, 2X, Robert E. Porter, MetsFab, Wagon Fuel, Hoosier Tire, Freedom Ropes, Rome, and Core for putting on this event.
Wonderful. Nice job. Good job over here. And taking our second place podium, we've got the 911 of Creighton O'Connor. Creighton, nice job for you, buddy. How does it feel out there?
It feels good.
It feels good. Now tell me about how your race went, because there was a lot of things going on, and then all of a sudden after it all, the dust settled, you came out there and taken that second place spot.
I just wanted to pass some cars and get a podium.
Well, you've done that, buddy, and guess what? You also get a $20 bill for getting your first podium here in Core as well. Perfect. So not only did you get your trophy as well, you got a $20 bill. Who would you like to thank today?
2X Motorsports, my mom, and whoever else were the Lucases and the Atterburys, and whoever else works on my car.
Wonderful. Nice job, buddy. And taking that top spot, the number 124, Banks Bodden. Nice job again for you. You were a driver out there. A lot of things going on. From your perspective, what did you see? Because we had a few comp yellows, we had a few rollovers, but you were able to stay calm and then come through for that first again.
I can't even move my body, so I didn't know what was happening. So I just kept listening to my spotter when he said to go.
Well, for rounds 1 and 2, you got round 1, second, round 2, first, so you're pretty good kicking off this 26th season. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom and my dad and everybody that came to watch me.
Wonderful. Nice job. Well, everybody grab your trophies up. put those trophies up. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in this morning's first race. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. And you gotta appreciate Golding Motorsports with the $20 for each of these kids for their first podium. That's pretty special. These kids stoked, and look at that. Whoa, we got a bunch of trophies, and awesome. I love seeing the smiles.
Yeah, an equally eventful podium right there. I love that. And, we didn't forget to mention that if it's first-time podium, that $20, it was crazy to watch the kids out there. Bond was watching that money go. He's kind of looking at it go, man, I want $20.
Oh, yeah, it was good times there in the 170 division. Now we're going to ramp things up a little bit, shift gears from 170s to the 250 modified. So as entertaining and as fast as those are, we're going to throw a little bit more speed behind these, a little bit bigger motor, and we're going to go 250 modified racing. Similar chassis, just a lot bigger motor and a lot more horsepower. These 250 modifieds, they scream.
Yeah, they really do, and a major difference is they can start to add accelerating out of corners. We were talking about that power difference. That's where the power really benefits. These cars are still super light, so difference between a 170 and a 250 with, and these are still racing engines. So you're going to be seeing a little different driving style. As I said, they can accelerate. You might even see a lot of throwing it into a corner and setting the corner. So in this race, it's going to be exciting.
Yeah, definitely going to be exciting, and I know yesterday we saw some really good action. I think we had Brody Klein and Elliott Brook that had an absolute shootout there for a while as we see these cars starting to make their way into the arena. But, we got 5 racers on tap. But, I think yesterday it was Elliott Brook and Brody Klein. But we've also got Stetson Wyman in the mix. Murphy McKay had a great run yesterday. Axel Lawrence. I mean, we've only got 5 of them out here, but it is 5 heavy hitters.
Yeah, Murphy McKay stayed pretty consistent yesterday in round 1, so there's going to be a whole different thing here going into round 2. And, we were talking about the strategies. Do they change? Do they drive the same? What are they going to do? And they're going to have to do it here in round 2, and whatever strategy they have chose, they're going to have to put it into play right now.
Yeah, it looks like we're down to 3 racers here. So I called 5. There was 5 on our sheets, but actually 3 making the green flag. But, we got 3 heavy hitters out here. Murphy McKay, Brody Klein, Elliott Brooks. So I'm really excited about this. Yesterday they put on a show. These things scream around this track, and we were talking about line choice yesterday, but now we get into talking about a lot of momentum, and you gotta feel these cars out, because with this horsepower you're actually using the brakes and some of that. So this is going to get very, very racy.
Yeah, tough break for Elliott Brook yesterday. These cars, the way they're designed, you can see right there, very similar to a beam like on the old Ford design that they used to have, but they're center mounted, so that makes a radius in the travel. But the rear is just a full-on square, straight axle, live axle, no differential, no independence. That rear end is very similar to a quad rear end. So what happened with Elliott Brook, going over the step up, a little too harsh on that rear end, must have flexed, popped the chain. His race day was over.
Yeah, that was unfortunate because we had a really, really good battle there between Brody Klein and Elliott Brook. So that was unfortunate to see the chain break. But I know they came up into the booth yesterday. You were talking with them, and they're back ready to do battle today. So looking forward to this 3-car shootout here in 250 modified, slated for 8 laps. So no mandatory competition caution. We're hoping to run this thing wire to wire, it's going to be a good shootout.
So it's a different mindset when you only got like 3 racers in here, because if you got a lot of cars, you gotta realize there's a lot of cars behind you, so you got to hit your marks. And as we saw, it's very important to hold your line. But I have a feeling we're going to be 3 wide this entire 8 laps. I just have a feeling. And based off of yesterday, Murphy McKay, very experienced in this class. Brody Klein, another great performing driver out here. So I have a feeling these cars are going to be literally door to door the entire race.
Yep, I got that same feeling as we're looking for that green flag, our starter here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Somebody jumping the guy, but we're going to go green.
That is it. Looks like Brody Klein going to jump out in 18 to the early lead. Looks like Elliott Brook going to get around Murphy McKay for that second spot.
Well, that shot right there shows you what I was talking about. These kids are going to be they're going to be side by side. As long as they get their groove, they find their line, they'll put it into play, and we'll see how it shapes up here for the 8 laps. Long 8 laps. There is no mandatory caution in this class.
Look at that big huck. Oh, a little whip there, it looked like, from Elliott Brook. I had a little sideways there. All right, so we got the number 18, the leader. That is Brody Klein. The number 16, Elliott Brook in second. 471 of Murphy McKay in the third spot as they head up and over that step up.
Yeah, Murphy McKay been pretty consistent all weekend, and he's got a couple other races to get under his belt here for round 2. But all three of these drivers right here, they're just gonna have to drive it just right, because any one of these drivers out here can find themselves out front.
Brody Klein got the early lead. Couple car links over Elliott Brook in the 16. They had a great battle yesterday. We'll see if we can replicate things.
Yeah, you can really see those tires radiusing what I was talking about there. This is called a beam design when they're, traditionally when we have a suspension component on these cars that are double A-arm, or double wishbone, you've heard it called. But these cars, they only have one arm center mounted like that, so you'll see the tires very heavily radius like that as they come over the ski jump. And we got the front here. They're going over the ski jump once again.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the 16, Elliott Brook, running a really tight line around those corners, just trying to find some inches and feet to try and get back up there and challenge Brody Klein.
Yeah, we were talking about they have a little more power and they can use acceleration on their side, but when they're racing like this, they have to be ultra smooth right now and hit that line. And that's why during practice, you make sure you hit the different lines so you know what the fastest line, or what you choose to be the fastest line for how your car is set up.
That's a 471 there, Murphy McKay. Made his way through this center section.
Yeah, he's a lot of fun. I really enjoy Murphy McKay.
Trying to find his way back up there to go fight for one of these top 2 spots.
Yeah, Murphy McKay, very smooth, not sawing on that wheel. He's driving. You can see that very little wheel movement there, and putting the car where he wants it, accelerating perfect. Great job, Murphy McKay. What a shot right there. We were literally almost in the driver's seat with Murphy McKay.
Yeah, drone pilot's doing a great job. See Murphy McKay heading up that back stretch. Going to stretch the legs out of this 250 modified.
Look at that. Literally, as I look at him, literally less than 3 feet away from that car.
Yeah, number 18 out right now with quite a big lead. That is Brody Klein, yesterday's winner. Trying to go 2 for 2 on the weekend.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I was expecting a little more from Elliott Brook. With the chain brake, that makes you really hungry. Come out here, we always say it. Well, there's always tomorrow days of racing. We always say that. But I truly believe that Elliott Brook was poised and ready to really, really get out front. So maybe there's some underlying things that we're not seeing here in this program. But no, Brody Klein, he's doing the work and he's getting it done.
Yeah, yesterday Klein and Brook running a lot closer than they are today. So you got to wonder if Brody Klein found a little something overnight for that car, or if Elliott Brook just having some struggles. And we got one pulling off. That is the number 471, Murphy McKay. Looks like calling it a day, just pulling off to the side. Don't know if that car's not running right.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for the McKay team. As I said, Murphy looked very smooth in that car. And again, we're that drone with feet, just mere feet away from that car.
And you wonder, it was looked like it was dead there. They were having to push the car. So I wonder if maybe that was a chain brake as well, Mark?
Oh, wow. With that drone footage we just had, probably could have seen that. I didn't even think to look at it. Now, his car looked a little different. It appeared like he had pretty low gearing in that car, a very small rear sprocket. And that's another thing, too. A smaller sprocket has a tendency to spit a chain a little easier than a bigger sprocket. And the reason that's being is the chain is hyper, it's bent a little further than you want. So easier ability for it to leave the sprocket.
Yeah, Elliott Brook there in the number 16. Get a glimpse of that beautiful blue and yellow car.
Yeah, that is beautiful. That's a great paint job. The 2X guys and girls over there doing a great job. You'll see that 2X all day today. I bet you and I didn't even think about this, but they probably have a car in every single race here for round 2.
Now we're going back up to our leader, the number 18, Brody Klein, winner yesterday, trying to make it a perfect start to the 2025-2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, a little something we did different here at Core. Normally we'd have basically, 2025, but what we did, we readjusted 2025 so we didn't have to race during the hot months. So now we're starting here. This is our fresh start. This is a full schedule. We actually had to limit the races for our, air quote 2025 season. So, but starting off here, the 2025-26 season, that's going to be the race season. So that way, especially since we are here in the Southwest, the teams can kind of regroup while it's hot and, get the car ready perfectly and come out here for round 1, round 2. And, man, it has not disappointed.
That is the number 18 there. Brody Klein continuing to just put in the laps, just not making any mistakes out here, hitting his marks and running a flawless race.
Indeed. I love the ability when we can see right there in the car with him. You can really see how the drivers are. We had Starstream here yesterday in Corey Weller's car, and Starstream, you could actually, in high definition, you could see Corey Weller, though, and we watched it at the conclusion of the race yesterday. We watched it, and it is crazy to realize how hard it is to keep these short course cars straight. And as you get if the car gets slightly upset, you got to put it right back in the groove. And it was really exciting to see the Starstream in Corey Weller's car yesterday.
Yeah, it looks like we got about 3 laps to go. It'll be 2 laps to go after this one. So right now we got Brody Klein, followed by Elliott Brook, 1 and 2. Murphy McKay pulling off in the 471. So 2 racers left out on track. This is our 250 modified. So as 250 modified wraps up, we're going to be moving into 170 limited. Another stacked field of racers. That next one going to be pulling close to 20 racers. I believe probably 18. Then after the 170 limited, we're going to go to some bigger cars. We're going to have the 800 Opens, followed by youth production, youth restricted, and then the big youth side-by-side class, and that's going to wrap up our morning youth session. So quite a bit of youth racing left on tap today, but right now it's 250 modifieds out on track, and it is Brody Klein, our winner from yesterday, continuing to lead out here in Chandler, Arizona at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, we couldn't ask for anything better. The weather is just flawless. The track really holding together here in the opening rounds here at round 2. But you're going to start seeing a lot of these racers come back into play in different classes as the day progresses. Grayson Gentry will be making another showing here in round 2 here for the next race. But we got the brothers. Stetson Wyman's going to be back out there. The brothers Cooper and Carter Hogan is out here. And you'll start seeing the names from here. Murphy McKay out there, who just unfortunately had a problem. I'm wondering what's going to happen here, and you can see a lot of the names here that have been already out here. Oh, wow.
Yeah, we got, like you said, Brody Klein just putting in the laps, doing his job, looking like the professional he is, and just hitting the marks and trying to take home a W.
Yeah, that's key out here. Even though this is class is a little thin, you still got to race. Get out there. And, another great strategy right now is, as I said, these kids are going to be putting on multiple races. Well, being out here in a race like this, he's basically got the track to himself right now, so he's learning the track.
Yep, he took the white flag, so we're on the final lap. We got Elliott Brook there taking the white lap as well, trying to bring it home for that second-place finish. Right now our leader, Brody Klein, trying to make it perfect on the weekend. Comes down off that big ski jump. Going to head into this big, tight corner. Going to spit him out and shoot him up towards the step up.
Yeah, I can actually hear him get out of it right there, coming up the step up. And that's going to be a really neat development as the race cars and the speeds pick up there. That step up played havoc in Friday during practice and qualifying, but, man, yesterday that step up was just perfect.
Yeah, track crew's doing a good job on that, getting it perfect. Multiple lines over the step up. It was a phenomenal race yesterday across the board for everybody. But talking about phenomenal races, we've got Brody Klein running a flawless race today, making it perfect on the weekend. A 2 for 2 for Brody Klein and 250 modified. So the perfect season continues for Brody Klein, going 2 for 2 to open up the 2025-2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And, man, what an effort. We got Elliott Brook now going to bring in bringing home in the second spot. So 1 and 2 goes to Brody Klein and Elliott Brook in our 250 modifieds.
Well, as you said, we were able to talk to Elliott Brook yesterday, and I know he's going to be happy with this ability to finish here round 2 in this race. So I know Elliott Brook, regardless of the position, very happy that he was able to see that checkered flag today.
Yeah, great effort by Brody Klein as well as Elliott Brook. And we are going to take a short commercial break here at Firebird Motorsports Park. And when we return here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, we are going to have Tiffany Stone on standby with our podium finishers. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
Turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, and straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This is our season opening weekend in Chandler, Arizona, and just getting done with a 250 modified race, which saw some really good action, some speed out there. We obviously only had a handful of entries, but man, they didn't disappoint. They were flying around this track.
Yeah, I was hoping to see a little more closer action with the 3 cars out there. I wanted to see a little more door-to-door, but it's still a spectacular race. But one thing to point out there, Murphy McKay, you did point out that when he exited the track, I was thinking catastrophic failure of a component there of some point, but looking over there right now, you pointed out that he might have an issue, might have gotten hurt.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to stand by and see on that, but we had our Rugged Radios results there, and yes, it was Klein on top of the box, and with that, we do have our winner's circle on standby, so we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. Down here with our second place finisher, Elliott Brook. Now, Elliott, you moved up from a spot yesterday, running a great race. So for rounds 1 and 2, 2 podium spots here to kick off the season. How are you feeling?
Great.
And who would you like to thank today for giving you such a great run out there?
2X, 518 Designs, the American Legion Post 35, my dad, my mom, my grandma, my family, and everybody else that supports me.
Wonderful. We'll put that trophy up, show everybody taking that second place here for round 2. And going over to our top winner today in the 250 modified, number 18, Brody Klein. Now, you had a flawless race, 2 for 2 over here, top podium, kicking off the 26th season. So how do you see your season going for the rest of the year?
Good.
Good. All right. Who else would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, my sister, my grandma, grandpa, 2X, Mega Desert, Megatron, and everybody who comes and supports me.
Awesome. Nice job. For some 2 great fast drivers out there, these young ones are Few words, but we like how you drive out there. Very nice job for you. One more round of applause for our top finishers in the 250 modified. Back up to you guys.
Great effort by those two young drivers. And let's talk a little bit about great efforts, because this next race we got on standby, the 170 Limited. We are going to have, I believe, 16 cars on the grid. And it's going to take a great effort to come away with a podium finish here, Mark. I mean, this is a stacked field.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the names of this list, it reads like a who's who in this racing class. And indeed, Grayson Gentry out there, Mason Atterbury. Murphy McKay, though, I have a feeling we're not going to see him in this race. We haven't seen what has developed. It was getting looked at from the ambulance, so that's always a hard thing to witness out there. Kaysen Stowell out there. The McCormick's now coming back. Madden McCormick. A little bit of drama here yesterday. I forget what McCormick got taken out, but hopefully they were able to get that car back in and be back in action. The local boys, Cooper Hoganess and Carter Hoganess, they're going to be out here. And as I said yesterday, it's almost like they're not racing anybody else except each other in this race.
Yeah, definitely. Going to be ones to watch. Obviously, we had Zeppelin Ledbetter, solid run yesterday as well. So really looking forward to this. So we're going to have 16 cars on the grid. So we see them back there getting everybody ready in these 170 limited class racers. And, man, we are moments away from bringing them out on track. And we are going to have some fireworks out here at Firebird Motorsports Park, because this is another stacked field, and it's not going to disappoint.
Man, you said it right. It's going to be a lot of fireworks for sure. Stetson Wyman out there is again as well. But that was a lot to spit out right there, but I got it out. Stetson Wyman, I expect a stellar performance as he's sitting P2.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to roll, so looks like we are moments away from bringing them out on the track. We're going to start our pace lap, and then we are going to go racing. And if this one is anything like the 170 production class that we had earlier, it is definitely going to be one to watch. That was a hang on to your seats type of thing, because those kids were racing, they were bumping, they were banging, and a lot of those kids in that first race now, they got a little bit of a breather for about 20-30 minutes. Now they're back in cars here for the 170 limited round, so we're going to see a lot of racers that are doing double duty out here. So wonder if any of that adrenaline is going to carry over into this race.
Man, I'm really trying not to have expectations and really trying to be led by the race that's going to unfold in front of us. But it is so hard to sit up here and announce this and realize the action that we had yesterday in round one. I expect to see, I love the word you used just now, I expect to see absolute fireworks during this race.
Yeah, it should be fireworks. Some of these young racers, the up-and-coming stars of tomorrow that we have out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Really looking forward to what some of these young drivers are going to be doing here in the next 5, 6, 7 years. Like what you and I were talking about yesterday, you look over the course of short course and where some of the drivers are at today and where some of them are at. I mean, our big winner yesterday in the pro side-by-side division, Ryder Chapman, I remember calling his races when he was in a Razor 170, and now all of a sudden you see him in the top class and taking wins, and it's pretty remarkable. And he's just one of many out here in short course that has made his way up the ladder system. And that's one thing I love about the Championship Off-Road Racing Series is we have a true ladder system. There's a progression, these kids. So if you start at the bottom, you can work your way all the way to the top. And I think that's one thing that's special because a lot of motorsports don't have that.
So one thing I overheard yesterday, and I have to say this, is I overheard it. I did not get it right out of Ryder Chapman's mouth, but his nerves got to him yesterday. He was having a hard time keeping his composure out front. It didn't look like it because it looked like he was, chisel sharp with the lines he was taking, because to feed that car the way he did, it looked like he was having no problems.
Well, he definitely stepped up. And speaking of stepping up, we got the Liquid Molly starting grid for our 170 Limiteds. Big thanks to Liquid Molly for stepping up and being one of our big partners here for 2025 and 2026. Right there, row number one. Take us through it.
Zeppelin Ledbetter, I almost said it backwards, will take us in P1, and right next to him is Stetson Wyman. Cooper Hogan is great weekend so far of racing for Cooper, and his brother Brooks Hopkins will find their way to row 2 on the outside. Back to the inside of row 3, this name you've heard before, the 208 of Grayson Gentry, and Kaysen Stowell round off the first 3 rows.
Yeah, then we look through. We've got obviously Carter Hoganess, Madden McCormick, Murphy McKay. Don't know if he's going to be back out here. We got Braden Lucas, Mason Atterbury. I mean, I'm just going down the list. Another Atterbury, Riley Atterbury family out here. Strong showing out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, they're tough to beat out here. When you see them and you line up with them, you better bring your A game.
All right, so we're getting a glimpse here of the full track full of these cars. This is the 170 limited division out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're going to weave them through this inner part of the track. It's amazing to see that little lake there was full here 2 days ago. It's almost empty now. But track crew's doing a great job. That summer heat, well, I say summer heat, the fall heat actually coming. It's going to be in the 80s today, and going to have that thing dried out probably by the end of the day, it looks like. But got a full group of drivers heading over that step up. They got a couple corners to go. That pace car is going to peel off, and we are going to go green flag racing here in 170 limited action.
So the one to watch out here is your winner from yesterday. Zeppelin Ledbetter is going to take this field down the front straightaway this time, and they're going to have to. This is a race right here. We've talked about these cars. You still have to carry the momentum. You have to hit your marks. You can't really saw on the steering wheel. You have to be very smooth in this class. But with this many cars, just sheer numbers, I've been saying it, and I said it in the earlier races, I will not be surprised to see 4 wide in turn 1.
No, we saw it earlier. We had in the 170 production, they were definitely 3 and 4 wide at times. So I would expect nothing less here in 170 limited. As we're going to be coming through that final corner, we're going to see that pace vehicle peel off, and we are going to have Zeppelin Ledbetter take us to the green flag.
Yeah, if you ever want to know how big these cars are, that's a perfect shot. That is a regular full-size side-by-side. Our pace side-by-side. These cars almost look like remote control cars.
All right, so going to be looking for the cue. Green flag's going to come out, and Zeppelin Ledbetter going to be taking us to it.
Clean start so far as all these cars 3 wide into turn 1.
Is that Wyman? It looks like to the outside, getting around Ledbetter.
Yeah, Ledbetter a little slow on the start. That's very uncharacteristic, but that's going to put the 56 of Stetson Wyman up front. It's been a hard-fought battle for him. Great to see Stetson out front.
Yep, Stetson out front. We got Ledbetter in the second spot. Got a battle there for the third spot. Too tough to call right now.
Look at this, 4 wide coming over the ski jump, trying to find their line coming here into turn 3. Very critical part of the racetrack right there, in my opinion. As you see, I was just going to say turn 3, Ledbetter just got collected. You have to choose the right line through turn 3, or somebody will come inside. You can see right there how dangerous turn 3 is.
Yeah, tough break for our pole sitter. Went from the pole all the way to the back of the pack here on lap number 1. Going to have his work cut out for him, charging through this class. We've got 8 laps on tap, no mandatory competition caution, so he won't be the beneficiary for that, as we've got a replay.
Yeah, Ledbetter won't be able to use the caution in his favor. He's going to have to catch the whole field if he expects to win this.
Yeah, it looks like that was Carter Hoganess getting into the back of Ledbetter, getting him spun around.
Yeah, I hate to see that because, you know, as a kid, you get in this race, you have a plan. And a little bump like that where it slows your momentum down, that can spell, that leaves you in a lot of chaos, and you're trying to get it back together for the second half of the race.
Yeah, so Stetson Wyman currently our leader. Looks like we got Hoganess, Hopkins, Gentry, and Stowell all in the top 5. A lot of passing going on.
Well, Stetson Wyman has the experience to lead this for the rest of the race. He's got a long way to go, though. But that young man right behind him, Cooper Hoganess, and Cooper having a great weekend. Cooper was able to ride in the bigger cars this weekend. And I was telling his mom, man, just get him in the big cars. He does great. And right now, he's doing a great job keeping Stetson Wyman in his sights.
Well, Brooks Hopkins in the 99 there in the third spot. Look at that, all the way to the bottom of Hoganess.
Brooks Hopkins, another experienced driver out here in this class. Hoganess feeling the pressure now as he looks over to the door and feeling the heat from Brooks.
Yeah, Brooks doing a great job trying to get around Hoganess there. They're going back and forth, trying the outside, trying the inside. Nothing seeming to stick yet. We got Gentry there. Now looming there, I believe, in the 4th spot.
Yeah, and you can't make a mistake with Grayson Gentry right there. You can see coming down the back straightaway in that 4th position. And if you make a mistake, and if you look at it again, the top 4 drivers, they're staying pretty close together.
Yeah, it's a pretty good group here. Nobody's really checked out. Stetson Wyman doing a great job in the lead, hitting his marks, but nobody else is letting him run away with this, even with the battle they've got going. So I think here another lap or two, Stetson Wyman may have his work cut out for him with 3 of these 170 limiteds coming. Oh, we got some contact. Whoa, gets spun around. That was Brooks getting into the side of Hoganus, I believe.
Yep, it did show that. Hopefully there's no damage to that car, and Cooper can get his head straight and get back into the race.
Man, that was a wild little start to this race there. And I don't know what quite happened. Looks like we've got a replay coming at you.
We can see the cars there right now, and it appears that the Brooks car might have came in at Cooper Hoganus' line. I don't think that was intentional. You can see the cars; they were going pretty squirrely going up the face of that jump. I don't think that was anything malicious. It was just a racing incident right there. Car got a little squirrely going up the face of the jump.
Yeah, it looked like both of the cars kind of, one went right, one went left, and they both eased over kind of into each other, and things happened. So definitely out here. Well, it looks like we've got Brooks Hopkins down there to the bottom trying to get around Grayson Gentry. So pass there for second. So now our running order, Stetson Wyman, Brooks Hopkins, and Grayson Gentry are top 3.
Yeah, still looking at a great race, and a long ways to go here. And again, there is no competition yellow here, so what you're watching on the screen, there will be no ability to capitalize on a caution, mandatory caution. So these drivers are going to have to run their race all the way to the checkered flag.
Yeah, all 3 of them pretty evenly matched in speed. So now it becomes about line choice.
Yeah, for sure. And you can see them right there. They're playing follow the leader here as there's not real action. They're not bumper to bumper or even door to door. So at this point, you know where the fast line is around the track, and you just got to take it and hope that you catch the leader or the car in front of you.
We had Stowell back there in 4th, and now we got Hoganus and McCormick battling it out for that 5th spot. So Hoganus getting turned around and now trying to battle back, trying to get into podium contention. Has got his hands cut out for him with the McCormick and the number 73 trying to get around for that 5th spot.
Yeah, it's great seeing Matt McCormick out here, that 73 car, that 12 West car out there. And, they've progressed quite a bit, so it's great to see Madden up there trying to get in that battle of the leaders.
Yeah, it looks like Hoganus is going to get around McCormick for the top 5, or that 5th spot. So now Hoganus is going to have his sights set on Stowell in the 4th spot. See if he can make a run up.
The Hoganus brothers very passionate about off-road racing, so I bet you Cooper a little disappointed with that, taking him out up there, because they were putting a good run on the leaders. Great aerial view right there, showing our leader, Stetson Wyman. You can see how much he has put a gap on our second place, Grayson Gentry.
Yep, Wyman doing a great job. All the chaos happening behind him. He's just running a very, very clean race out here. Letting everything behind him just happen.
Yeah, it's great to see Stetson Wyman, man. Each race is a learning experience. Each race you learn a little something more, and you want to pull it out in your bag of tricks the next race. Well, Stetson is exactly an example of that. I've watched Stetson in the past year or so really step up his program, and Stetson out there putting it all into play right now, and he's going to have to do everything he's learned in off-road racing thus far to make sure he stays out front in this race.
Shot there. That is the 302 of Lucas.
Love the scallops on that car.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's tearing away.
Yeah.
Beautiful, beautiful car.
Yeah, lots of differences in these cars. Everything in the chassis, they all got to be the same in this class, but you'll see very different nuances in each style of the building of the car. They make it wide, they make it narrow, they make it tall. There's all kinds of cool things, and it's very exciting to see all the different designs out there on the course.
So the white flag is out for our leader. That is the 56 of Wyman. We've got the 208 of Gentry in the second spot. So we got a shootout with about half a lap to go for the win. So Wyman and Gentry 1 and 2, half a lap to go. We're going to see who's going to be able to bring it home. Can Gentry make a move and take the lead away from Wyman, who's pretty much led this thing wire to wire?
Man, it's looking like the battle is shaping up right now. If Gentry wants to get around Stetson, they got to make their move right now because it's only a few more turns away.
And to Wyman's credit, he has absolutely hit his marks, never left the door open in one corner yet this entire race for somebody to sneak in there. Gentry's had to battle through a little bit of traffic now into the second spot. Looks like he's got a little run on Wyman. I don't know if he's going to have enough, though. Coming down the front stretch.
Here it is. They are bumper to bumper coming it up. I just don't think the speed is going to carry him through.
Very, very close. Half a car length. But it is going to be Stetson Wyman with a victory. Second place going to go to Grayson Gentry. And third place going to go to Kaysen Stowell. So Stetson Wyman, Grayson Gentry, Kaysen Stowell, your top three. Cooper Hogan is going to take home that fourth spot. And Matt McCormick, top five. We're going to have Zeppelin Ledbetter battle from the back after getting spun on that first lap to finish up in the sixth position. So we've got our top three going to be on standby when we return out here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series opener. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver and straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back to round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This is the season opening weekend at Firebird Motorsports Park. And we just got wrapped up with the 170 limited division. We had a full 16 cars, and man, it was we got a little fun happening here. Something's going on here in the well, as we're on standby for the podium, but we've got 3 of the drivers there. We had a great battle. Looks like we got Wyman and Gentry there, as well as the 194. That is Kaysen Stowell as our top 3. So we're going to get these drivers out of the cars and try and get them make their way to the podium.
What a phenomenal race that was. Lots of changes going on behind our leader, Stetson Wyman. Once Stetson Wyman got out, he just simply ran his own race and was able to get it done and get on top of the box. But behind him, Ledbetter getting stuck up, on the inside of that corner. Unfortunately, that spelled disaster for him. Cooper Hogan is same thing. Had to be was taken out of race contention over the step-up jump. That just spelled catastrophe for a lot of the race.
Yeah, here's our Rugged Racing unofficial results. We've got Wyman Stetson on top, Grayson Gentry in the second spot, and Kason Stowell third, Cooper Hoganis, and Mad McCormick. And it looks like we are got some news here. Mark, you got that for us?
I did. I listened to an XMS, and did I hear the amount right? Because we get our fed into the same headphones that we're listening to. Did I hear $200 involved in that?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a bonus on courtesy of XMS to some of our victors out here. So, man, that's awesome. Big thanks to XMS for stepping up and helping out these young kids.
That's an incredible, great job, and I hope we see what's going on now there. Tiffany's down at the box, so she's going to hopefully she'll let us know what's going on there when we get our podium set up there.
Yeah, so we're working on that as we get a glimpse there of that beautiful winner's circle. Big shout out to R&R Steel who helped out with the trophies. So obviously R&R Steel, one of our great partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Couldn't do it without them, and all those beautiful trophies courtesy of R&R Steel. So big thanks to them, and the Van Peekums, great family, do a lot of racing out here, a bunch of different divisions, and big partners in the series. So with that, looks like we've got our 3 podium finishers standing by. So we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thanks, guys. That was a great race. We're going to chat with our third-place finisher, Kason Stowell. Now, Kason, talk to me about the day, how you're going right now. You really showed that if you just do a little bit of perseverance, just like this word, perseverance, that you'll be able to take the podium spot here for round 2.
Yeah, keep my lines.
Keep your lines? What was your spotter saying to you?
I couldn't really hear him.
Well, you know what? Then that just means you're a really awesome driver out there. You chose the correct lines. All of that practicing you've been doing was really paid off. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, Pro Strip Power Coating, Pro Vice, 2X Motorsports, Quick Lift, Lone Star Racing, and that's it.
Awesome. Nice job. Good job on third place today. Thank you. And moving over to our second place finisher, the 208, Grayson Gentry. Now, Grayson, you got a podium yesterday. You're getting another one today for round 2. How are you feeling right now?
Good.
Good. All right. Well, would you like to hear some extra news today, too? All right. Well, from your friends at XMF, you're getting another $200 for taking second place in this class today. Let me give that to you. You're welcome. Who would you like to thank today?
Louis Gong Warrior, my dad, my mom, K1, my uncle, my dad, and my grandpa, and that's it.
Nice job. Taking second place here, round 2. And taking the top of the box, number 56, Stetson Wyman. Now, you had fast lines, choices. You're already shaking your head. You knew you did that right. You pretty much, what did you say earlier? You were driving like which LeDuc?
Kyle LeDuc.
You were driving like Kyle LeDuc. I love that. Well, from your friends at XMF as well, you get $200 as well. I know. Look at him. I don't know if you guys can see this, but he is putting his eyebrows up. Take that right there, buddy. All 4 of those 50s for you. Perfect. Show the camera all of that money that you got. Nice job. Who would you like to thank for making sure that you are on top of the box here for round 2?
God, my family, my pit crew, and 2X Motorsports.
1X, Jimmy,
XNF.
Nice job. I love it. One more round of applause for everybody in this class. Great job up there. And like you guys were talking about, you did read that right. Jim, Mark, I think we need a race in this class so we can get an extra $200 for getting on that podium. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, $200, man. Big thanks. Shout out to them for putting that money up, Mark.
Tiffany, I wasn't going to lie. I was going to ask Jim to let me take it back up here. I was going to say I was thinking the exact same thing. Let's go racing. I want to go 170 racing now. Let's do it.
I would actually pay to watch Mark climb into a 170. So if he wants to go race, I will call the race solo.
Oh, you guys sound like my girlfriend. She said the same thing. She's learning what the cars are. She said, Mark, let me see you go race one of these. And I said, you just want to see me get inside one of these cars.
Yeah. Oh, man, we look like Winnie the Pooh trying to climb through the climb through the hole. Great race there. Just awesome race in the 170 limited division. Now we're taking the cars up a notch. We're getting a little bit bigger. We're growing here in the youth division. Now we're going to the 800 Open. So bigger engine, bigger cars, and I don't want to say a lot more fun because the 170 limiteds and everything we've seen to this point has been some great racing action. But 800 Opens, we're taking things up just a notch as we get a look at that beautiful Jones Ford pace truck coming in.
Yeah, there was a lot of drama in that last race, but that's what happens when you have a big field like that. It's almost unavoidable. I mean, there's some sort of race drama there. I mean, we had cars, unfortunately, High Center couldn't get it back into the racing action. We had cars taken out on their battle for the front. But, that's racing. We always say that's racing. Well, this class, that drama can be increased because now the speeds have increased. Now the way that they put these cars into the turns, the way they accelerate, the way they brake, everything changes right here for these 800 Open.
Yep, so 800 Open, we've got, looks like a handful of them. Looks like we're going to have 4 of them out on track. BJ Hawthorne, Addie Atterbury, Chloe Hearn, and Wrecker Earp.
Yeah, we see Zeppelin Ledbetter making another showing out here in the 747 car. So little redemption from Zeppelin Ledbetter, unfortunately getting tied up. He was the driver I was talking about in the last race that got high-centered. And they had to get him out there and get him back in the race. And I'm sure that slows your momentum down.
So we got our pace truck from courtesy of Jones Ford making their way around the track. Big shout out to them as one of our big partners here helping out with the pace trucks. So we got 4 drivers going to be going to the green flags. We get a glimpse there of these 800 Opens making their way down that big ski jump.
Yeah, Jones Ford, if you're ever driving through Wickenburg, I make a lot of trips through Wickenburg because that steps me into Nevada the quickest way for me. But I drive by it all the time, man. They have more inventory right now than I think I've ever seen them have, man. So Jones Ford, great having them out here. You can see that they had got us the Ram TRX. We were calling it a Dodge earlier, and Tiffany Stone put it, hey, man, Dodge is a car, Ram's the truck. So there it is, the Dodge Ram TRX out here from Jones Ford.
All right, so yesterday this was a fun division. I know. Let's talk about these entries, these 4 entries we've got out here. 72 and 66. Obviously, BJ Hawthorne, Addie Atterbury. Then take us through the rest of this class and what we can expect out here.
Well, Chloe Hearn having probably her cutting her teeth in the last season and really learning how to get it done, and it was very exciting yesterday. Sometimes if there's only 3 cars in the field, she by proxy took 3rd place on the podium. But yesterday, I had to give it to her because Chloe Hearn, in my opinion, the race of her life yesterday, she earned it. She raced it. She set her sight on the position, and she ended up getting it. So great job with Chloe Hearn. Wrecker Earp, great job out here and great performance yesterday as they take the green flag. But Zeppelin Ledbetter going to have something to prove in this race.
All right, so that is BJ Hawthorne there with the lead. Addie Atterbury putting a little pressure on. Oh, Addie Atterbury getting a little squirrely there, going down the backstretch ahead into the ski jump, putting a little pressure there on BJ Hawthorne.
BJ Hawthorne with a great day of racing yesterday. He was on in our sights all day yesterday, whether he was up front or whether he was making action mid-pack. But BJ Hawthorne, lots of TV time for BJ Hawthorne.
All right, so BJ Hawthorne now working his way through the middle portion in the 2nd spot.
With an aggressive move there out and just saying, I don't like this line. Totally changed the line there in turn 3. Turn 4, rather.
Yeah. Looks like a couple car length lead over Atterbury there in the 66. Making their way through that turn number 1 down the backstretch. It's where you really get to stretch your legs in these 800 Opens down that backstretch.
Well, one thing you're going to see about Addie Atterbury, she is definitely a second half driver. She gets out there and she really shines here in the latter laps of the race. So Addie Atterbury may just be doing what she expects to do out there and just watching his lines watching what BJ is doing, and Addie Atterbury. Mark my words, I bet she strikes in the second half.
Yeah, well, and that being said, earlier we were running 8 laps apiece. Now, for the rest of the day, we're moving up to 10 laps. So, slated for 10 laps out here. We will have a mandatory competition caution fly about after lap 6. So, it's 6 in the books. We'll bring out the mandatory competition caution. Then they'll have a 4-lap shootout for the win, unless there is a regular caution at some point in the first half of the race, and then that'll take place of the mandatory competition caution. But right now, it is B.J. Hawthorne out front, Addie Atterbury in second, Wrecker Earp third, and Chloe Hearn in the 4th spot.
Yeah, and if you're out there new to racing and the competition yellow comes out, to understand what that is, first half here, you get out there and you don't want a runaway. You don't want a car that just runs away from the pack. It kind of gets the action out of kilt. It doesn't really fit the race. But you throw that yellow, bunch them back up, and it's a race to the end. And I think that's what we're going to see here in this class.
Yeah, glimpse here. That is Wrecker Earp currently in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, unfortunate. The driver that we were missing is Zeppelin Ledbetter out there. I'm wondering if that had anything to do with the wreck or if the car was out yesterday. I can't remember.
So Wrecker Earp there making his way up towards that big step up. Sitting strong there in that 3rd spot. I think a lot of these, especially like Chloe Hearn yesterday, we saw her, she laid up the first half of the race, and then that girl was shot out of a cannon to start the second half of the race. So I'm wondering now if everybody just kind of falling in line, knowing at some point there's going to be a caution flag come out. They're going to get regrouped, and then we are going to see absolute fireworks here for the second half.
I like that. We're calling it fireworks today. I like that. Yesterday it was spicy. Today you're going to see some fireworks.
Yeah, we brought our thesaurus with us, so we're just going down the list of words we can use. Every round this season is going to be a different word. There's Chloe Hearn there on the podium yesterday. Strong effort for that young lady, and seeing if she can repeat it. Right now, she's going to have her work cut out for her sitting in that 4th spot, though. She's going to have to find a little speed and make her way up to that 3rd spot. If yesterday was any indication, we know she's got the speed, so she might be just laying up, and I think we're going to see her in the second half of this race come on strong.
Yeah, it's exciting for me watching Chloe Hearn's, her whole career start. I've been here from the beginning with her, and one of the questions that I asked her when she got on the podium for the first time was, hey, so are you hooked now? Do you love it? Boy, her smile went ear to ear. She said, I absolutely love short course racing. So now this weekend here in round 1 and round 2, this is where she gets to showcase. She's a real racer now, so now she's got to, mold her race program into what she and her expectations are from Core.
Yeah, you get that first trophy, and it does something to you. You're like, you know what? I like this.
Man, it really does, man. Although my first trophy was a long, long time ago, I will never forget the first race I ever won.
So there's the 96-91 of Chloe Hearn, currently in the 4th spot. Get a glimpse there of our leaders. That is B.J. Hawthorne in the lead, followed by Addie Atterbury in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, Addie Atterbury, although she's doing a great performance right here, I really wanted to see B.J. and Addie really be door-to-door here. So maybe we're going to see that once we group them back together here. But as you said, man, 10 laps. This race will not be won in the first lap, that's for sure.
Nope, not at all. And Hawthorne hitting his marks out here. Running very clean as we approach the halfway point.
Yeah, that car seemed to be working really well for BJ. I was able to talk with him and his dad, or him and his grandfather, sitting here in the bleachers. And we used to, when we had a little different program up here, I'd get the drivers up here and I'd interview them and stuff, do a little filler during our breaks. And this weekend, all the kids that were used to that, I said, Mark, you got to come up and interview me. And I said, man, I'm sorry, guys, it's a whole different program now. We stepped it up a little bit. I would love to get that going, but unless we interview you on the podium or you get it up here, unfortunately, I can't get you up here.
Yeah, well, and a big shout out to our broadcast partner, Racer Plus. Big thanks for them for airing airing our series this season. Great to have championship off-road racing on the Racer Plus app currently. So thanks to everybody tuning in from around the country and possibly overseas.
Yeah, Racer Plus, what a great addition here to Core. It's really stepped things up, man. Everything looks great here for rounds 1 and round 2, and it's just going to get better once this all hits and picks up its momentum. It's going to be crazy.
All right, so we've got that mandatory competition caution. It's out. We're going to regroup everybody.
So there it is. Wrecker Earp now crossing the finish line for the mandatory yellow, rather. And, man, we just heard that come through.
Yeah, so we are under mandatory competition caution right now, but, we got a lot going on behind the scenes here as we regroup all these cars. We want to toss it down to Tiffany Stone, who earlier in the week caught up with our new merchandise program.
All right, guys, so a new season means new merchandise, and you want to definitely pick some up this weekend. Lots of great things going on over here. Personal favorite, we do enjoy the sweater, and I love this fanny pack done in the checkered print for you. We've got long sleeves. If you're a little warm, we've got short sleeves. We've got hats for everybody. I think I'm in my race mom era as well, so this is awesome. But one of my most favorite things is a custom hat. So you come over, you pick out a blank, you pick out the patches you want, and the best thing about a custom hat is you are going to always walk away with exactly what you want. So make sure you guys come on down. We also do have the rounds 1 and 2 of Firebird. Come get this, come say hi, pick up your merch. This is the only place you're going to be able to do it for rounds 1 and 2.
And Trader's doing a great job with the merch. Big shout out to them. I know at some point this season we're going to try and get some of our merch online, so those of you tuning in at home will be able to take home some of this great Championship Off-Road Racing Series merchandise. But those of you that are actually here on site at the track, man, some good stuff. And big thanks to Traders for coming on board with our merch program for this year and putting together some really cool stuff.
Man, I'm supposed to, as an announcer, really push the stuff that we got going, but I really want to tell you my honest sentiment about what our new merch is. I had to go down and buy the hats. I love wearing the hats here while we broadcast. This hat that I got right here, it's not one of the custom ones, and I'm not sure I knew that they were doing custom hats here, or I probably would have made one up. And I may have to make one up before I leave. But, man, walking down there and see the way that our new merch is, it is second to none. It is incredible.
Well, and as we go back to green, one of the big stories here, BJ Hawthorne now not on track. So it's going to be Addie Atterbury with the lead. Look at that, Chloe Hearn in the second spot and Wrecker Earp in the third.
Well, there it is, the second half now. It's already starting off pretty crazy, but now Addie Atterbury out front. It's going to be a little bit of a different race.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn, though, like we talked about, came alive in the second half yesterday and coming alive in the second half today, moving her way up into that second spot. But right now, she's going to be chasing Addie Atterbury in the number 66.
Yeah, but Wrecker Earp doing a great job, too. So maybe we can get a little repeat of the battle, and Wrecker Earp at this point is going to have to earn that second place. Going to have to take away from Chloe Hearn, but I have a feeling Chloe Hearn's going to make that car awfully wide.
Yeah, that car just coming alive in the second half. I mean, you want to talk about playing possum. Chloe Hearn, that must be her MO, because same thing happened yesterday. Girl sat back, green flag drop for the second half of the race, and she came alive, and she's doing that right now. But the number 66 there of Addie Atterbury currently leading. Chloe Hearn in the second spot, and we've got Wrecker Earp in the 598, bringing up the third spot.
You know, Addie Atterbury's trademark is her glasses, those the bladed, orange glasses, and I just saw a great shot. I looked right into the screen. She has the same thing on her helmet, man. She is simply a rock star.
Yeah, Addie Atterbury there, pushing up a little high there, trying to find a new line there in the number 66. So Atterbury out front. She goes, wow, big huck over that. Followed by Chloe Hearn. Got it all girls 1 and 2. Kind of loving this.
It's great, man, to watch these young ladies. They're tough, man, as we know with Corey Weller, too. She's one of the toughest in SR1. Just because they're ladies doesn't mean they don't know how to get these cars around this track.
All right, so Addie Atterbury in the top spot. Chloe Hearn in the second. Wrecker Earp in the third. At 2X Motorsports 66 of Addie Atterbury, making her way through
Yeah, 2X Motorsports, very instrumental out here at the Core Series. Unfortunately, we had that big race that we were talking about that Connor Maxwell was not able to race that race. Hopefully we'll get Connor Maxwell to mix. We saw a lot of those cars yesterday putting the race of a lifetime down. I would have really loved to have seen the 2X Motorsports of Connor Maxwell out there in that event as well.
All right, so you got Wrecker Earp there making his way around turn number 1. Going to go down that big, long back stretch. You can look up through that drone footage and see he's about a straightaway back from Chloe Hearn. So Chloe really pouring it on here in the second half of this race. Addie Atterbury got a few car links on her and hadn't been able to fully check out yet.
Yeah, Wrecker Earp, I'm wondering what's going on there. Early on in the race, had the speed, but now that the position changes happened, not much coming out of that car here in the second half.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn looks down low, running that really close line. You got it backing her in. You got to like that.
Yeah, she's definitely come a long, long way here with her racing program.
The white flag's going to fly for Addie Atterbury.
Great shot there. You were talking about the track, how it really didn't develop a lot of ruts, but definitely different grooves in there. Well, I don't necessarily want to call them ruts because I don't think they'll upset the car too much into turn 1, but you can really see a hard day of racing yesterday on this track.
Yeah, it was a full sin there for Addie Atterbury. She's going to go to this big ski jump. Be watching for this one. Look at that big jump.
She does huck it. I like that word that the off-road community has coined, a huck, a great huck.
Yeah, she was definitely hucking it. Look at that. Checking up, playing it safe over that step up. No, she's got a little bit of a buffer back there to Chloe Hearn in the second spot.
Well, I know Chloe's going to have that Hearn smile that I was talking about. She's definitely going to have a big one here as well, collecting a second trophy here in round 2.
Yeah, that number 66 of Addie Atterbury looking pretty shiny there. Beautiful paint scheme.
Yeah, Addie doesn't mess around, man. Her livery is top-notch. I love that livery.
And it is going to be Addie Atterbury taking the win here in 800 Open, followed by Chloe Hearn in the second spot. Girls 1 and 2 in this one. And it is going to be Wrecker Earp going to bring it home for the third and final podium spot in the 598.
Yeah, great race. Didn't want to see it end like that for BJ Hawthorne, but Addie Atterbury was right there to pick that ticket up and get it going to the first place. Chloe Hearn's got to be happy with her performance in the second half. She did come to life and just ran away from Wrecker Earp.
Yeah, great race there in the 800 Opens as we've got that Jones Ford Pace truck pulling them in. They are going to go to the podium, and we are going to go to a commercial break. We come back, we're going to have our top 3 on standby here at Firebird Motorsports Park for the opening weekend of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona. We are here for round 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series season opening weekend. And Mark, man, we just got done with the 800 Opens, and fun race to watch. And you know what? 2 out of the 3 podium spots went to some of our girl competitors. I'm loving that.
Yeah, they're tough competitors too, man. They're a great job out there. Tough break for BJ Hawthorne. Had to watch that battle unfold from the sidelines, getting sidelined about midway through that race.
Yeah, so we're going to get our drivers out of their race cars. We're going to take them up to the podium. But all in all, what a fun race that was. And we are just getting started. Obviously, that was our 800 Open division. We're midway through our youth racing. But coming up next, we're going to have youth production, followed by youth restricted and youth side-by-side. So a gamut of youth racing still on tap this morning. And then we're going to take a short intermission and move into our pro classes. But now taking a look here at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. Take us through this top 4.
Addie Atterbury of the 66, the rock star on top of her car, looking great out there. And Chloe Hearn, I know she's not upset with this finish because not quite having to earn it yesterday, but she still had to make it drive in the second place. And Wrecker Earp will round off this class.
Yeah, BJ Hawthorne leading early, having some mechanical issues. Saw the 72 drop out of the race. Unfortunate for him because he had a strong car. I thought he had a real good shot at taking home the W here. But I'm sure we'll see BJ Hawthorne here in rounds 3 and 4 later on this year. So big shout out to him, though. Great effort early on.
Yeah, man, we've got quite an action-packed schedule here happening here at Corp. If you guys want to check it out, that's corracing.com. So go check it out. And Jim?
Yeah, it looks like we've got our winner circle and our podium finishers standing by, so we're going to toss it down to the third partner in our team, Tiffany Stone.
Thanks so much, guys. Down here with our top 3 finishers in the 800 Open. Now, we are going to be talking to a new one today, the number 598 of Wrecker Earp. Now, Wrecker, that was a great way to finish off round 2 for you guys in this class. Tell me about how your day was.
It was pretty good. My pumper shot off before the race, so I didn't have any fresh air.
I mean, for not having some fresh air and being able to drive through that, these ladies are nodding their head. That was pretty cool to see you out there. Well, we also do have a $20 bill from Golding Motorsport for you, so grab that right there off the clipboard. Show everybody. Nice job. Who would you like to thank for getting you the 3rd place here for round 2?
I'd like to thank All Balls, UTV Work, Jimmy, J-Tech, Earp Machinery, Talavera Trucking, and that's it.
Nice job. Big congratulations to you. Now, Chloe, I'm going to have you hop down over here, come down on this podium with me. Nice job taking 3rd yesterday, taking 2nd today. You really do develop after the comp yellow, the mandatory yellow. It seems like you hold back a little bit, but I think you're just choosing and picking the right lines of when you want to be able to capitalize on all that. So tell me about how your race went, specifically the second half.
The first half was interesting, to say the least. I couldn't really catch up, but after the mandatory, I got as close as I could without hitting them because I didn't want to hit Wrecker, but I got as close as I could, and then once I had the chance, I just went for it.
That's awesome. I love seeing it. It is really, really cool to see you from yesterday and today, gaining a lot of confidence right there and picking the right lines. Who would you like to thank today?
I would like to thank Extreme Machine and Fabrication, VP Racing Fuel, Lone Star Racing, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Sinfab Racing, Flying High, Am Soiled, and Jaden Gerber.
Nice job. Hop up on number 2 once again. And taking the top spot, number 66, Addie Atterbury. Hop on down here, Addie. Nice job up through that. 2 podiums to start round 1 and round 2 today. Your smile says everything. It's really exciting to see you grow into this sport, especially this class that you have right now with the 800 Open. Tell me about your day.
Well, it was pretty good, but when BJ broke, that wasn't good, but then I kind of got around him.
Well, seeing that, what was your spotter telling you in your ear, especially because you don't want to see another competitor break, but you do need to be able to keep going and finish out that race?
He just said foot to the floor.
Foot to the floor. Awesome. Who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank my dad for spotting me, 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Roma Venture Company, my family and friends who could not make it today. are watching.
Oh, that's awesome. I was about to say that, that at least with the live stream, they'll still be able to watch that. Nice job for you. Hop up on number 1. Big round of applause once again for your top 3 finishers in 800 Open. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, great podium there. 800 Opens, getting really exciting to watch, and watching a lot of these young drivers continue to get faster. I mean, we just through 2 rounds have seen them get faster.
Man, it was incredible watching the race progress here today, and it's just, again, still going to get faster as the day goes on. Man, Addie Atterbury standing on top of that box, what a rock star she is. But Chloe Hearn, simply infectious smile she has.
Yeah, it was definitely a good race, and I'm excited to see how things go here. We're moving from 800 Open to some of the bigger cars now. We're moving into youth production. So youth production coming up next, and we are going to continue to get faster, get the cars bigger, and bigger jumps, more action. And, man, we're about midway through our youth morning here, and man, things are really, really lighting up.
Well, we were talking about the big race yesterday, the side-by-side pro race. That was just... I mean, that one's going to live with me for a long time. I don't know about you, Jim, but that one's going to be in my, it's one thing to watch the race too, and it's a whole nother to sit here and spit out your emotions during a race like that. But you know what? I think this class right here has the same kind of action out here. Well, Kyle Niner just dominating yesterday, doing a great job. Tatum Forrester out here. Liam Cadwell with a great performance yesterday. Rylan Gahn out here. Declan Shields. We haven't heard a lot from him. He was able to make the podium once yesterday, but man, normally Declan Shields is all over that podium, so hopefully today he can get it together here in youth production.
Yeah, well, that and Wyatt Schmucker having a great run yesterday as well, finding his way to the podium. Very consistent day for him. Consistency
is key out here, especially as the speeds pick up. Because if you make one mistake out there and you don't stay consistent, there will be somebody there to pick up that tab. Kyle Niner yesterday just pretty much flawless. I think he led it from wire to wire. I don't think he even got challenged. He just ran his own race.
Yep, he just put in the laps, clicked him off, and it was a great day for him. As we take a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid, as you said, Kyle Niner on the pole position, Tatum Forrester there in the second spot, Wyatt Schmucker inside of row number 2, followed by Harper McKinney. Got Evan Atkins, Liam Cadwell, Rylan Gahn there, and then row 5 we're going to see Brenna Gorky and Declan Shields. So that was our Liqui Moly starting grid for the youth production class. Big shout out to our friends at Liqui Moly for coming on board here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Really excited to see them out there as we've got an entire grid full here in youth production. So got the Jones Ford Pace truck bringing them around. Got about a half a lap before we take the green flags. We got them all bunched up and looking nice and pretty, and that's probably about as pretty as they're going to look, because once that green flag drops, chaos is going to happen.
Man, chaos is the right word. You're going to see it go into turn 1 there. Everybody, and I mean everybody in this class, if they're in that, they are going to shuffle around and try to find their position to come out of turn 1 on top. We call that the whole shot in off-road racing, and man, Kyle Niner, great start yesterday. But just like the other classes, start is critical as well. But these guys do have the power. If they don't get a good start, they can drive the car. They can still, as you said yesterday, a great term, they can still pedal the car here, make it through the pack, and find themselves up battling with the leaders. But Kyle Niner, he has the ability, again, if he has a flawless day like he did yesterday, I mean, we might just see a repeat from yesterday in round 1. So here in round 2, can Kyle Niner do the same thing that he did yesterday?
Yeah, and Kyle Niner, I mean, he's definitely the one with a target on his back today. He was flawless yesterday, absolutely flawless. Getting a glimpse further back, a couple of South Point cars. We got Rylan Gahn and Brenna Gorky, a couple of the teammates. I think Rylan having some issues yesterday, running strong at 1 point. So going to be interesting to watch them come from the back. So a couple of the interesting storylines there.
Yeah, I love that livery you were just talking about. It's very Walker Evan-esque.
Yeah.
Is that the right term?
Well, and, the South Point big partners of Walker Evans over the course of his career and things like that. And just the Gahn family in general has done a lot for the sport of off-road over the years, both short course and desert racing. Obviously, South Point hosts the Off-Road Motorsports Hall of Fame every single year as well. So big shout-out to the Gahn family. Great to see them out here racing with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series in 2025 and 2026. We've got that Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off, and we're looking for the green flag.
What a great start we're out to here. Can they get clean through turn 1? Green flag flies. And Who's it going to be as we look into turn one? Can Kyle Niner get the whole shot? Kyle Niner to the inside, staying clean. But on the outside with the move, that's Tatum Forrester.
Now, Forrester, look at that, just shot out of a cannon. So we head up into that tight turn number 2, going to hit that ski jump.
All right, man, different from yesterday. We're going to have a little bit different of a battle. Kyle Niner now and Tatum Forrester. But look at that, Kyle Niner to the inside, staying in, and he was able to get that first place back.
Yep, Niner now going to get some pressure from Forrester.
Yeah, Forrester's not just going to let him have it, so I have a feeling they're going to battle this entire race.
Yeah, there's definitely going to be a battle. Top 3 starting to get a little bit of gap over the rest of the field. But Niner out front, looks like he's got about a car length or 2, but Forrester able to come late break into the corner and narrow the gap just a hair.
Well, and there's a young man that had some issues in turn 2. Hopefully they don't arise today. Wyatt Schmucker, so a little bit of an erratic driving yesterday, but he looks pretty smooth here in this first lap.
Yeah, Schmucker there in the 3rd spot put a little pressure there on Forrester, so it's Niner, Forrester, and Schmucker 1, 2, and 3 as they head down into turn number 2.
On the bike again, Wyatt Schmucker in the exact same place. And man, we were talking about it a lot yesterday, and right there, second lap, Wyatt Schmucker, the exact place he's been on the bike all weekend long.
Yeah, the car just getting upset in that corner for whatever reason as we see him head up over that big step up. So it's Niner still there, getting a little pressure from Tatum Forrester, getting a little breathing room now, a couple car lengths. As we got Schmucker, the wild card Schmucker, in the 3rd spot.
And he's lifting that car up almost every single corner. You can see the tire on the inside get light. I mean, he is literally right on the edge in every single corner.
Was he going to get a glimpse there of the rest of the field? That is Cadwell in the 223. A little bit bigger car than those. Up on the bike. That was Atkins. So, I don't know, maybe it's something about this course, the way it's drying out, causing these cars to go up on the bikes. We've seen a couple of them now. Oh, look at that. That is Atkins right over the top of the rear of that car.
Lots of debris flying, but I don't think there was a lot of damage to either car.
So I believe that was Atkins and Cadwell that got into it there. I don't quite know what happened. I just saw 2 cars tangling with a little bit of shrapnel all over the place.
I think we're going to see that here on the replay as we get looking into that. That looked very, it looked like it was bigger than it is, but it looks like not a lot of damage to either car.
No, both of them continuing on, which is good to see. Look, they got a little bit of battle going. We got a little slicing and dicing.
Hey, man, we were saying it yesterday. You don't really open up that can unless it's brought to you. Oh, right into car over in the out of turn 1. I have a feeling that's going to bring out the full course caution. I just happened to be looking over at your monitor and saw the car roll over coming out of turn 1.
Got a car over there. We got a glimpse of it in turn number 1. So we're going to see if that's going to bring out the caution flag. And it does. It looks like our caution flag is flying now. Car's starting to check up. So we'll get a corrected running order for you as we kind of get things set here. Going to try and get that car that went over back up. Right now we do know Kyle Niner in the 999 is currently leading.
Yeah, that's the absolute worst place you could be, is coming out of turn 1 right there. And I don't know what happened. That car just literally shot up that direction. There was no bobble. I just looked over. That car literally was heading for the wall. So I would think, yeah, you can see the number 45 pretty upset. That's Vincent Weber. But, Vincent Weber, you can see him hit the roof again.
Yeah, he's banging the roof, upset. We don't quite know what happened, if he got a little help or if he just got caught up in his own accident. So,
from what I saw, and this is just from my perspective, I didn't see a car or any contact. I just happened to be looking over, and it just looked like that car lost everything, and he went right into the wall. There was no turning, no stopping, no braking. It just went right in, square into the wall. It didn't veer. It was heading for it.
Well, and sometimes for a driver, that's the most frustrating thing, because when you know it was just you and it wasn't caused by any external forces, that's rough.
Yeah, that's probably the frustration that we're seeing right there from Vincent Weber hitting that roof of that car. And, as you said, that is very frustrating. Lots of things happen in race logistics and race prep to get these things to come out here. And when it all boils down to, you know, a $50 tie rod, you know, to end your weekend, that's very frustrating.
All right, so we are going to get a running order here, courtesy of Liqui Moly. We got Kyle Niner in the 999 currently leading. We got Tatum Forrester in the second spot. Wyatt Schmucker in the third. We got, looks like we had, was that Weber that went over, correct?
Yeah,
so it looks like we're going to have Cadwell and then Atkins, Harper McKinney, and Rylan Gaughan and Brenna Gorky. So
still a packed field of great racers out there. Kyle Niner, though, now getting out front. He's just kind of playing it safe. And Tatum Forrester, though, really aggressive early, trying to make that battle transpire between him and Kyle Niner. This is a caution, so things can change right now because now Forrester is looking Kyle Niner right in front of him. So I have a feeling that Tatum Forrester is probably going to tighten the screws a little tighter right now.
Yeah, and I think one of the battles to watch here is we see that's our glimpse of our top four, but it really is that battle for the fourth position because we got Cadwell and Atkins that have been going at it so far. We've seen a little carnage driving over the top of each other. So really, that fourth spot, that is going to be a battle there with Atkins and Cadwell. So we got that battle up front, and then that fourth spot, man, there is a lot of action going on throughout this field. So going to be an exciting one to watch as this plays out. So this will take the place of our mandatory competition caution. So if we go back to green flag racing, or once we do, we should be able to run this thing to its completion. So no mandatory competition caution now. This will take the place of that. So as we go back to racing, looks like we're going to have about 6 laps to go, I believe.
Yeah, can Tatum Forrester put the pressure to Kyle Niner and come out victorious? Or is Kyle Niner to keep his composure and get it all the way down to the checkered flag?
All right, down into turn number 1. It's like Niner's going to be able to get the whole shot there, getting a little pressure from Forrester. We got Schmucker there in the third as well, as everybody is full send.
Great shot there from the ski jump in the middle of the track. Tatum Forrester and Wyatt Schmucker still, man. You know, I keep saying it. I know the Wild Man. I know that name's already taken, but man.
Wild card. I'm calling him the wild card. Schmucker's the wild card.
Let's go with that. I like it. Let's get it. You know, and I don't know if these kids have nicknames or not unless I, hang out with them and get their nickname. But if he doesn't have one, there it is. Wild card Schmucker. I like that.
Look at that, all the way to the outside, running a little bit different lines than everybody else. And you know what? For whatever reason, it's working for him, though. As Niner, though, currently leading, got about 3 car length lead over Tatum Forrester in the 195.
Well, you know what? We're calling Wyatt the wild card, but, man, he's still fast, and he's still got those 2 in his sights. And he and again, up on the bike in turn 2. I'm almost starting to think he's comfortable getting that car set like that.
Well, it hasn't caused him any issues yet, so he definitely is comfortable with it. Right now, the one person that can't be very comfortable is Kyle Niner because he is getting a lot of pressure from Forrester.
Yeah, this is what I anticipated right here. Tatum Forrester, he's calm, cool, and collected, but as you see, that translates to a lot of speed in the car.
Look at that, way wide line there for Niner as Forrester drops all the way to the bottom, trying to make something happen. Look at that, lifting that rear wheel. Kyle Niner driving it on the ragged edge, trying to prevent Tatum Forrester from getting around.
Tatum Forrester did a great job there, keeping it clean. You saw the car kind of check up just enough to not make contact with Kyle Niner and keeping it clean.
All right, so it is Niner, Forrester, and Schmucker 1, 2, and 3.
Kyle Niner with that traction, getting that inside light on that car. And I'm starting to wonder that's probably just a fast line into turn 1 for these classes. And Kyle Niner, he's not being able to take it easy right now. He has to make sure every single mark is hit perfect.
All right, so Niner now with about a car length lead over Forrester. Schmucker dropped back a couple spots, still in the third, or a couple of car lengths, but still in the third position. So right now the battle is for this lead position. Kyle Niner, Tatum Forrester, 1 and 2, about 0.8 of a second separating them.
Man, it's great to see both these cars work as they go around the track. Very different setups there. Right now, Tatum Forrester are gaining a little ground down the front straightaway, and now they drag race. They are literally bumper to bumper at a very high rate of speed down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Tatum Forrester last lap was about half a second quicker than Kyle Niner. So Forrester now the fastest driver out on track.
Yeah, he's on a mission. He wants that first place. He's hungry, and Kyle Niner's right in front of him. And it's...
Well, as laps continue to dwindle here, we got about 4 to go. But this is the battle here for the lead. Kyle Niner, if he's going to hang on, he's going to have his hands full. As it looks like caution flag has come out.
All right. Yeah, I was just going to make a comment that it looks like the cars are on the binders here, slowing it down. I didn't want to make it until I saw what was going on. But, yeah, the yellow flag is out.
Now we're going to get everybody grouped up. Don't know why the caution flag has flown quite yet, but we got the caution flag out. So we're going to get everybody regrouped up.
We got a car over in turn 6 right there. You can see it right underneath the flag. I didn't even see it. Right, and that's one thing about having the monitors up here sometimes, and we're trying to announce from the monitors so we can announce what you guys see there at home. But if the monitor right there is blocking the track, I couldn't see that rolled over car right there, or that car on the K-rail.
Yeah, Cadwell there, the 223, was the one that brought out the caution. So Cadwell going to get cycled to the rear of the field. So right now, Kyle Niner in the 999 currently leading. Tatum Forrester in the second spot. That's been the battle this morning, is between Niner and Forrester in that 1 and 2. So last couple laps, Forrester actually been faster than Niner, but not able to get around Niner. So Niner going to have his work cut out for him as we go back to green with a handful of laps remaining. And then we've got Wyatt Schmucker in the third spot, dropping back a little there the last lap or two, but still sitting tight in that third spot, showing a lot of speed out here. So we'll see if he's got something a little left in the tank here with a couple laps to go.
Yeah, he's really going to have to reach into it and make it happen, because it's going to be a sprint here until the end. It's really going to come down to what your decision is making here for the second place, because as you see, both Tatum Forrester and Kyle Niner have the speed to get it on top of the box.
Jones Ford pace truck bringing him around. Got a couple corners to go. That pace truck's going to pull off. We're going to back to green flag racing.
I was going to make a comment down there in the back straightaway when they were circling Kyle Niner's car with a drone pilot. You know, now as things get more modern, drone pilot and drone videography is everywhere. But, man, I have so much respect for Brian, our drone pilot. He is such an amazing... if there's such thing as being a fan of a drone pilot, I'm a fan of his.
Well, he's definitely doing a great job getting a lot of this aerial photography for us. Just got to look there at our leaders, Kyle Niner, followed by Tatum Forrester. We got Wyatt Schmucker. Number 31, that's going to be Evan Atkins, Harper McKinney, Rylan Gahn, Brenna Gorky, and then Liam Cadwell going to get cycled to the rear for bringing out that caution, as we've got our Jones Ford pace truck pulling off, and Kyle Niner going to bring us back to the green flag. All right, we are back green flag racing here in youth production. Handful of laps remaining. Kyle Niner bringing us to the green flag through turn number 1. They're down the back stretch. We're going to see if Tatum Forrester's got that speed that he showed earlier. So he dived down into turn number 2.
Yeah, great move. Kyle Niner right now is going to have to spend the rest of his race making sure that keep that car as wide as he can. He's going to have every line covered without taking a line away. But as you see the pressure right there from Tatum Forrester.
Yeah, Forrester, like I said, about a half a lap quicker, just trying to find something, going all the way to the bottom cushion.
Yeah, prime example of what I was talking about right there. Kyle Niner has to take the line away from Tatum Forrester. That slows his forward momentum. And Tatum Forrester, being the racer he is, keeping it nice and clean. He wants to make this pass, but he also wants to make this pass very clean so it doesn't take the risk of taking him out of the race.
Wyatt Schmucker hanging tight in the third spot as well. He's running with that lead pack now. It's just going to take one mistake by Niner, and we've got two drivers ready to pounce. Forrester going to start putting a little pressure, probably going to start leaning, going all the way to the outside, trying to find a new line, outside, inside. Schmucker having to brake to not cause contact with Forrester.
That was merely inches, man. That was a great move right there by Schmucker.
Yeah, you got to give Schmucker a lot of credit. That was very clean on his part. Would have been really easy to drill into the side of Forrester and checked up, and that was a great bit of sportsmanship.
Yeah, same thing with Tatum Forrester. He's doing a great job. Those tires in these corners, you'll see them, they get right within mere inches. Right there is a prime example of what I'm talking about. And both drivers,
we knew contact was going to happen at some point.
Yeah.
They were driving too close.
You know, that's the second time this weekend I've said it, and right after I said it, it happened.
All right, so now Niner got a little bit of breathing room with 2 to go.
Well, let's hope there's no damage to that car. You know, I love these race cars, and they're definitely built to race. But it doesn't matter how much you build these axles, a broken axle can take you out of the race very quickly.
And Forrester, even after that, already all the way back up on Niner. So this is going to be interesting. Obviously, Forrester got the fastest car out on track, just not able to get around Niner. Niner doing one great job of being able to block and play defense here, as Forrester's going to be charging with about a little over a lap to go here. And don't forget about Schmucker.
Sorry about that. It would appear that the wild card is getting impatient. Oh, and I was just going to say, making some mistakes, as we just seen a mistake right there from Tatum Forrester.
Yeah, I think both these drivers getting a little impatient. Niner doing a great job out front, now just hitting his marks and doesn't want to make a mistake. He's got 2 drivers right there lurking as the white flag comes out.
And sure, I told you this was going to be the other race to watch, and it is not disappointing so far.
All right, down the back stretch, it is Niner, Forrester, and Schmucker. 1, 2, 3.
Wow, what a race. What a great race. These 3 doing battle right here in front of us is just making such a great race to watch and sit here and announce. It's awesome.
All right, so we're going to see Forrester going to have a chance to make a move here with a couple corners remaining. We got Niner there. We got, look at that, all the way to the bottom, trying to get a run. And we got Niner shutting the door. 2 corners to go here.
Well, I told you yesterday, Kyle Niner, one of my favorite drivers out here at the Core Series, and he's showing you that I love this driver so much.
Man, Niner going to take away the victory, playing defense all race long, and it is going to be Forrester and Schmucker 1, 2, and 3. So we're going to have Atkins, I believe, going to finish up in the 4th spot. Then we got McKinney and Ryland gone. And I believe it's going to be Brenna Gorky there in the 7th spot. But, you got to give these top 3 drivers, Niner, Forrester, and Schmucker, credit. Raced it clean all race long. No takeout moves. I mean, absolutely great sportsmanship, great hard racing. Congratulations to all 3 podium finishers. What a great race.
It really was. And Kyle Niner, didn't quite get the whole shot in the start of the race in the first lap. But he was a little patient down the back straightaway. Tatum Forrester got the whole shot and got around Tatum early, but then the rest of the race, Tatum Forrester just hounding the bumper. They were inches apart every single lap after lap, inches apart. A little bit of contact there on the last few laps, but you know what? That's what we were talking about. You get a little impatient back there. You want that lead, and I think all 3 did a great job.
All right, and with that, we're going to catch up with our podium finishers. We returned from the break here at Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, 1 powers the Starlink, 1 powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And we are here in Chandler, Arizona for round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This is the season opening weekend at Firebird Motorsports Park. And, well, we just got done with some youth production racing, and it was a trifecta there on the podium of great racers. I mean, clean racing, hard-fought battle all the way to the end, Mark.
Yeah, I'm so proud of Kyle Niner out there. I told you I'm a fan of Kyle Niner, but, man, Tatum Forrester, he did not give Kyle that win. Kyle had to stay up on that and make sure they keep that car well out in front. He tried to keep that car as wide as he could, and it paid off for him at the end.
Well, now we get a glimpse here at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results for youth production. It was, in fact, Kyle Niner taking the number 1 spot. Tatum Forrester finishing up in 2nd. Wyatt Schmucker in 3rd. We had Evan Atkins in 4th. Harper McKinney rounding out our top 5. And then 6 through 9, it was Rylan Gahn, Brennan Gorky, and then Liam Cadwell and Vincent Weaver having some issues there, finishing up in 8th and 9th position.
Yeah, and an exciting, visually exciting race right there. You know, we're talking about the big race that happened yesterday, but this is one of my favorite races here of the weekend was right here.
Get a glimpse of that amazing winner circle out here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and looks like we've got Tiffany Stone standing by with our top 3.
Awesome, guys. Yeah, that was a great race for the youth production. We're going to start with our 3rd place finisher. Bring him down here, Wyatt Schmucker. Now, Wyatt, that was some good sportsmanship, good racing out there. The guys in the booth really complimented how clean you were driving out there, pretty much all the way to the very, very end. Even that last turn that we all saw here. Walk me through how the day was for you.
Yeah, no, we started off rough. I just need to get better at my lines. Yesterday was rough. But towards the end, the last 4 laps, I really just put it down and started to click everything together, and, yeah, it was great.
Well, we always talk about seat time is everything, so what you're talking about is what every driver goes through, just picking the correct lines, having that seat time. Who would you like to thank today?
Yeah, most importantly, God. Thank you, all you guys, for putting this on, my mom and dad, the Forrester family, 2X Motorsports, UPR, Porto Tucson, Levine Management, Finder BK, and everyone at home, Tatum, Kyle, great job, boys, and, yeah.
It looks like you guys are a bunch of friends out there. Love seeing all this. You can hop up back up on number 3. And taking the 2nd place spot, Tatum Forrester, hop on. We'll talk right here. Do you want to stay up here? We'll stay there. Perfect. So thoughts about the yellow. Obviously, it's a lot to get back into that mindset for you. And then putting on the pressure, of course, with Kyle right in front of you. Do you want to tell you, fastest lap time, 51.844. So you're putting out some fast laps out there. How was it for you for round 2?
It was good, just I was on Kyle's butt and giving him the pressure, trying to get around him, blocking my inside lines. I was pushing hard, and when that yellow came around, I was just going to try and make the pass on the yellow, but he's fast. It's good competition. I got around him at the start and tried to hold it, but he got me. It's a good battle.
Well, we were saying, this entire class up here, the top 3, great sportsmanship all the way to the very, very end. Who would you like to thank today?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my aunt, my Tyler, all my friends and family that help out. Economy Plumbing, 2X, 518 Designs, Lone Star Performance, Rugged Radios, UPR, R&R Steel. I think that's it.
Awesome. Nice job. Number 2. Taking the top spot, number 999, Kyle Niner, doing it again. Hop on down here for me. Now, when having the restart after the yellow, how do you keep your head into the race? Obviously, you're out there, but then when you have that, you got to go for the whole shot again. With that being said, what's your spotter also saying with you?
He's just telling me to do my best to keep my head straight and just protect my lines as much as I can and don't push too hard and mess up, because that's how they're going to get by.
And you did have 2 great drivers behind you, still picking great lines all the way to the very end. We've already talked about it. How do you keep 2 great drivers off of you, knowing when to pick the great lines, knowing when to have that sportsmanship, and then taking it all the way to the checkered?
Truly, these two boys behind me are phenomenal drivers. It's luck of the draw at this point. It's anybody's race. It's just a matter of fact and who can hold their lines and who's the cleaner racer at the end of the race.
Who would you like to thank for taking that top spot in round 2?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Hurley Motorsports, Sneaky Tunes, JG Racing, Kinetic, all my friends and family. Thank you guys, and especially these boys for putting on the clean race. Good job, everyone.
Nice job. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers and youth production. Back up to you guys.
Man, the camaraderie there, that was great. You got 3 kids that went out there, did battle, and, they're shaking, high-fiving at the finish line. And, man, what a great race. That's what you love to see. Sportsmanship was awesome. Racing was clean, and probably one of the best races we've seen on the day so far.
Yeah, man, as I was saying, this is one of my favorite races here today as well. Kyle Niner did a great job there. All 3 drivers out front there, they have the ability, they have the speed, but, man, 3 very distinctively different driving styles. Kyle Niner, a little bit of both of the ragged edge and poise. The
race was so good, it left you speechless, buddy. It left you speechless. I love it. That's a good race when Mark loses his voice.
I don't ever do that either, man. I don't know what happened there. My computer, I just heard the Windows doo-doo-doo right in my head. But Tatum Forrester, geez, everything went crazy. He had to get pretty aggressive there. And the man that is really aggressive, the wild card that we got at Wired Smucker. And that's why I said 3 very distinctively different drivers. I totally unplugged on that one. I don't know what happened.
It happens to the best of us, buddy. But, so that one is in the books, youth production. That means we are moving on to youth restricted, another slam-packed class here in youth racing. Got a couple of races left. We got youth restricted, and then we are going to move into youth side-by-side. That's going to round out our morning session of youth racing. But speeds are going to continue to pick up, and this is one of our best races yesterday. One of the closest races we saw all day yesterday was youth restricted, as we get these guys and girls all gridded up, and about 13 of them are going to be hitting on the track. And I got to tell you, these things are fast, and it was close racing yesterday.
Seriously, a lot of action yesterday, as that wasn't a lot of our classes. This was another one. Timothy Jones, he's a long career racer. He's been racing for a while in the 170 cars, but this year stepping it up in here to the youth restricted, a lot bigger car, a lot bigger deal. He rolled yesterday, so unfortunately he's got a lot to make up today. Ryder Greco, always tough. He's on top. He's in P1. And Crewhart, we were talking about the camaraderie with the race that just finished right there. Ryder Greco, Crewhart, Ryder Forrester, and BJ Hawthorne. There's a lot of camaraderie, and they know how each other races right here.
Yeah, we've got a lot of, I hate to say veterans because this is youth racing, but some veteran youth racers here, and they absolutely threw down in round number 1. Looking forward to round number 2. We've got the absolute, some of the best racing we're going to see here. We've got the Jones Ford Pace Truck, and we've got 13 cars getting ready to roll out into the arena here because we're getting ready to do battle with some of the best in the business from youth racing here in Chandler, Arizona. This is going to be round 2 of your youth restricted here in the championship off-road racing series, and looking forward to see how this one shakes out.
Maybe we can get a facade out there like the Roman arena out there as they enter the track. You are entering the arena.
Definitely would be good as we get a glimpse here of the Liquid Molly Youth Restricted starting grid. Take us through these rows.
Number 151 in P1, that's Ryder Greco, the one we were just talking about. Right next to him, Crewhart, that is the rivalry. It's a very friendly rivalry between the two. We're going to watch it unfold. Ryder Forrester in the 695 in row 2. BJ Hawthorne, row 2 on the outside. Jackson Carter to the inside of row 3. The 611, Blaine Proctor in the 213. Rounded out with Hudson McCormick and Timothy Jones with a bad day of racing yesterday.
Yeah, then we got Laith Earp and Blaine Proctor in row number 5, Triton Lawrence and Timothy Jones in row number 6, and then in row number 7 we got Addie Atterbury and Cooper Hoganis. So that's going to round out our 13-car field in youth restricted and the Liquid Molly starting grid as we've got our Jones Ford Pace Truck bringing these drivers around, and we're getting ready to drop the green flag in about half a lap. Give me some of the ones to watch here, Mark.
So Cooper Hoganis, right out of the bat, this is a new class for him for the weekend, so he's got a lot to prove. I personally think he is ready for this class 100%. I think I shouldn't even be in the 170s right now. I would love to see him. I know the family listens to me, Greg, and everybody there at the Hoganis family, make sure that they listen because, man, I want to see these kids focus on this class. I think they're worth it, but Mom is a wreck right now. I'm just telling you, she's watching this race, literally biting her nails. I said it yesterday. I know she's a wreck as well. But Cooper Hoganess, I think he's got a lot to prove, and I'm not going to be surprised if he ends up top 5.
All right, so we got that Jones Ford pace truck pulling him around, getting a glimpse here. This beautiful track, beautifully groomed track here in Chandler, Arizona, here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Drivers getting those last-minute jitters out, and this is going to be fun with Greco and Hart on that front row going into turn number 1 here momentarily. It is going to be excitement. Gloves are off. We're going to have an all-out slugfest here in the youth-restricted division, round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series here in Chandler, Arizona at Firebird Motorsports Park.
That's the best way to say it. The gloves are off. There ain't going to be nobody holding back in this race as they come down the front straightaway waiting for the green flag. And, man, turn 1 is going to get spicy.
All right, so it's going to be Greco and Hart bringing us to the green flag, and it is all-out war here in youth restricted.
Well, great start, pretty clean so far. The Greco car out front, and it's as the grid is lined up. It's Greco, it's Hart, it's Forrester, and it's B.J. Hawthorne.
They are side by side heading into turn number 2. It is going to be Greco all the way to the bottom. Looks like Hart's going to fall into the second spot to go with a big ski jump.
Yeah, they're really trying to find the groove out there right now. You can see the cars shuffling around as they come out the ski jump. Set it up perfect there in turn 3. Ryder Greco, and I know he knows that 36 car, and Crew Hart's right behind him.
That's going to be Hawthorne there in the 3rd spot. So right now it is going to be Greco, Hart, Hawthorne, 1, 2, 3. So they weave their way through this center portion of the course.
Ryder Greco now starting to extend a little bit as he comes into turn 4. And turn 5 rather, and B.J. Hawthorne right there, you know, he has the ability to run up there with these two.
I got a glimpse there of the 6'11 of Jackson Cotter now putting a little pressure there on Hawthorne, trying to take that 3rd spot away.
Well, I love seeing the Cotter car out here. I've been seeing them all over motorsports, including out in the desert. So it's great to see Jackson Cotter back out here in short course racing.
Looks like Cotter all the way to the bottom, going to draw. He's going to get a tire there on a Hawthorne. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it stick.
Well, if I know Hawthorne, he's going to close the door right here, just like he did right there, taking the line away from Jackson Cotter.
Yeah, Cotter going to have to try again in the next corner. Didn't have it as we go all the way up to the front there.
Yeah, we're watching this battle unfold while the other two in front of them trying to keep it clean. Ryder Greco, you can see them over there at the top of your screen. And right now, Jackson Cotter, little bump right there going into turn 4 as they drop down into turn 5 and exit in 6 down the front straightaway.
Yeah, this is the battle for 3rd here. We got Hawthorne holding off the hard-charging Cotter. Cotter going outside, inside, nothing able to stick there. As we got the number 72, that is Hawthorne riding that bottom line, not giving anything. He's going to try and make Cotter take the hard way around on the outside as we come down the front stretch.
And that's really what it's going to come down to. Cotter is really going to have to get aggressive and take a line that might put him out a little uncomfortable, because B.J. Hawthorne and him, they're equal in skill level as they drag race down the back straightaway. He's really going to have to make a move that's going to have to be pretty aggressive to get around B.J. Hawthorne. Here it is. They might have made it right there in turn 2. As you look at your screen there, you can see the rest of the field coming in through turn 2.
And we'll have that mandatory competition caution at the midway point. So we'll re-rack them, restack them, get everybody bunched back up. This one's slated for 10 laps out here in Chandler.
Yeah, 10 laps. Now that the cars are getting a little faster, the 10 laps is literally going to be over in a blink of an eye. So you really, if you have a move and you know what you got to make your move fast in this class.
I was get a glimpse there. That is our leaders. It is still Greco leading. It's Hart in the 2nd spot. Just the way they started is the way they're running now.
Yeah, Greco, as I said, always here in the front. So far that I've seen out here in Cora with the whole Greco family, that team's solid, man. They got it all together, and I think they, have stepped out as one of the teams to beat out here at Cora.
Yeah, Greco and Hart almost completely evenly matched cars right now, just going lap time for lap time as they continue to check off laps here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, you don't really get to see how fast it is out there until the cars are side by side like they are right there, B.J. Hawthorne and Jackson Cotter. But the reality is, man, if if they're 1-2, they're hauling it, and they're trying to everything they can to find speed. As I was just talking about it, Jackson Cotter trying to find that line. He just made a little bit of an error right there, going too tight on that corner.
Yeah, it looked like he was trying an outside-inside, nothing there. Cotter just been all over the back of Hawthorne for a good 2 or 3 laps now. Hawthorne playing some great defense in the 72, just nothing there for Cotter.
For real, man, that is an incredible observant of that. Very observant of you to see that, because he is definitely keeping that car fat and happy through the whole track.
And look at this, all the way to the bottom. It is Hart trying to get around Greco for the lead. Nothing there. So they draw even over the big ski jump. Hart going to fall back into second place again. Going to have to try here as they head into the step up.
Yeah, they really have to make sure and plan their move just right, because both competitors, they know what to do to make the move, and they know what to do to block the move. So it's kind of like offense, defense going back on, and it's like if there was a green light, that offense, defense light is switching between both cars.
Yeah, Hart trying a little bit different lines, trying a little outside, inside, dropping all the way to the bottom cushion. Greco just continuing to hit his marks, not leave anything open for Hart.
Yeah, and that makes your patience wear pretty thin. You know, you think you're doing everything you can, but that car just lap after lap continues to stay right there.
Yeah, they're just almost identical lap times, lap after lap here, with Greco continuing to lead Hart. Hart going down the backstretch, looks like he's going to try and draw even. Having to tuck back in, though, nothing there.
Yeah, there's no drag race in these two cars. It's crystal clear. If you had it remote control, they were doing exactly everything they do that the drag race is going to do.
All right, we've got Greco all the way to the bottom. Hart taking about the same line. He's been trying to get a run up to this step up. Just nothing there. So you got Greco dropping all the way to the bottom again, protecting. Hart's going to have to make a hairy pass if he's going to try and make something happen. At this point, we've got the mandatory competition caution coming up here shortly. So we might see a lot of drivers. Oh, as we got Cotter all the way outside. That was Hawthorne all the way to the bottom.
Yeah, that was smart for Hawthorne to stay there. And Cotter's not, he's relentless with his attack on that third place.
All right, so we've got the mandatory competition caution underway here. We're going to regroup and restack these drivers. And right now, earlier this weekend, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with one of our new partners here in Championship Off-Road Racing, Liquid Molly.
All right, so whenever you're at a racetrack, it's not only about the vehicles that brought you there, but definitely about the vehicles that you want to race. And I'm here with Jacob from Liquid Molly. Now, talk to me about everything you've got for our racers.
So this weekend we brought out a bunch of our products. We're doing high-quality lubricants and additives. Everything's made in Germany. Focused a lot on the racing community. Covered a lot of different aspects of racing, whether it be power sports, marine, obviously automotive. But we have a few items here, 550 from Mollygen line, 2050 from our oldest style motors, and then we have a power sports line up front. We have a bunch of different additives, whether it be for your power sports items right here. We have a gun tech item for firearms and archery, and then we have a whole line of automotive products as well.
Well, this is awesome, and I do know that you have some generator oil, so anybody that's hanging out here, if you do have your RV or camper, because no race weekend is complete without that, you need a place to stay. So if you have any questions, you need to look at anything, or of course check out all of the great products, Jacob's over here. He'll give you the lowdown, and I am so excited that they've come on to help us out for this season. It's great to have you guys out here.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, great to have Liquid Molly on board, supporting us in multiple ways out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. As we are at the little past the midway point here in Youth Restricted, I want to set the stage here as we've got one corner to go. We're going to see that pace truck pull off, go back to Green Flag Racing, but it's Ryder Greco and Crew Hart 1 and 2. They've been having a great battle, as well as BJ Hawthorne and Jackson Cotter in 3rd and 4th. So, man, this podium definitely still up for grabs. So we're going back Green Flag Racing for the last 4 laps.
Yeah, Jackson Cotter, he's going to have to really make a move if he wants to battle with the top 2. Otherwise, it's going to be rinse and repeat. Both of these guys are going to be battling out for the prospective positions And that's going to put the battle with Hart and Greco right back on top. But look at this. Jackson Connor getting a little impatient, trying to make the move there in turn 2 for that 3rd place.
Yeah, and Hart was all the way to the bottom there trying to find something that wasn't there with Greco. Greco been hitting his marks in 151 all race long, just not leaving any door open for Hart.
No, and you absolutely cannot make that mistake. You leave that door open for Hart, there's no doubt. He'll kick that door in if you let him.
Yeah, so Greco now pulling about 1 to 2 car length lead over Hart. Hart continued to stalk Greco, trying to force a mistake. Been very, very patient there in the 2nd spot, but I think as the laps continue to dwindle, Hart knows if there's going to be a victory in sight, he may have to throw caution to the wind and try and make a move.
Yeah, once again, Greco's got to play it smart. He's got a field behind him that knows what it takes if they get out front to do the same thing that he's doing. Set that pace and make the rest of it follow the leader, and that's exactly what Greco's doing.
Well, and we've got something almost identical happening there in the 3rd spot. We got Hawthorne there in the 3rd spot. We got Cotter in the 4th. Cotter all the way to the bottom. Little contact.
Yeah, they touched.
Oh, they got. Oh, man, that is Hawthorne up and over the berm. Cotter now on the berm. Cotter going to get around Hart. Nope, Hart going to take it back. They're going to drop back to, I believe it looks like 6th and 7th position. So the patience did not pay off for either one of them, as we're going to reset the entire top 5 of this as we go back up to the leader. Hart diving all the way down, trying to get around Greco. Greco continuing to slam the door.
Yeah, maybe I saw it wrong, but the way I saw it right there, the door was open. Cotter was able to get in, and I just think that B.J. Hawthorne closed the door just a little too hard on Jackson. So I put that air in B.J. Hawthorne's corner.
All right, so back up front, we've got Greco leading Hart. That's the way it's been from the drop of the green flag. They've run almost identical lap times thus far with about 8 laps in, and we're going to get a replay now of what happened earlier with Hawthorne and Cotter.
Yeah, you'll see it right here. Cotter's coming into the inside there at turn 2. The other car is just straight outside and watch it right there. Bam, you can see the 72 just take the line away from Cotter.
Yeah, 72 trying to pinch down and just up and over Cotter, and cost them both about 3 or 4 positions. Tough break for them. Had a very good race going for that 3rd and final podium spot. So you're going to get shuffled back into the field now as we go back up front with Greco and Hart. 1 and 2 since a drop of the green flag, identical, almost in tandem around this track here at Firebird Motorsports Park. And with about 2 to go, now it's going to be 1 to go with a white flag coming out. We're going to see if Hart has got anything in there for Greco.
Well, yeah, this is definitely still the race. Anything can happen, you know. If Greco doesn't make one mistake, it's going to end this way. But, man, if there is one door, if he has to be inside, everything has to protect that inside line, as you see Crew Hart up there on the bike.
Yeah, half a lap remaining now as they go over the big ski jump. It is Greco leading Hart. Hart going to have about 3 corners to go to try and make something happen here. So they're going to head to that big step up.
Wow.
Little bit of a gap now with Greco over Hart. Looks about 2 car lengths. So Greco finally, after 9 laps, getting a little bit of breathing room.
Well, just one more corner to negotiate as they come down the front straightaway. Carson Greco, what a great race there. What a great race to watch. And the battle for 3rd place still unfolding right behind him. Great job to Carson Greco.
Yeah, Greco and Hart going to finish 1 and 2. And then it looks like we may have Forrester sliding into that 3rd and final podium spot. So great job for Ryder Forrester. So it's going to be Greco, Hart, Forrester, 1, 2, 3. Forrester just sitting back this entire race, let the race unfold, slides in there on the last lap to take the final podium spot. Great bit of racecraft and smart driving for Ryder Forrester.
Yeah, Ryder Greco rather, and I made Ryder Forrester did a great job, but Ryder Greco, where I was trying to say this, I've made this mistake because Carson Greco's always out here. I just made the mistake, and I hope I wasn't doing it the whole race. I hope I wasn't calling Ryder Carson the whole time.
All right, so we are going to go to a short commercial break here with our youth restricted drivers now shuffling their way to the podium. When we return, we're going to have interviews with our top 3 here at Championship Off-Road Racing at Firebird Motorsports Park.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the Cartown Group up.
That's turn 4.
Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And welcome back here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We are here for round number 2 at Firebird Motorsports Park, just wrapping up Youth Restricted Racing. And what a battle we had all the way to the finish in this one. Mark, I mean, what did you think of that race?
Well, Ryder Greco did a great job at protecting that lead. He led pretty much wire to wire in this race. But, man, it wasn't easy for Ryder to keep Crewhart at bay right there. Did a great job out of Crew, and Ryder Greco trying to make every move he could, Crewhart. But the big story was what unfolded behind them with taking out Jackson Cotter as he collided with BJ Hawthorne in turn 2. So unfortunately, both of them dropped way back.
Yeah, so we get a glimpse there at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results here. And, man, what a great battle by all of these drivers here. Good, clean racing, multiple fights throughout the podium, that top spot, and then the third and final spot on the podium. None of it being decided till the last lap. You got to love when something goes down to the wire like it did in this one. And Youth Restricted definitely didn't disappoint today. So we get a glimpse there of our Championship Off-Road Racing Series winners circle, and I'm going to toss it down to the third member of our team, Tiffany Stone, with our top 3.
Thank you so much, guys. Nice job out there. It's pretty much a repeat of round 1, going into round 2 with our top 3 finishers. Talking to our third place finisher, Ryder Forrester. Now, Ryder, it really seemed like you let that race unfold, see what happened in front of you, and then in that last lap, capitalized on a few mistakes of the drivers in front of you and taking home that third place today. How are you feeling?
Good.
Who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, my dad, my brother, Tyler, for working on my cars, 2X Motorsports, Economy Plumbing, Seal Savers, UPR, Rugged Radios, and anyone else.
Awesome. Nice job. Way to capitalize on the mistakes, driving all the way to the very end. Third place finish for you. Now heading over here, number 36, Crewhart. Crew. Now you were pretty even the first half over here with Ryder. Flawless. It was great. I loved watching it. Your lap times pretty much were identical. Now, since the drop of the green in the second half, what was your thought process to continue pushing Ryder and stay in that spot that you're in?
I just stayed calm, and I knew there was 4 laps left, so I was pushing to get there. But he's a good fight, so.
Well, I know you guys are all friends with all of this and outside of here and outside of the track as well. With that being said, being able to go back and forth with your friends out there on the racetrack, what does it mean to you, especially here in round 2?
I don't know.
I know it's got to mean a lot of good things for you. Well, who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, God upstairs, 2X for grooming my tires, Rugged Radios for the late thing. My radios weren't working. Hoosier Tires, Wade, Polaris, Sneaky, and anyone else I'm forgetting. Thank you.
Nice job. Number 36, Crew Hart. All right, Ryder, I'm going to have you drop down over here. Nice job. 151, Ryder Greco. Talking about that with when we were talking just with Crew, you guys, lap times identical. Pushing out front, I do know that a lot of drivers like being out front. They like being chased down a little bit. With that smile, I can see that you enjoy it as well. What's your spotter saying to you to make sure that you're staying out front, staying cool?
Just pay attention, watch out behind you, and run good lines.
So you are a person who likes to be chased down a little bit. So second half, you were setting the pace out there, picking the correct lines, making sure that you were able to take that top spot. Who would you like to thank today for round 2?
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, Bryson and Jacob, my brother Carson, EVP Mode, Kirky, SRI, SPA, 5i Designs, and happy birthday to my grandma.
Oh, I love that. Nice job. Hop back up on number 1. A big round of applause for your top 3 finishers today for round 2. Back up to you guys.
Yeah, what a great race. Clean battle by all these drivers. Youth restricted, definitely. The race was on point today, Mark. And speaking of on point, we got one more left before we take our intermission here in the youth racing. We got youth side-by-side on tap, and feel like every single race got a little bit quicker, a little bit faster, a little bit better. Closer racing, tighter racing, better battles, and it's all building up here to youth side-by-side.
Yeah, this one's not going to disappoint. Mikey Childress is out there, and Mikey Childress was able to race a little higher class, another class here earlier in round 1. So here in round 2, Mikey Childress with P1 here, and Cash Hart, younger brother Crew Hart, as we just saw. And you know this young man, Cody Krantz, out here, and Brennan Corky. It promises to get spicy during this race.
Yeah, as we get a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid for youth side-by-side. Inside row number 1 on the pole position, it is going to be Mikey Childress, followed by Cash Hart in the number 2 in the number 2 spot. And we got Cody Krantz all the way from the Midwest, making his debut in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series in round number 1 and round number 2. We got Brennan Gorky there in the 138 outside of row number 2, and then Rylan Gaughan in the number 62, wrapping up our top 5 in youth side-by-side.
Yeah, just like the last race, there's a lot of veterans in this class, so they know what they have a plan. They're going to execute it right now during this race. And this is another race that, you know, your strategy's got to be played out perfect, man. Or any one of these, if they've got the right answer out here, they can be on top of the box.
Well, this one I think is going to get really, really interesting because obviously yesterday, Mikey Childress just on another level. Yeah. But you've got a couple drivers in Cash Hart. You know, he's putting it all together. You've got Cody Krantz, and it was his first time ever at this track. So he was learning a lot yesterday, talked with him, and he's ready to come back and, for day number or round number 2 and really try and put it together. So I think this is going to be a pretty racy field as we got some last-minute track prep going on as that Jones Ford pace truck is going to be bringing us to the green flag.
Yeah, you know, it's one thing to decide you get your kids and you want to get them into racing. You buy a race car, you get them out here, and you do your best you can. I'm not saying that there's anything bad or wrong about it. I'm just saying that that's one thing. But it's a whole nother thing to come from a long pedigree. As you know, as a race family, you know, your dad raced, your grandpa raced, everybody raced, and now here you are holding up that family tradition, that family flag for this. And Mikey Childress is a junior. Mikey Childress, an off-road racing legend. He's out here spotting for him, and he comes from a long pedigree, as you do, just in off-road racing.
Yeah, definitely. His dad, Mikey Childress, obviously lots of Baja wins on a bike. Also accomplished four-wheel racer as well. A lot of wins in Class 1 and various other divisions. So great to see the next generation of Childress out here. And we've got the Jones Ford pace truck pulling off, and it's going to be green flag racing here momentarily in round number 2 of youth side-by-side here at All right, Mikey Childress all the way to the bottom. That's going to be Hart going to the outside. Oh, look at that little bump in and Hart around Childress.
Yes, indeed. Hart was able to walk away with a hole shot there as they come into turn 2. Mikey Childress, so already trying to make a move. Cash almost throwing her away right there in turn 2. A little bit of over rotation.
Hart to the bottom. Now Childress to the bottom. Slides up. Contact. Hart kind of getting ejected out to the left. Rubbing his race, and Mikey Childress almost tripling it in number 84. So Hart now back to second place. You got Cody Krantz in the third spot.
Well, what I saw there, I'm not saying it's sure, but from my perspective, it looked like Mikey Childress bumped him first, got him out of shape in that turn, and then Cash had nowhere to go, kept going, and then they made the second contact. So it looked like there were 2 points of contact there in turn 5.
This one's slated for 10 laps. We will have a mandatory competition caution. We'll regroup them at some point in this race. As we get an aerial footage there of turn number 1. That is Cody Krantz and the Bikeman Performance Machine making his way down the backstretch.
Man, what a great field here. As we've been talking about, the races are just going to get faster and faster as the day progresses. Well, this is definitely a prime example of that. All right, here's going to come that replay of what we were just talking about in turn 5 between Mikey Childress and Cash Hart. Watch for the bump in the beginning to get him out of shape. And that's a little after, but then the tag right there. But I do believe prior to that, what we just saw, I do believe that Mikey Childress might have made contact just before that one. I could be wrong. I could be 100% wrong.
All right, so now back up front, we've got Mikey Childress now with about a 5-car length lead over Cash Hart in the number 2 in the number 2 spot. So we're going to see if Cash Hart can recollect himself and make a run here on Mikey Childress. We saw that pass. Childress had the pole, and Hart got around him in the first corner. So we know Hart's got it in him. We're just going to see if that car, if he can put it all together and make a run here on Childress.
Well, Cash Hart is definitely going to have to take advantage on the restart when here after the competition yellow. As you said, both cars have the speed to do it, and Cash Hart was out front. And hopefully on the next round, if Cash is going to maintain that first place, there won't be any contact on the 2 if there's going to be a pass. Cash Hart, though, really throwing it into the corners, and we were talking about that yesterday. Sometimes that helps, sometimes you lose speed throwing it that deep into a corner.
And it looks like the gap between first and second continue to remain about the same. So Childress definitely not pulling away from Hart by any means. So we'll see. And like you said, I think at the mandatory competition caution, that's when Hart's really going to have a shot at Childress.
Yeah, I think at this point he just has to play it safe, save the car. You know, you got to save the car here for the second half because if you're leading a little and you get past, there's a little bit of frustration there, and you really, really, really want to get that lead back. So if I was Cash Hart, I'd play this one safe, wait for the restart, come racing again.
As we got that flyover drone shot there, that is a Bikeman performance car of Cody Krantz.
Yeah, great drone work right there by Brian, and I do believe we got another gentleman out there as well. His name is Max. So Max, Brian, great job, man, out there flying those drones.
Up and over that step, almost tripling it in the number 22. Cody Krantz doing a great job trying to get into this fight. Another one, he's solid there in third. Might be laying back a little bit, trying to see what happens here after that restart.
Yeah, maybe a little strategy there out of the Bikeman car. Krantz is going to have to make it work, though, in his advantage as well. Whoa, and why was that? Okay, so we got a lap traffic. I thought that was going to be Cash Hart into frame.
So we got Cody Krantz now moving up onto Hart for the second spot. So we talked about Mikey Childress, but right now Cash Hart going to have his hands full with Cody Krantz.
Yeah, I was mistaken. That indeed was Hart. So Krantz is really putting the heat to second place of Cash Hart.
And look at that. Krantz now all over the back of Hart. Hart trying to get back in it with Childress, and now he's got his hands full with the number 22 Bikeman performance car there of Krantz.
I'm trying to look in the rear of Cash's car. I'm wondering if he has a tire going down there on the left side right there. I could be wrong again, but let's hope not because of the contact that was made earlier.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the lap times here, and it looks like Cash Hart definitely fallen off the pace. So Krantz able to soak up that gap to Hart. So Hart may have some kind of tire going out or some kind of issue with his car, but Cody Krantz now all over the back.
Yeah, I'm really trying to find that in Cash's car. No telltale signs from our vantage point that we see here on the monitor. But whatever it is, whatever's slowing that car down, let's hope he gets it back together for the second half.
Yeah, we got Rylan Gahn here in the number 62 South Point machine, up and over that big flyaway ski jump.
That was inches away from that car. Good job, Ryan.
All right, there's our leader. Haven't talked about Mikey Childress much since the opening laps because he has been out on his own, just running away with things in the number 84 as he's going to bring us to that mandatory competition caution.
Matt.
And as we bring him through to this mandatory competition caution, we were able to talk about with our current third place position sitter, Cody Krantz, earlier on this weekend with Tiffany Stone.
Here with Cody Krantz. Now, Cody is a multi-class champion in other series, coming out to race with us in the desert. Now, tell me how you feel and what do you think it's going to take to get a championship over here?
I just got to be consistent like how it was in the other series and just try to find our way through the race season and try to secure another championship.
Well, as somebody who's won multiple championships before, what's the biggest takeaway that you've got from that? If you were going to tell somebody else to race and how to be a champion, what would you tell them?
I'd just tell them I'd be by their side the whole time and tell them that if they were in my car, I'd tell them I've won multiple championships in that car and I know that car's fast.
Wonderful. Well, we've got some spotters coming out here. What do you think your spotter's going to say to you in your ear this weekend?
I just got to be consistent and find those lines.
Wonderful. Well, like he said, when you've won a few championships and you're coming out here to race in the West, he kind of knows what he's doing out here, and I'm excited to see what he's up to.
Well, he definitely knows what he's doing, currently sitting in the third spot and you side by side. I tell you what, right before the mandatory competition caution flew, Cash Hart had his hands full with young Cody Krantz.
Yeah, I hope Cash Hart doesn't have a car going away on him because Krantz will definitely capitalize on that. But Mikey Childress, man, once he got around Cash Hart, it's just been business as usual. A day at the office. He's checking out.
He's got our drivers now bunched up behind that Jones Ford Pace truck. A couple corners ago, we'll go back to green flag racing. So right now, current running order, it is Mikey Childress up front in the number 84, Cash Hart in the number 2 in the second spot. We got the Bikeman Performance Car, Cody Krantz in the number 22 in the third spot. Then we got Rylan Gahn, South Point Casino in the 62, as well as Brenna Gorky in the 138.
Well, here it is, the Jones Ford Pace trucks pulling off. We're going to go green this time around and witness the conclusion of the youth side-by-side. Great start. All the cars seem to be on the jump. Order is as going in. No changes here from the starting grid on this second half.
And Childress, like he was shot out of a cannon on that restart. He saw what happened on the last green flag when Hart got around him. He goes, I am not allowing that to happen again. And Childress just shot out of a cannon now. Hart in the number 2 going to have his hands full with Krantz. Krantz sitting back there stalking Hart as Hart's trying to get back in this with Mikey Childress.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I know Cash Hart can feel the pressure going on to him from Cody Krantz, man. So he's going to have to run a clean race as well. But all three, there's a little bit of a slip up.
Yeah, our leader spun out. So Mikey Childress, as we're talking about him, spins out, keeps it interesting. Now Hart's going to inherit the lead. We're going to have Krantz in the second spot. So it looks like we've got a replay coming at you here on the Racer Plus app. What a great...
Yeah, what a change of the events, though.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Here it is. You can actually watch him. He actually got a little aggressive. You can see him pull it out. He went way wide into the marbles, and he actually spun out. And then we were talking about that yesterday. You can see how slippery the marbles are right there. You got to stay out of that.
Well, that was a change-up, man. So Childress now all the way into the third spot. Going to have his work cut out for him, trying to make his way back up to the front.
Back to that replay. We were able to get it back together coming. This is a different angle. You can see Childress on the bike. That's actually what caused him to get outside of that corner.
Yeah, he was able to save it. Great piece of racecraft and driving there for Childress, able to bring it back down, save the crash. Borderline almost put it on its lid. So great piece of driving there. Looks like Childress able to get around Gone to take that third spot. Now he's going to be on the hunt for Cody Krantz and Cash Hart.
Yeah, Mikey Childress, he's not going to let that mistake just go unaddressed. He's going to make sure he gets some power back out. He wants to be back up front.
Well, lots of changing happening over this course as it continues to dry out and more laps get turned on it. So some of these corners going to get changed a bit as we got Cash Hart in the number 2. Currently our leader here with only a couple of laps remaining. Got to hit that big step up, nice and clean. Looks like Cody Krantz a little over a second and a half back in the number 2 spot. But right now the number 2 of Cash Hart out front, currently leading, putting in some clean laps. Working his way around this track, hitting his marks, and that's the biggest thing. White flag flying, he's got 1 lap to go. Doesn't want to make any mistakes as this track continues to go away. We've got some ruts and some bumps starting to form that weren't there in the corners. Doesn't want to put it up on the bike like Childress, so he's going to try and run a clean lap. Got a pretty good chunk of breathing room between him and the number 2 spot there of Cody Krantz.
Yeah, I know Cash Hart, this isn't the way that he wants to take this win, but, Mikey Childress with a big mistake there. Cash Hart will take it anyway if he can get it.
Yeah, now we've got Childress there in the 3rd spot, trying to hunt down Krantz with only a couple corners remaining. We'll see if Childress has got it in him to chase down Cody Krantz as they head over that step up.
Well, that's about all he can do is regain as many positions as he can here. And after a mistake like that, and he's just got to drive it in, and it's all about the points from this point on.
Yeah, so Hart in the number 2, going to bring us around this final corner to the finish. We got Childress hunting down Krantz, but I don't think he's going to have enough in him as we've got Cash Hart taking the victory. It is going to be Cody Krantz in the 2nd spot and Mikey Childress taking home that 3rd spot after that big mishap earlier.
Yeah, man, it's going to be an interesting podium for sure. We'll see what Mikey Childress has to say as he will be the first that we talk to when we return to Tiffany Stone.
Yeah, we got Rylan Gone now finished up in the 4th spot. Brenna Gorky going to end up in the 5th. And we are going to have our winners and our top 3 here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We return here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series season opener.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park for round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with our youth side-by-side racing, and that is our top 3 there. You got Childress in the 3rd spot, Cody Krantz in the 2nd, and Hart taking home the victory. What a great bit of racing there. An eventful one. Lots of passing, obviously a lot of pressure. We had Childress kind of making a little bobble there and dropping way back, having to battle back into a podium spot. But that was an action-packed race there.
Yeah, well, it all started right off the bat. Cash Hart was out front. Mikey Childress, they made a little bit of contact. in one of the corners, and Mikey Childress was able to get out front and, run his own race. But then all of a sudden he, got off the groove and up that car went on the bike, and that handed the lead back to Cash Hart. So Cash Hart was able to capitalize on that mistake by Mikey Childress. And Cody Krantz stayed right there. He stayed consistent, was right there the entire time. And Cody Krantz showed you why he's a champion and was able to hold on for second place.
Yeah, as we get a glimpse there, some of our drivers going to be walking up to the podium. Man, what a great way to cap off our morning sessions. So we are momentarily going to make our way to the podium. But, we're going to have a short intermission, come back with our pro racing here this afternoon. And, man, that one is definitely not going to disappoint. We had some great races yesterday, and I'm looking forward to this afternoon's racing action, Mark.
Yeah, round 2 promises to be exactly as hot as it was yesterday in round 1. So round 2, there's a lot to prove because there were a lot of things that were going on in the first half of that race, and it's going to happen again today.
All right, and with that, we're going to catch up with our top 3 finishers here in youth side-by-side as we toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thanks so much, guys. Let's chat with our third-place finisher, number 84, Mikey Childress. Mikey, come on down here with me. Obviously, we saw some things that happened in the second half. Explain exactly what was going on.
No, we got a good start, and I kind of pushed it too hard and made a mistake, and then that broke the axle, so I was in three-wheel drive for the rest of the race, but... Yeah, no. It's still good, though. We're on the podium. I think we're tied for the points lead right now, so it's not a bad weekend.
Not a bad weekend at all for rounds 1 and round 2. 2 podium spots. Obviously, that's going to be a thought into what 2026 is going to be for you. With that being said, who'd you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky, my grandpa for helping with the car, Andrew in the pits, the Hearts for helping with my entry yesterday for the other class, Seal Savers, MPI, I think I already said Fuel Factory, but everybody who helps me get out here and do the things I love.
And you mentioned second class that you raced yesterday. Is that what we're going to also see for round 2?
Yeah, I think we're going to try and get that axle fixed. We don't have a spare, so we're going to have to go find one, but yeah.
Awesome. Well, I just heard the Hearts have one for you, so that's nice. Congratulations, third place here, second round. Whoops, sorry, darling. Moving over to number 22, Cody Krantz. Cody, we seen that your driving was really, really well out there. Your spotter was talking to you through everything, and we also know that spotters really help those drivers see what's going out on the course. Any changes to the setup, or were you just a little bit more focused in understanding the lines to choose today?
Oh, yeah, we just never changed anything. I just wanted to make sure I could push it a little harder through corners and figure my way through the track.
Well, you've done a great job over here, taking third yesterday, moving up to second for round 2. Who would you like to thank?
My mom, my dad, Bikeman Performance, Polaris Razor, Professional Mechanical, Vision Wheel, Fox, Blanc Concept, MRT, Klotzwood, BAM, Follower, Chopper City, Sniper, and Torque Link.
Nice job on that, man. I love it. All right, taking that first place spot, bring it down here, Cash Hart. Now, Cash, we do want to talk to you about the pressure that you're getting from second and third. Obviously, they switched hands a little bit. You were also in second, then able to capitalize on a mistake. Walk me through the second half.
So going in the second half, I was going to play it like yesterday, just try and, get in front of Mikey. And I was just trying to stay with him the whole way because I know eventually, someone's got to make a mistake like I did back in the last turn where I almost gave up second. And he made a mistake by biking it, and then somehow he saved it. I don't even know how, and then I just capitalized on it, and then he just was in three-wheel drive like he said, so it just ran away with the race.
Well, you do still have to continue the race, bringing it all the way to that checkered. Who would you like to thank for round 2 today?
I'd like to thank Polaris, my dad, my mom, my grandpa, and grandma, both of them for coming out. Sneaky, the Connors for putting the car together, and Sneaky for the tune, and Rugged Radios.
Wonderful. We'll hop back up on number 1 for you. One big round of applause for your top 3 finishers once again in youth side-by-side. Back up to you guys.
All right, thanks a lot, Tiffany. And what a great race. And I think he called it. We were calling it in the booth, but Mikey Childress, how he saved that and it didn't go over, man. That was a great bit of driving.
Yeah, that car was completely sideways. It was completely over. And in order to recover from that, it requires equal steering, but you also got to mash on the gas once again. So to have that instinct, that reaction right there, that's what defines a true champion.
All right, so yes, we've had some amazing racing this morning, and we have a lot more racing on tap. We're not even halfway home here, out here in round number 2, but we're going to take a short break for intermission. We're going to be back at 11:45 to continue on racing and all the action with all of our pro divisions getting started back up here at 11:45. So as you tuning in at home, a Racer Plus app, please go and grab some lunch and come back and join us at 11:45 here as we get our pro racing underway this afternoon here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And this is the opening weekend of racing here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
All right, here with Jaden. Now, Jaden, last time I chatted with you, you were racing the Youth 1000s. Now you're stepping it up to Pro-Am. How does it feel to be here, Arizona, round 1 and 2?
Oh, it feels great. It's been a while since I've been here, and I'm just happy to be out.
Here with Pro Light driver Michael Funk. Now, Michael, you've been racing for 10 seasons, 3 years in Pro Lights, but today, this is going to be your debut in Johnny Holter's truck. You're
And welcome here to the beautiful Firebird Motorsports Park on a gorgeous afternoon here in Chandler, Arizona. We are here for round 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver. Mark Wright sitting next to me. Mark, we had youth racing this morning. We are moving on to the pros this afternoon, and this morning absolutely did not disappoint.
Man, first round yesterday was incredible. Round 2 today. You know, on the second day of racing, there's a lot of changes and a lot of things going to be different, but I anticipate the same great action here in round 2 today.
Well, yeah, if round 1 was any indication of what's in store today, let me tell you, grab your seats, because yesterday it was electric, and today it is going to be fireworks, because we have some of the best in side-by-side racing from around the country descending here to Chandler, Arizona to contest the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And let me tell you, man, things are going to get firing, and they're going to get firing here really fast, because up first this afternoon, we're going to have our Pro NA division. So some of the best in the business getting ready to throw the gloves off and do battle.
Yeah, and coming up here in a few races, our premier race of the weekend, the side-by-side pro class. It was absolutely crazy yesterday. Lots of lead changes, lots of position changes, cars jockeying around, but the speeds that they were reaching on this track was simply incredible to sit here on the side of the track and watch. Down the back straightaway, I mean, they had to have been hitting speeds in excess of 60 to 70 miles an hour.
Yeah, well, and earlier in the week, we had a little bit of weather roll in here to the Valley of the Sun, but, man, it is sunny skies and all is good here on this beautiful Sunday afternoon in Chandler. And with that, I would like to throw it down to the third member of our team, Tiffany Stone, for our opening ceremonies.
Thank you so much, guys. You are absolutely correct. Now, round 1, a lot of drama was here at this track, so you're absolutely correct. Heading into round 2, we're going to see what unfolds. Now, the drivers are back. The cars are dialed in. The track is prepped. And what you were mentioning earlier, if round 1 was any indication of what round 2 is going to be, and for the rest of the season, it's going to be a great day of racing. You can feel the energy here. You can feel the vibe here in Arizona. And I am so grateful to be here, to be able to get those stories for you guys. Once the top 3 finishers cross that line, get the checker, and come over here to the podium. But before we start racing, I do want to start with our invocation. And here to lead that is going to be Chaplain Rob Brown.
Thank you. Everybody, please bow your heads and join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, we thank you for this great day, the freedom we enjoy in our nation, and for the spirit of competition that brings us together. Thank you for the racers, the crews, the fans, and everyone who makes this championship possible. Lord, we ask for your hand of safety and protection over every driver and every person here today. Keep the engine strong, mind sharp, and heart steady. And may each driver give their best, show respect for one another, and honor the values that make our country great: faith, courage, and perseverance. Father, bless this event, bless our community, and God bless the United States of America. In your holy name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Chaplain. Racers for Christ. And if you guys are here with us in Arizona, if you could please rise in the stand for our playing of the national anthem.
Well, I don't know if there's anything more American than the Star Spangled Banner, a big, heavy piece of construction equipment underneath the red, white, and blue, pushing dirt and making short course great again.
I swear going through my mind was the exact word-for-word sentence, nothing more American than American flag and a John Deere tractor.
Oh, man, we have some epic stuff happening here today. Right there, we got the R&R Steel water truck. Got to give a big shout-out to those boys helping make everything happen out here. But let's talk this afternoon. Obviously, we got the youth racing underway earlier today, had some absolutely amazing battles. Now we're shifting gears into our pro classes, and we are coming out of the box swinging. We've got our Pro NA division, and yesterday, I mean, we've got some heavy hitters. Some of these guys were the same drivers that were in our pro side-by-side class. It was an absolute electric race that we saw yesterday. One of the best short course races anybody has ever seen, and I mean in the history of short course. And it went down here yesterday in Chandler. Some of those same drivers are back today running double duty, and they're in the Pro NA division, Mark.
Yeah, if you miss round one, round two is definitely going to be just equally as exciting. And, you know, now the racers are familiar with each other and what they're going to do. In fact, some of the racers are coming off the podium saying, oh, is this the way we're going to race? So you know what? That's drawing a line in the sand and letting everybody know, hey, we came to play and we're going to do this right.
Yeah, well, and they came to play, and that is for certain. We've got a lineup of some of the best in the business here. We've got 10 drivers lined up in this Pro NA division, and I mean top to bottom, it is an absolute stacked, and I mean stacked field.
And you know some of these drivers as well. Trent Ouellette out here with an absolute great day yesterday. TJ Sievers used to be on top of the box, but he ran into the mechanicals yesterday that kept him off the podium. Ryder Chapman, we know Ryder Chapman. He was having some issues, and what I was going to say about Ryder Chapman, he still won the race. But the thing that I heard is that he said he was actually sick to his stomach with so much anticipation for that. So that's a big deal. So I hope Ryder Chapman comes out today and gets those nerves under control and still able to put it back on top of the box. Ryder Van Beekum, a teammate to Ryder Chapman. These are some big names that are definitely going to pour the sauce out and make sure it's spicy here in the NA.
Well, you know, and talking down, we've got Colton Krychek coming out of the Midwest, making his core racing debut this weekend. And then, obviously, we got to talk about the 64Y car, the wily veteran, Bob Van Beekum. I mean, you want to talk about somebody that knows how to drive a car. Bob's been racing for years, and this guy knows how to drive just about anything in the dirt.
Yeah, you heard me talk about some of the competitors. If they don't have any mechanical problems, they are tough to beat. Well, Bobby Van Beekum is exactly that, man. He is no stranger. He's a veteran here to short course racing. He's been racing for a long, long time. And, he has what it takes to put that car on top of the box.
All right, looks like we're getting some of these cars gridded up here behind our Pace vehicle, that Jones Ford Pace vehicle. So we're going to get them racked, and we're going to get them stacked, and we're going to bring them out into this arena because this afternoon we just don't have one bout. We've got a gamut of boxing matches here. Gloves are going to be off. They're going to come out swinging, and we're going to have some of the best short course racing on the planet happening here today in Chandler.
That is a very true statement right there, and I love that video, that footage right there, because John Willett right there, he is new here to the pro class, and I'm very excited that he stepped up.
Yeah. Well, man, weather conditions absolutely amazing out here today. Getting a little warm this afternoon, and good thing for all of us here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We got Looney Cooling on board to help keep us nice and cool up here in the booth. So big thanks to Looney Cooling for coming on board with the 2025-2026 season. They got you handled for all your HVAC needs. And let me tell you, things are going to get heated up here, and we're going to need that Looney Cooling on board.
Indeed, we're going to. These cars are definitely going to heat it up really quick. Speaking of heating it up in the weather here, it's been a little unfair to the track. You can see the standing water out there in the course. Something like over 100,000 gallons pumped out of this so we can make this weekend happen. It just simply was not going to evaporate fast enough for this race, so we had to intervene in Mother Nature, and here it is. Kelvin and the whole team out there was able to get that water out, with the exception of what we see out there in the center of the field now.
Yeah, that's for sure. I think a week ago we were all looking at ourselves and seeing if Core was going to become a pro fishing series because of what was happening out here. But, we are getting ready to get things underway here with the Pro NA division.
Yeah, this is stacking up to be pretty great. Lots of drivers here, lots of experience out here. So this is where we've been talking about it all weekend long here in round two. The races are just going to get faster and faster, and we're starting off right now with a super fast race. These lap times are going to be under a minute, or somewhere around a minute, rather. And these drivers, they probably won't have more than 4 or 5 seconds separating first place all the way as far back as 10th.
All right, now we're getting a chance to check out our Liqui Moly starting grid for the Pro NA division and the stacked field that it is. Take us through these rows, Mark.
In row 164, Bobby Van Beekem right next to him. The newcomer, Brian Willett, 951. Ryder Chapman, he is a vet in this class as well. A vet in racing, but new to pro as well, 32, Ryder Chapman. Colton Krajcek out there in the 53. TJ Seaver is at 57. Trent Olette, 922. Alex Shell will round off the 727 in row 4. And Cole Fike in the 222 will finish row 4. And I called it backwards. We had Bobby Van Beekem. That's going to be Ryder Van Beekem up on the pole. This was Bobby Van Beekem well back in the rear of the field. He had mechanicals yesterday, so that unfortunately puts that hard charge in Bobby Van Beekem behind this field.
Well, you know what? That's a little scary for everybody else in the field because everybody knows the speed that Bob's got. And for him to be starting in the back, we're going to see him hard charging on lap number 1. We kind of want to pick off a lot of traffic. So definitely one of the storylines we head into this Pro NA race as we've got our field being paced by that Jones Ford pickup truck.
Yeah, I'll say this as delicately as I can. That's not where you want to see Bobby Van Beekem, is behind the whole field, because if you feel the pressure from Bobby Van Beekem, it's so intense. It could probably start wars.
Yeah, definitely a veteran that's earned a lot of respect out here.
Yeah, it's crazy. I couldn't even imagine what it'd be like to have Bobby Van Beekem stalking you.
All right, so we've got that Jones Ford pace truck bringing them around. A couple more corners. They're going to peel off, and we're going to go racing this afternoon in our Pro NA division. We are slated for 10 laps, and we're going to throw a mandatory competition caution just a hair past the midway point. So we've got, a lot of storylines heading into this one, especially after yesterday. So hang tight. This is going to be a fun one as this pace truck is going around the last corner. He's going to pull off, and then we're going to have Ryder Van Beekem taking us to that green flag.
Got to tell you, I got some race jitters going on because yesterday was so incredible. Round 2 promises to be the same. I got the jitters. This is great.
All right, the pace truck is off, courtesy of Jones Ford, and we are looking for that green flag to come out.
All right, great start as we want the field to funnel into turn 1. Ryder Van Beekem out front. Brian Willett with a great showing out there. And that's Ryder Chapman right behind him. So Brian Willett has one of the fastest cars in the class right behind him, and I have a feeling Ryder Chapman's going to make the move right there in turn 2.
Yeah, all the way to the bottom was Ryder Chapman, tucking in there behind Willett. Now swapping lanes all the way across to the bottom, trying to get on the bottom side of Willett around this corner. Right now we got Ryder Van Beekem out front, gapping the field by about 3 or 4 car lengths.
And what's great about Brian Willett is he has the patience. Oh, and there he is, unfortunately. It followed him around in that corner, and he lost a couple spaces.
Yeah, it looks like Willett off in the middle there. It's going to be a tough one to get a shot there of the number 53. That is Colton Krajcek. Now putting a little pressure on the 57 of Sievers.
Yeah, but I was again, that's like the 3rd episode when I said somebody very patient, and then Brian Willett throws it away there in that corner.
All right, so right now at the end of lap number 1, it is Ryder Van Beekem out front, followed by Ryder Chapman, his teammate, in the number 32. And we're going to have, looks like Willett bringing up the 3rd spot. So even after that mishap, Willett slotting back there into the 3rd spot.
Well, he's got his work cut out for him if he's going to battle with the riders that are out front, both Ryder Chapman and Ryder Van Beekem, because these two know exactly each line they're going to take. They know how they accelerate, they know how they brake, they know how they turn. So these two, if they get side by side, they're going to know what steps to take. But Brian Willett, he's new to this class, so he is going to have to show that patience here if he's going to want to battle with them.
Yeah, well, the two riders actually best friends off the track as well, so they do hang out a lot. So they're going to race each other clean, racing out of the same camp. So definitely a couple of teammates ahead of Willett there. But we've also got the 57 now of TJ Sievers slotting into things in the 3rd spot.
Well, TJ Sievers, unfortunately, was mechanical yesterday. He had a flat tire, so he had to retire earlier. So he's looking for a little bit of redemption today. He, too, comes from the R&R Steel clan, and he's a Midwest racer, but here it is. Here's that replay. Yeah, Brian Willett came around all on his own. He did not have any help coming around.
Yeah, just drove it in a little too deep and almost looped it. Lucky he saved it. But great there by Willett to actually come out of that and still be in a podium spot.
Yeah, that's showing, I was hoping that he was going to go pro, and I'm glad he did it. I didn't know he was going to do it this season, so this is news to me. But either way, I have a few drivers here out at Core that I just simply love to watch, and Brian Willett is definitely one of them.
All right, so current running order is Van Beekem, Chapman, Sievers, 1, 2, 3, with Willett in the 4 spot.
Yeah, TJ Sievers is looking for a little bit of redemption from yesterday. TJ Sievers, again, a long-time racer. He's been out here when he was just a younger child, but man, look at him now. He's out here, and he's chasing down Brian Will. Actually, chasing down Ryder Chapman. My apologies.
Yeah, last lap, Ryder Chapman about half a second quicker than Ryder Van Beekem. So he's sitting in that 2nd spot. Looks like a little bit quicker, but he's got a lot of room to make up.
Ryder Chapman looking great. After hearing that he had to battle his nerves yesterday, it's really got him under a microscope today. We're watching and paying attention. But it looks like he's got his nerves under control, and he's chasing down Ryder Van Beekem.
Yeah, Willett there a little out of shape through that step up. Car getting a little crossways, having to break up and collect it. So that allowed Trent Willett in the 922 to get around him.
Yeah, we watched it happen right there live, and now he's got a sight set on TJ Sievers.
All right, so he's come across the finish line, and we are going to get that mandatory competition caution. It's going to come into effect, bring out the pace truck. So we're going to get everybody regrouped here. All right, so as we group all these racers up, earlier on this weekend, our own Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with our driver, Ryder Chapman, that's currently sitting in 2nd place.
Well, sometimes practice doesn't always go as planned, but it definitely worked out for Ryder Chapman. Now, Ryder, tell me about exactly what happened, but you still got a great qualifying time because somebody else had a replacement shock for you.
So practice started to warm up to the track, sent the step up, full speed, and got launched to the moon. The lips of the jumps were remaked because all the dirt and all the track prep, which I didn't know, but we were good for qualifying. But sent the car, I've never sent the car this high before, so definitely a rough one. My back's starting a little bit, but we were still able to lay down a good qualifying time in both classes, so we got a good starting position for tomorrow.
Well, what exactly happened over here on the top of the shock during practice?
Landed so hard it bottomed out and sent the O-ring out of the top of the cap. All the oil came out with it, so there's pretty much just no resistance except for the springs, so I had to pull off. So gotta get this shock completely rebuilt now.
Well, best of luck to you. And I had a chance to talk to Ryder earlier. He is very excited that the car count is up in this class. Looking forward for some great competition. This is his home track, so he's got a bunch of friends and family coming out to watch it. It's going to be a great day. Can't wait to see how this day unfolds.
Great story there by Ryder Chapman, currently sitting in 2nd behind Ryder Van Beekem. So a couple of riders out front. We've got TJ Sievers there in the 3rd spot, and then Trent Ouellette in the 4th spot. So great run by Trent there, and then we've got Brian Willett rounding out our top 5.
Yeah, they're definitely going to feel the pressure by TJ Sievers as they take the green flag this time around. And this gives an opportunity now for Ryder Chapman to start dogging on Ryder Van Beekem, and you'll see it right there. These 4 now. Brian Willett taking a little different line on a turn 1 down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Sievers stuck it in there into the 3rd spot. All the way to the bottom. Looks like Van Beekem kind of pushing up a little bit, but he's got a couple car links on Ryder Chapman in the 2nd spot.
Well, Ryder Van Beekem, just like his father, man, if he has no mechanicals and he gets out front, I don't think this rest of this field, including Ryder Chapman, a very fast driver too. But if Ryder Van Beekem has a great day, he's hard to beat.
Well, and that's what he was yesterday, hard to beat, walking away with the W. So we're going to see if Ryder Van Beekem can hold on here, but he's getting a lot of pressure. Look at that, the 922 of Ouellette doing that outside-inside, drops down, and he's going to take that position away from Sievers.
Krajicek now in the battle as well. Krajicek was just there for a moment. You can see him coming into the tail here down the front straightaway.
So running order now going to be Van Beekem, Chapman, Ouellette, Sievers, and Willett, your top 5, with Colton Krychek. Sievers and Krychek in the top 5.
Yeah, looks like some things changed it up. There it is. Is that Cole Fike now? What happened here? I look back and we got another position change.
We got all kinds of position changes. The ones that aren't changing, though, are up front with Van Beekem and Chapman 1 and 2. We got, looks like Sievers now not in the 3rd spot. We got Ouellette now in the 3rd spot.
That's Ouellette. There you go, 922. Ouellette, great race. He's hounding the riders. Oh, so close right there to the rear of Ryder Chapman's car.
All 3 of these cars evenly matched. Ouellette now all the way to the outside, going to try and drag race Ryder Chapman down this front stretch. Late break, outside, inside, nothing there. Chapman slams the door.
I think Ouellette's got the speed. He has a possibility of overtaking Ryder Chapman.
Well, he's going to have to do it the hard way. He's got the outside into this corner, all the way up top, going to try and carry his momentum over the big ski jump.
Perfectly executed outside in right there. Perfectly executed by Trent Ouellette.
Now we got Ouellette all the way to the bottom of Chapman. They're going to draw even as they head over this step up. Side by side into the corner. Chapman shuts the door.
Man, I expect this kind of night they touch coming here down turn 4. And they touched it was such a little kiss. It was barely nothing on the cars. Trent Ouellette letting everything hang out right now.
Well, I think Ouellette's got the faster car right now. He just can't get around the 2 riders. As Chapman now hunting down his buddy, Van Beekem.
Wow. Drive of the day, Trent Ouellette. If you're watching this is incredible. What a great drive from Trent Ouellette.
Yeah, so we got Ryder Van Beekem, Ryder Chapman, and Trent Ouellette in the 3rd spot. Now we got Sievers back into it, so now we got a battle, a 3-way battle for that 2nd spot.
Trent Ouellette gets the rear tire of Ryder Chapman. Sorry about that.
Well, wow. The beneficiary of all this is Ryder Van Beekem. He's up front, just clean air and just continue to click off laps.
Wow, a little bit of contact there between TJ Sievers and Trent Ouellette. And now the 53 car.
Oh, look at that. Oh, Krychek getting into it with Ouellette. Looks like they might have broke something on the front there. Nope, it looks like he's still going on the 53.
Nope, he's done. That's
it was a right front broke. Yep, yeah. Right front broke. He got into it with Ouellette. Tough break for Krychek. Was super fast there. Just a little bit of contact, and it was enough to break the car. So he's going to push her in and call it a day. But, man, we still have a heck of a battle going on up front.
He's got a lot of damage, some rear damage as well, something hanging down behind the car. But that's definitely too bad.
Yeah, we got a replay here of what actually happened. So that was
the contact between Trent Ouellette and Ryder Chapman, and that made Trent Ouellette go back. As you see the wild ride he took down a ski jump.
Yeah, so Ouellette now all the way to the inside, bumped into the back of Krychek. They go up over the step up. Krychek now trying to get his position back, dives all the way to the bottom, nothing there, and just wheel to wheel. And it wasn't a hard hit; it just was just hit just enough that it knocked Krychek out of the race. So tough break for him. Pretty clean racing there. I can't say it was anybody's fault, but the white flag is out now. We got the 2 riders out front. It is Van Beekem followed by Chapman 1 and 2.
Well, Trent Ouellette, let's hope no damage to that car. You know, if you don't take it off right away and you hurt a bearing or something, the car will go away pretty quickly. So, but it doesn't look like anything happened to Trent Ouellette.
Yeah, we got Ryder Chapman now chasing down Ryder Van Beekem. Going to try and make something happen over his best friend, but I don't know that anything's there. Van Beekem been hitting his marks all race long, and it's going to be tough to get around him with 1 turn to go. Well, 2 turns to go.
You know Chapman is trying to get into to Van Beekem. Van Beekem knows that Chapman is right there. He can hear him. I bet if the spotter hasn't told him, I bet he already knows that's Ryder Chapman.
Yeah, well, like I said, best friends, I don't think we're going to see any shenanigans here. That's just going to be a clean race to the checkered. Oh, and that's Van Beekem. I saw white smoke out of the back. He's got a problem. He's going to try and limp it. And Ryder Chapman going to be the beneficiary. Oh, we got tires. We got parts flying. Looks like Willett's going to hold on for third. And Van Beekem just trying to inch his way to a fourth place and possibly get a podium or for the points. So he's going to end up in fifth, I believe. Fifth place for Van Beekem.
We got tires. We got belt covers. We got a yard sale happening right here on the finish line.
Wow, and that's a tough break for Ryder Van Beekem. Clean race, and
wow,
nothing happened other than just white smoke come out of the back of the car.
Well, I'm thinking that Ryder Van Beekem's car had some problems. The mechanical right here, you can see it, and then that collected Ryder Chapman, but that's it.
Yeah, the smoke happened before they hit, and that was just a very light hit. But, man, that was a tough one. Tough break for Ryder Van Beekem. Beautiful race he had up until the last corner, and something just let go.
Literally 100 feet from the finish line. He only had 100 feet more. You can't ask for
ended
closer
up
to
in
that.
fifth place, and he was leading the whole race. Oh, man, we are gonna collect our minds, and we're gonna collect the results, sort things out, and we're gonna come back with our podium finishers here at Firebird Motorsports Park in round 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liquid Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double Racing. We help build champions.
Welcomes you back to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series season opening weekend. This is round number 2 coming at you from Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona. Just witnessed one wild race in the Pro NA division. Mark, our leader led 99.9% of the race.
Yeah, it's hard to tell if Ryder Van Beekem's car was what caused the contact between Ryder Chapman, a teammate there, whether the damage happened prior to that bump as we were talking about coming down the back straightaway. Ryder Chapman only had another 100 feet that engine needed to stay together. But, man, that's got to be awfully disappointing to feel that car stop right there, literally with the checkered flag in your side.
Yeah, that was tough break there for Ryder Van Beekem as we're trying to get all these drivers up and out. It was a great race, though. Strong race. It was, I don't know. I don't even know how to put it in perspective, man. That was a wild one. So we got our Rugged Radio's unofficial results here in the Pro NA division. It was Ryder Chapman taking home that top spot. We got Trent Ouellette taking home the second spot. And then Brian Willett, he was up front early, dropped back, and ended up clawing his way back into a third-place finish. And then Jesse Johnson and Ryder Van Beekem rolling across the finish line into the 5th spot.
Well, Colton Krajcek, he was out there, and he was up front for a while, but some contact made catastrophic failure of the front suspension that took him out of the race.
Yeah, just a tough break for a lot of drivers in that one. And, it wasn't an overly aggressive race. It just, when you're driving that hard, things happen to these cars.
Well, sometimes you got to understand, we're looking at here and we don't really realize these speeds are well over 35 to 60 miles an hour in these corners. So trying to keep these cars and keep them clean, you'll see them sometimes go into a corner and they're literally inches apart. Like, they can be as close as 1 inch apart at 45 miles an hour. So that's saying a lot about these drivers. Here we go with another replay And that is Ryder Chapman right there. And I'm wondering right there, you see how oh, yeah. In fact, it doesn't even look like they made any contact. It just was pretty close, and that motor let go.
Yeah, it looks like, Ryder Chapman just tucking behind his friend. I think he was probably pretty happy with the second spot there, but something just let go there, puff of white smoke, and it allowed Chapman just to get around. And poor Ryder Van Beeken was able to roll it from first all the way to fifth, but he did cross the finish line based on momentum. It looked like he was going to get a third out of it, even without it under power, and then the car just kind of slowly came to a crawl with about 10 yards remaining in the race.
Yeah, this begs the question, is there oil all over the hood and all over Ryder Chapman's helmet? I'm wondering, because he was that close.
Yeah, it was definitely a close race, but great battle by all. And, let's talk a little bit about Brian Willett battling back. I mean, he was up there in the front and had almost like a spin, kind of went off course, and it was a claw his way back to a podium finish.
I am so proud of Brian Willett. Like I said, he's one of my favorite racers out here in court, and I am so proud that him out in his pro debut, he's able to make the podium.
Awesome. So we are trying to get our drivers here in the Pro NA division up to the podium, and it sounds like they are, and they're ready to go, which means it's time to toss it down to the third partner in our team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you so much, guys. That was an incredible race all the way to the very, very end. But we're going to talk to our third-place finisher. We are going to talk to the number 951 of – 951 – no. Yep, 951, Brian Willett. Sorry, guys. How are we doing down here? Can I get you to hop down real quick? Talk to me through that race.
I was able to stay up top up until the restart, and then everybody was just bunched up. Made some mistakes and came off the course, ended up in last, and then was able to catch back up to Trent, and then was just trying to gain ground from there.
And for rounds 1 and 2, double podium here in Arizona, how does that feel kicking off the 2026 season?
It feels good. I'm super excited to see how I do the rest of the season, and yeah.
Who would you like to thank today?
I'd like to thank Willett Motorsports, IMG Motorsports, RMG Motorsports, Benchmark Performance, and my family.
Nice job. Congratulations on taking 3. Heading over to the 922 of Trent Ouellette. Trent, make your way down over here. We always talk about perseverance and making sure that you drive all the way through. Obviously, what happened to Ryder Van Beeken's not what any driver wants to have in that last little stretch going to the checker, but you kept going. You worked your way through all the carnage throughout the race. Tell me about your day.
It was good. It was good to come back after yesterday. Yesterday was a bummer, and Ryder and I had a really good battle. I made a mistake coming out of 2. And let some red car up the inside of me, and he teed me up pretty good, broken axle. So I just had to make it out to the end. But it was a good race. It was fun. Had good battles with everyone.
Who would you like to thank today?
Huge thanks to 2X Motorsports for the engine package they built for me. It's unbeatable. EVP Mode, same thing, man. That guy, he's a wizard. I want to give a huge thanks to Randy over at 2X again. Weller Racing, after yesterday I bent a shock shaft, and those guys helped me out, got me a shock shaft made. All my friends and family here that come out, 518 Designs. You can see all the shirts out there. Those guys killed it. They killed my helmet wrap. Garrett, Landon, thank you for all your help this weekend. Look forward to more.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop back out now, too. Let's get you down here. Number 32, Ryder Chapman, another win here for round 2 for you. You're on a roll right now. You seem to have this dialed in. This track is your home track. You've had many, many laps out here, many hours. I did get a chance to look at the right side of your car. You said you're done working on some stuff, but something happened. Tell me about that.
Yeah, the right shock's currently folded in half right now. I'm assuming it's from the lip going into 2 because it sends you off kind of crooked and lands hard. But, yesterday we broke an axle. Bob's car went into neutral, so it was just accidents happen. So we limped it around, able to get third, so it's lucky how that worked out. But today went a lot better. The car felt amazing. I was just behind Ryder the whole time. Man, he was on it, just back and forth the whole time. I seemed like I would get him in a turn, and he was just gone on the exit. So his driving was amazing. If he would have pulled off right there, I would have pushed him to the finish line. But I'm glad one of us was able to get on top. But I want to thank my mom, my dad, R&R Steel, Extreme Machine Fabrication, E2R Shocks, Muzzies, Rugged Radios, Surecan, and Bomber Eyewear.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop back up on 1. Another big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro NA. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Oh, man, what a great race. Just clean racing, hard racing. lots of passing, Mark. That's what I love. We talked about it earlier on, yesterday, and with the way this track is shaping up, I mean, lots of passing opportunities out here. Yeah, this track, it normally develops one line, but today with everything, the weather that we've had and everything affecting, and even the way the track's laid out this time, there are appearing to be more than one line out there. So that does make for some great racing because that gives options to the drivers now. They can start driving the way that they want to drive, not to the track. So that's awesome. And a prime example of that was Trent Ouellette. I mean, he definitely had the fastest car in there, but you saw he was trying to get around in every other line to get around Ryder Chapman, but Ryder Chapman had the right line every time. Yeah, and that's the thing. You and I were sitting up here, and we were watching Ouellette, and he had a phenomenal race car today. I mean, he had a car capable of winning, and it just, the cards weren't in his favor, and sometimes it happens that way. Yeah, there was a lot of carnage out there, unfortunately, with the number 53 car, but, they were able to get around it. Colton Krajcek, that's an unfortunate deal for him because he was also trying to get into that battle up front, and with the broken suspension, taking you out of the race like that, that's a tough break. All right, so now next up on the grid out here in round number 2 from Firebird Motorsports Park, we have our Pro-Am division. Looks like we've got 9 cars slated to take the green flag out here, and it's going to be Carson Greco on the pole. And look at that, number 84, Mikey Childress. Mikey Childress elected to come out here. His dad said, hey, let's put him in the Pro-Am. Why not? And my attitude is, what do you mean? Put him in pro class. That's my attitude. Let's go see what this kid can really do. Let's do this. But might as well get cut your teeth there in the Pro-Am class. And I do believe that we're going to have Cash Hart out here as well. Yes, late entry into this. Looks like we're going to have in the 10th spot, we're going to have Cash Hart taking up a spot on the back of the field. So great to see Cash Hart after his run earlier today. His dad just stopped by the booth and just said, hey, we're throwing him in there. Let's see what he does. It's kind of like this has become the grudge class. Like, hey, let's just see what we do. And this isn't the class we want to race. This isn't what we want to do. But let's just go out there and have a little bit of a grudge match. Well, and obviously, we got a lot of drivers here coming from all over the country, and we're going to see a little bit of that. I want to drive multiple divisions and, and get as much track time as possible. And I tell you what, here from the announce booth, I'm loving it. Hey, get your money's worth, and we'll announce a race. Let's do this. All right, so we got that beautiful Jones Ford pace truck. We're ready to lead these drivers in the Pro-Am class into the arena here. We're going to have 10 of them on tap here for Pro-Am racing. Going to be slated at 10 laps with a mandatory competition caution, throwing a hair past the midway point. Yeah, and unfortunate for Cash Hart coming in as a late entry. He has to start way behind the field. But Cash has proven that he's got the speed, and he might be up in the top 3 here by the last few laps. Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch him work his way through the field as we get a look at our Liqui Moly starting grid for the Pro-Am division. Take us through this stacked roster of drivers. Starting up there in P1, it's going to be Carson Greco, the 155. Mikey Childress right next to him in the row 1. Declan Shields always coming in the first slot in row 2 with Casey Cummins in the number 622. Wildcard Smucker out there in row 3 with Andrew Ducharme right next to him. That's going to round off our top 3 rounds in this grid. Michael Bernstein is going to be in this one. Jaden Manchester has been kind of laying dormant on me. And look at this, Trent Centers, a young man that you know. Yeah, look at that. We've got, like you said, Michael Bernstein towards the back, and we're also going to have on that back row, it will be Cash Hart taking up the back row as well. So going to have one extra driver in the mix, which I love these late entries, kind of dropping some surprises on us, some Easter eggs. I like it. It made me ponder why we don't have like an intermediate class from the youth all the way to the pro. And this is actually, I think, a great class for this. We could call this an intermediate class. It's, in other words, you're not quite ready to run with the pros, but you think you're fast enough, well, come out and see. That's exactly why it's called a Pro-Am. Well, I think it, definitely gives them a chance to step up and see how to do with a little bit stiffer competition. And as we saw yesterday with Mikey Childress, obviously worked out in his favor, walking away with a podium. Yeah, or another name I thought of right here is qualifying class. Like this season, you got the speed and, race it with the pros, race it with the faster guys. So that way you don't make the mistake jumping up into the pro class and wasting time and money. So we got a couple of corners today go. The Jones Ford pace truck going to be taking them through these last couple of corners. Going to see them peel off, and we are going to have a star-studded cast here of Pro-Am drivers taking us to the green flag.
I might have just had an epiphany. Is this going to be the first time that Cash Hart and Mikey Childress have battled it out? That can't be right. Huh?
That I don't know, but I know that Cash Hart, if he's going to do battle with Mikey Childress, got a lot of traffic to go through to get there. So we're looking at Carson Greco going to be taking us here to the green flag. Got that green flag on hand.
And there it is. We'll see. That's a big field, 3 wide, a little bit of bump in the back. Cash Hart trying to thread the needle and get around as many cars as he can, but he touches the wall as he goes down the back straightaway.
Yeah, Mikey Childress went to the outside early, not able to get around Greco. So Greco all the way down to the bottom. Childress now slotting into that second spot.
Greco did a great job protecting that inside line, and that worked out to his advantage.
We're going to have Declan Shields in the third spot, so your running order is going to be Greco, Childress, Shields, 1, 2, 3.
Well, it's great to see Declan Shields. Haven't seen a lot from him this weekend, so it's great to see him out here in this race.
Also got Wyatt Schmucker there in the number 5 in the 4th spot. Trying to find a way around Declan Shields as our top 2 drivers. Childress getting a little squirrely there. Looked like he over-rotated a bit, scrubbed a bunch of speed, allowed Greco to pull a few car links out of him.
Well, if he's going to want to catch Greco, he can't make mistakes like that. He can't afford to do something silly. I know he's not in this class for serious. He's out there to just get some racing and some seat time. But I know he still want to be on top of the box in this one.
Oh, yeah. You're out here. It's for seat time, but you definitely still want to win. As we get a glimpse there of some of the field coming through. That is that second corner as they go over that big ski jump under the American flag.
So a little bit of contact happening here throughout the field. And Declan Shields finding himself right in the middle of all that. These cars are bumping. If you ain't rubbing, that ain't racing. Isn't that what everybody's saying?
Cash all the way to the bottom there, having to go up on that inner cushion. Nothing there. Trying that outside-inside all the way to the bottom. Nothing was there. So he's going to regroup, try and make another move here on Jaden Manchester.
Well, and Cash Hart not really working the way through the field at the pace that I thought he would. So he might realize, well, maybe I do have my hands full for a class like this.
Yeah, there's Hart now getting his hands full with Manchester, trying to get around.
That's going to be tough for him. Manchester is hard to beat.
So they're flying down that front stretch. At that number 2 there, Cash Hart. Still, we've got the flyby, trying to get around Manchester all the way to the bottom. Oh, look at that. Manchester leaving the door open. Cash Hart sliding through, taking the spot. Manchester takes it back.
Yeah, that's...
Uh-oh. And it looks like, was that Declan Shields pulling off?
Declan Shields, yep.
So now we've got Hart and Manchester with Declan Shields pulling off.
Yeah, I wonder what's wrong with Declan Shields' car or what happened there, or if that was a miscue.
Yeah, it looks like Declan Shields now back in it, so something happened there momentarily. So we go back out front, and that is Greco with the lead, a big lead at this point. So the rest of the field looking forward to that mandatory competition costume.
I love that patriotic livery on Greco's car. That's a great-looking car.
So Greco in the 155 just continuing to put in the laps. Up and over that step up, weaving his way through this intersection of the course.
And I've been talking about Cash Hart. He's all the way up to 4th place at this point. I wonder if he's going to try to get into that battle of the top 2 cars out here. And, he does have the speed and he does have the experience. So it's going to be really cool to see him slide up right behind Mikey Childress and put down the battle.
And there's Mikey Childress there in the 2nd spot. We've got Schmucker there in the 3rd. Hart now moving up to 4th with Shields behind Hart.
Wyatt Schmucker this weekend for rounds 1 and 2 enjoying a lot of mic time. And that's what it's all about. If you want to get, you don't necessarily have to be up front. If people are interested in helping your race program out, it's about who gets mentioned that much on the mic. And Wyatt Schmucker's done a great job of making sure you all know his name.
So Manchester now chasing Hart in the number 2. Hart up into the 4th spot. So right now the battle on track for that 4th spot. Our top 3 kind of gapped each other. So we got Greco, Childress, and Schmucker, 1, 2, 3. Big gap between each of them.
Something appears to be dangling down from Hart's car there, unless that's just a drive shaft safety cable, but something appears to be dangling down right in the center of that car.
Taking a glimpse there. That is Hart in the number 2. Manchester pushing him. Down the front stretch.
Great weekend for Manchester as well as he puts it into turn 2 to the inside of Hart. Hart, though, able to maintain his position.
Yeah, Hart playing good defense here. Running really fast. Up and over that big step up.
Yeah, I wonder if Hart's actually running his race or if he's running like these guys. So it'd be interesting to be inside of his mind and say, hey, are you coming out and doing business as usual, racing the same way, or do you figure you have to race a little different, more smooth, less smooth, more aggressive? You know, what if any do you change to race in Pro-Am?
All right, as we come to the mandatory competition caution, one of the big movers in this race so far making their way into the top 5 was Jaden Manchester, and earlier this weekend, Tiffany Stone caught up with him.
All right, here with Jaden. Now, Jaden, last time I chatted with you, you were racing the Youth 1000s. Now you're stepping it up to Pro-Am. How does it feel to be here, Arizona, round 1 and 2?
Oh, it feels great. It's been a while since I've been here, and I'm just happy to be out here.
Well, with that being said, really what's a little bit different than racing in the youth races? Obviously, things are a little bit slower. You're moving up into a bigger car. But what's been the big key takeaway that you've had from practicing?
So the key takeaway, I would just say that the people are just better drivers. We're going a little bit faster this time, so we're just trying to keep up with the better guys out here.
And you are having some clutching issues, not really issues, but you're checking on something. With that being said, how do you think you're going to have to do to dominate that, take that over, make it a little bit better for you?
Yeah, I'm just going to have to give it all I got and just do good, I guess, yeah.
I love it. Well, it's always great when we see our youth classes moving up to the larger classes, and this is exactly what Jaden's doing.
Yep.
Yeah, and Jaden doing a great job there into the top 5. And let me tell you, there's been a lot of chaos happening. Lots of bumping, banging, and lots of passing. It's definitely been a great race so far. And we're just right past the midway point as we see our drivers following that pace truck under the mandatory competition caution. So we're going to have everybody regrouped, and I got to tell you what, everybody's got to be pretty thankful for that because Carson Greco had a pretty good lead. Mikey Childress, pretty good gap back to Mikey, and then behind Mikey, Wyatt Schmucker was there, and there was a big gap back to Wyatt. So we had a pretty spaced out top 3. So now we're going to bunch everybody back up. Cash Hart, the one that was a fast mover, start all the way in the back, making his way to 4th. So it's going to be interesting to see the speed that Hart had if he's got anything for this top 3.
Yeah, I like watching Mikey Childress be up front, but I'd love to see a battle between Mikey Childress and Cash Hart. They go green into turn 1 there. It seems pretty clean. They're going in single file on the restart.
Greco now stretching it out over Childress a little bit. Look at Childress late braking now, making up that ground back against Greco.
The top 2 cars just throwing it into turn 2, already sideways long before they enter the turn. All right, Mikey Childress now right on the rear, right on the 6th of Carson Greco.
Yep, Childress looking to that inside. There was nothing there. I believe Childress running a stock motors. He stepped up into this division, so probably a little bit less horsepower than Greco.
Yeah, that seems to be the consensus out there, that Mikey Childress not running the engine similar to the other cars out there. So that shows you the testament of a great driver that is.
Look at Hart all the way to the bottom there. Schmucker. Hart going to take away that 3rd spot. Oh!
Nobody touched that car. It just caught and over it went. That is the 923 car
of Jaden Manchester.
Tough break for him. I'm wondering, if you look, the rear control arm is flopping around. I'm wondering if the rear control arm went away and tucked that car out. Let's see how we can see it out there on the track right now, whether the rollover broke it or if it broke prior. Sorry. Oh, here we go with the replay.
We got a little bit of a replay here. Caught the tail end of it. Single car incident.
Yeah, see that control arm right there? That's the control arm that keeps that rear spindle, if you will, or hub from turning left to right. That's the one that actually keeps it stabilized. If that comes off and that wheel bolts that way, that's the end result. So I'm wondering if it broke prior to the wreck.
Well, and the thing is, coming into turn number 1 here, they're coming down a high-speed front stretch, and all of a sudden they're backing it into that turn number 1. Big side load on these cars. We get another glimpse here of what happened.
Yeah, something caused that car. I don't think it is just a hole that made that happen, but it's hard to say. That damage could have happened when the wheel smacked on the racetrack really hard. You can see the dent in the racetrack at turn 1, so hard to say. Maybe we could talk to him after the race.
Yeah, it looks like car did a little pirouette there. A little bit of damage, but not too extensive to that car. He's driving it off, obviously, but a tough break. He had a solid run there going in the top 5. It looks like car just got a little upset, a little pirouette, and something broke, and long for the ride went Jaden Manchester. But great run for him up until that point, as we are now back under caution, but we're going to weave our way through this center section and go back to green flag racing now that the track has been cleared.
Yeah, indeed. Great drive out here for Carson Greco. He started this race in P1. He's pretty much been there. Yeah, you can really see even the front suspension. It makes me wonder if it was the front or the rear that let go prior to the rollover. Tough break either way.
Yeah, the 923, definitely a tough break. He's going to get that back to the pits. And, tough way to end the weekend for him in that 923 car. But we still got a handful of laps remaining here. Looks to be about 3 to go when we go back to the green flag. So currently leading is going to be Carson Greco. We got Mikey Childress in the second spot, and we're going to have Wyatt Schmucker in the third.
Yeah, Carson Greco doing a great job being out there in P1. Mikey Childress also. I would love to see the Cash Hart car up there in the top 3, but we might have that going on here. But hey, great job. Let's see what happens.
All right, so we've got, looks like Greco, Childress, and that's going to be Cash Hart now moving into the third spot. So Schmucker going to be back to the 4th. So now it looks like Schmucker pulling alongside of Hart. So,
well, we're making sure we got to make sure that the starting order is fair for the rest of the field. Yes. The way they finished or came across the line during that yellow is how they should be stacked up.
Well, one of the good things is all the drivers now running that Nitro B from Rugged Radios, so the officials have direct contact with the cars. So that is definitely a good thing. Big thanks to our partners at Rugged Radios for that Nitro B setup. Something new this year for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
What a great shot there. You can see him coming single file down the front straightaway. They're going to take the green flag.
We got Hart diving to the outside, trying to get around Schmucker.
And see Mikey Childress really working that steering wheel into turn 1.
Childress just doesn't have the horsepower that Greco does. Greco able to gap him down that back straightaway.
Yeah, it becomes a drag race, and unfortunately that's a drag race that Mikey Childress loses.
And look at that. We've got Schmucker there all over the back of Childress, Hart all over the back of Schmucker. We've got a 3-way battle for that second spot. Little bump there from Cash Hart into the back of Schmucker.
Cash Hart looking absolutely great in this race. Getting the inside wheels lifted up there. In turn 4 as they come down into turn 5 again with that rear lift. That's showing you that is getting like literally right there in ultimate traction. They can't get any more or any less. If they get any more, over they go.
Greco, big gap now back to Childress in the second spot. Side by side, it is Hart getting around Schmucker. Declan Shields now making their way back into the top 5.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. I was making sure. I had to look down at my sheet really quick to make sure that's Declan Shields. I saw the yellow gloves in there. and saw he was really busy coming into the turn 2 there. But that indeed is Declan Shields. So whatever he had happening with him at the beginning of the race, he's definitely worked it out.
There's a shot of Cash Hart getting around Schmucker there in the number 5 all the way to the bottom. Just a clean pass. Schmucker leaving the door open as they went side by side over that big tabletop.
Yeah, if you're Schmucker, there's nothing you can do there. Same thing there with Declan Shields putting a wheel in. You know, if you make the move over to him, you're the one that's making the error.
All right, so now resetting this grid, we've got Carson Greco up front, Mikey Childress 1 and 2. Now it's Cash Hart in the 3rd spot. And then we've got Schmucker and Declan Shields in the 4th and 5th spots.
Carson Greco, just a flawless race for him today. He's got to be pretty stoked. I know if he gets the finish where he's at, it's going to be a good podium for him.
Greco hitting his marks, running a flawless race. Car is beautifully clean.
Step up jump, no problem for him at all.
Making his way through this center section of the course. Down through the middle.
Yeah, just looking great, and he's definitely found the right line through this track, and he's going to take the checkered flag this time around.
Checkered flag coming out for Carson Greco. Got Mikey Childress in the 2nd spot. And that is going to be Declan Shields, I believe, taking home the 3rd spot.
Wow. Okay, we had some position change from Declan Shields. Look at this replay here. Declan Shields getting into Cash Hart. Cash Hart on the bike.
Cash Hart just on his own put it on the bike, and Declan Shields and Schmucker both able to get by. It was just enough, that little bobble by Hart, allowing 2 to go by. So tough break for Cash Hart. Had a phenomenal run going from the back of the pack.
Well, that would have mean that Declan Shields, he was behind both of them. So when Cash Hart made the mistake, it also, unless he got around Schmucker earlier off camera that we didn't see. But a great race, and we'll get the podium straight here, and it's going to be an awesome one.
Yeah, we are going to return here with our podium finishers at Firebird Motorsports Park for round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Here with Red Bull athlete Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, we just got done qualifying. You had a great session out there. Walk me through how you see the track is.
Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro. Stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound group up.
That's 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
welcome back out here to Chandler, Arizona for round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Thanks to all of you for tuning in online on the Racer Plus app, and thanks to all the people here in attendance today. And we just got done with an absolute battle there. I mean, absolute battle in the Pro-Am division, Mark.
Well, the battle was happening behind Carson Greco. Carson Greco was out front pretty much the duration of the race with a great start on the restart. And, man, behind him, there was so many things unfolding, a little bit of carnage. Cash Hart out there, not on the list there that you see, but, man, he got up there. And the big deal is Declan Shields pulling off earlier and coming back and getting back with the third place.
Well, and speaking of third place, second place, and first place, the good news is the third partner in our team, Tiffany Stone, she's standing by with all the podium finishers.
Thanks so much, guys. Yes, let's chat with our third place finisher, Declan Shields. Now, Declan, we saw you pull off where something had happened right before Comp Yellow, a few laps in. Talk to me about exactly what happened and then obviously the second half.
Yeah, so my car, I hit the jump, and I was getting really squirrely, and I didn't want to hurt or damage anyone else's car, so I just decided to pull off and not risk it, and I went from dead last to third.
That's awesome. It's good to see you keep driving. You've got that skill out there, picking the correct lines. When Comp Yellow comes, obviously we re-rack, restack for all of that. You got back into that mindset. Who would you like to thank for the third place finish here in round 2?
GSP, Sparko, Dylan, my mom, my dad, my sister, all of our friends. Core for putting on this event. God, Jesus, for keeping me safe. And that's all.
Nice job. Congratulations. Number 258, Declan Shields. All right, Mikey, we'll have you come down here. Second place, Mikey Childress. Now, Mikey, it seems like you're just getting faster and faster each lap that you're out there. You're really picking the right lines, understanding how this track is coming together. From your perspective, what did you see out there?
No, it was good. The track's getting really chewed, though, so you kind of have to lay that right rear in the fluff and so that you don't go up on 2 like I did last race. But, yeah, no, we're figuring out. Our lines are getting better. I think it's time my car gets faster now, obviously. But, yeah, we'll come back swinging for the next one.
Well, another second-place podium, round 2. So you've got one in round 1, round 2. Finishing it off for this weekend, who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, my grandpa for all the help on the car, Sneaky for it. That thing's really quick for a stock motor. Fuel Factory, Seal Savers, MPI, Coin Motorsports, Core for putting on this awesome event. It's nice having like an organized event. But, yeah, thank you, everybody.
Awesome. Hop back up on number 2. And taking the top spot, number 155, Carson Greco. Now, Carson, we always talk about the mandatory caution. It is something to, keep that race entertaining, bring everybody back. But when you come out of a caution and then you go straight into another full yellow caution, how does somebody like yourself, who is in first place, keep it under control to make sure that he can bring it home for the checker?
Yeah, this one was a little sketchy because we lost brakes in, I think the second lap. So it was pretty sketchy, and then I almost flipped in turn 4. So I like it when there's a competition because it stacks us all back together, but it's pretty scary.
For somebody who lost their brakes in the second lap, you are a wheel man. You pretty much kept it all together. It's great to see that. Who would you like to thank for this another top podium spot for round 2?
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, R&R Stew, Hoosier Tire, 518 Designs, Jake and Bryson Place, and happy birthday to my grandma.
Happy birthday to you once again. It is so great.
And EVP mode.
Wonderful. Well, you got to get the grandma birthday wish in there. I love that. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany, and great race had by all. Great to see these young guns up there on the podium, and looking forward to what's to come for all of them the rest of this season, that's for sure. But right now we're going to change things up a bit. We're going to increase the speeds a little bit because we're going to throw some turbos on these cars and amp things up. We got Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo coming up, so it's going to be a combined race, 2 different races in one. Really fun race to call yesterday.
Yeah, Pro Production is going to include Mia Chapman. She's out here. She used to be up here in the booth with me the first couple of seasons here that I was here for Core, so it's great to have Mia Chapman back out on the track. I know that's what she truly loves, and I know she's happy out there on the track. She's got quite a stacked field with her, but, man, the story from round 1 here was Steve Hoffman. Steve Hoffman we normally tease him a lot and have a great thing, but I am so proud of him. He even commented, "Hey, Mark, you can't call me those names right now, man. I'm on top of the box."
Oh, that was a great run by Steve Hoffman yesterday. I mean, putting it to it, and you could tell he was absolutely stoked when he was on top of the box. So that one, he erased all nicknames, and he could start from scratch in my book.
Yeah, I was stoked for him as well being up here. He's a great guy. You know, when you've announced with these people for so long, you know, that the reality is you become a race family, and Steve's no different from that. It's great. Sometimes he can't make the race all the time, so he'll sit up here with me, like right up front here, and listen to the whole show and watch the whole thing. But I'm really glad that he's got it. And he's got P1 today, so you talk about that proverbial target on the back. He's definitely got it here for this race.
Yeah, definitely a target on the back. He's going to be starting up front. So the way this is going to work, we've got our Pro Production cars, which are hair faster than the Pro-Am turbos on paper. They're going to be starting up front. There's going to be a staggered start. So there's going to be a gap, and then they're going to start the Pro-Am turbos behind them. So 2 races on track at the same time, racing not against each other, just against their own classes. There is a chance that cars get intermixed on paper. They shouldn't, but chances are it'll probably happen at some point.
Man, so let's talk livery, man. Some of these cars, we were talking about the 2X car of Atterbury. We love that livery on here, but look at that Red Bull livery of Mia Chapman.
Yeah, Red Bull just putting a brand new livery on that thing for this Championship Off-Road Racing Series season. Mia also been doing some top secret projects with Red Bull that I know about that I think the rest of you might get to know about in November.
Oh, you better. Come on. You got to tell me. Come on, Jim.
I literally can't. So sworn to secrecy, but I will just say mark your calendar for November 5th.
Nice. That's awesome. I will definitely look for that. You know, I've been with Mia for quite a bit of her career, and I am so happy for her and what has the blessing that she's had for getting Red Bull. And man, she's all over the internet. If you go to anything off-road, you will see a commercial or something that Mia Chapman has put together.
Yeah, she's had a great effort out here. Look at that, number 37, nice and clean. And, we got a trifecta of racers in this one. We got Mia Chapman. We got Kevin O'Donnell, who had a great run yesterday. I think they pulled that car pretty much out of storage, I think, to come out here and race. So it was great to see that car out here. Ran strong second. We got Jeremy Spears there in the 849, who had a pretty good clean run yesterday as well. So a trio of cars there, and Mia Chapman going to have her work cut out for her with these other 2 entries.
Yeah, if you remember, Jeremy Spears was the one that had the door failure, and he actually pulled off the track. They didn't really make him pull out. They let him stay out there and race, but then they pulled him off, and my friend Willie, he was over there. He was sitting on the track, and he wasn't sure if he was supposed to close the door, latch the door to, whatever. He closed it, but, apparently there was some other drama about the door. But
yeah, that whole first lap looked like it had a wing coming off the side, like it was going to go flying. That whole door drove the whole first half of the race with the door wide open, and it was wide open. But great conversation piece as we got that Jones Ford Pace truck starting to take these Pro Production cars off the grid, and then behind them we are going to have our Pro-Am Turbo cars. And as you had mentioned, we had Steve Hoffman with a big winner yesterday, and he had a great run.
Yeah, I'm not going to call him Sight Lad Steve. I'm not going to call him Steve Crashelhop. I'm going to call him Steve Hoffman. He did a great. He earned it. He's on top. He's P1. Steve Hoffman.
Yeah, we got the Liqui Moly Pro Production Pro-Am Turbo starting grid. Obviously, Mia Chapman, Kevin O'Donnell, and Jeremy Spears. Then we've got Steve Hoffman, Michael Bernstein, Daniel Hearn, and Steve Hansen. There as the 4 entries in those 2 rows. And then we got Daniel Hurd and Andre Tomei rounding out row number 5.
Yeah, and here comes the rest of the field. Steve Hoffman, and right next to him, Michael Bernstein looking great out there on their livery. Dan Hurd out there, and they will take the second green flag of this race. But I have to tell you, man, I just absolutely, I'm going to say it again, I love the way Mia Chapman's car looks out on that track.
Yeah, it's got that I guess that chrome red bowl. Yeah. So definitely a good looking car. I know she's back with Yokohama Tire for the Championship Off-Road Racing season, so series season. So she's pretty stoked on that. But we've got that glimpse there. That once again the Jones Ford Pace truck.
Well, we're very fortunate to have her here race with us. It looks great, and yesterday she was on top of the box. Let's see if she can repeat her performance.
Yeah, I think the one to watch there, like you said, Jeremy Spears, had a pretty good run going yesterday, and that door came open, and it kind of derailed his plans, but he had a lot of speed there.
I'm wondering if that door created a little bit of a windbreak for him.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, you get these cars up to 80 miles, 90 miles an hour down this front stretch, and you got 3-foot door hanging off the side, collecting all that wind. It's like a mini parachute.
Yeah, just like a speed brake on a jet airplane, how they pop open, and that's it. It slows the plane way down.
Yeah, so I'd definitely be watching for that 849 of Jeremy Spears in this pro production class in that third spot. I think there's a lot more speed than he showed yesterday just because of some of the issues he was fighting.
Yeah. So it's going to be great to see. Maybe he's got it all together. And I think I remember the comment. He said, hey, we got double latches on it. We're not too sure why it came open either.
Yeah, now we've got that other class here. We've got Steve Hoffman, Michael Bernstein, Daniel Hearn, Steve Hansen. We got a bunch of racers in this one in the Pro-Am Turbo divisions. Remember, staggered start, and this is pro production. And look at that, Spears all over the back of Mia Chapman. A little bump in there into the first corner. He's going to drop all the way to the bottom. Mia Chapman going to have her work cut out for her. Got the Pro-Am Turbos now off.
Oh!
Mia Chapman on the high line.
Steve Hansen into the back of Daniel Hearn in turn 1. I'm wondering if that was intentional or what happened here. I don't think Steve Hansen would do that move, but no harm, no foul. They're still moving forward. But now Daniel Hearn, I don't know if they're playing cat and mouse, but check this out. Back of the field, Steve Hansen and Daniel Hearn.
Yeah, I got Jeremy Spears out front in pro production right now. Weaving his way through that intersection. Mia Chapman in the second spot. He's all the way up on the outside cushion.
Yeah, you can see him changing his lines when those tires turn in and out like that. That wasn't setting the car. That is actually changing lines right there in turn 6.
Mia Chapman going to have her work cut out for her now, chasing Jeremy Spears.
That's awesome. We're going to see Mia Chapman. Now she's got to go to work. She's going to have to reel in Jeremy Spears this time.
See a glimpse there. That is Hoffman.
Wow, great job, Hoffman. Hoffman already looking like he's bridging the gap between his class and the pro production class.
Yeah, Hoffman flying in that Pro-Am Turbo, leading his division as he heads over to that step up. Whoa, look at that. Rear end kicking up a little bit there.
Yeah, that's something you don't want to have happen in off-road racing. Any discipline, you don't want that to happen.
There's a glimpse here of Andre Tomei. Jeremy Spears being chased by Mia Chapman.
Andre Tomei had to avoid Steve Hansen down the front straightaway during the green flag. And then Steve Hansen, as we saw, getting into the back of Daniel Hearn, doesn't look like it's hurt their cars. They're still out there.
So we got Jeremy Spears followed by Mia Chapman in the number 37. 1-2 in pro production.
Mia very easily clearing that step up. Rotating that car around in turn 4.
Looks like Hoffman get into the O'Donnell, who is third in pro production. So Hoffman trying to make his way through the other division here.
Now Steve Hoffman is a turbo car, so there might be a little power to deal with there for the pro production class. But Matt, I am just thoroughly elated for Steve Hoffman. He's having an awesome weekend of racing.
Yeah, he's really pushing O'Donnell there.
Well, good for him, man. He's definitely needed a weekend like this. I know when he returns back to Tucson, he's going to be pretty happy with his performance up here in Chandler.
Yeah. Looks like he's stalking O'Donnell, trying to make his move. He's all the way to the bottom. O'Donnell up at the top. He's going to dive all the way down.
He doesn't have to take that position, but he's going to.
I wanted to put a little bit of a buffer between him and second place in his division.
Yeah, it looks right now like second place might be Tomei. You can see Andre Tomei coming into the picture right when Steve Hoffman comes out. Right there, Tomei into turn 5. Yeah, Steve Hoffman looking great out there in the number 14.
Yeah, the car is looking good. Flying right. O'Donnell there, third in Pro Production. Tomei, second in Pro-Am Turbo.
Great job by Kevin O'Donnell making sure that he's not being a nuisance in their race. Might as well just let them by. If they caught you, let them race their race. Mia Chapman now starting to reel in our leader of Jeremy Spears.
Yeah, look at that. Mia starting to make up some distance here. See what she's got. Got a couple laps to go for that mandatory competition caution. She's all the way to the bottom.
Great shot there. It would appear that Jeremy Spears makes up time right there in turn 6 coming down the front straightaway.
Chapman all the way to the bottom. All right, sounds like we're going to get that competition yellow after this time by. So up and over the big ski jump. Mia Chapman has narrowed the gap there to Spears. So she's all the way to the bottom. Let's see if she's got some all the way to the outside. Trying to get a wheel on them as they're side by side. Over that, all the way to the bottom. Mia Chapman, she going to be able to get it back?
Yeah, she powers through there over the step up.
Oh, they got a little bump, and she's gonna close the door on Jeremy Spears all the way to the bottom. Great move by Mia Chapman. Spears over through the center section. As they're going to race back to this mandatory competition caution. So Chapman down over the tabletop. Great bit of racecraft as they take that mandatory competition caution. It's going to be Mia Chapman, Jeremy Spears 1 and 2 in Pro Production.
Yeah, that was getting a little dicey up there between Mia Chapman and Jeremy Spears. Jeremy Spears was like, "Oh man, be kind," and here's a replay. But Mia Chapman making the pass back on Jeremy Spears.
All the way to the bottom. Late braked him. He went all the way to the bottom. She shut the door. A little contact. That was just good racing there.
That's excellent racing. Mia Chapman doing a fabulous job of protecting that line and taking it away from Jeremy Spears.
All right, so with that, we're under mandatory competition caution. Earlier on in this weekend, though, our own Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with our leader, Mia Chapman.
Here with Red Bull athlete Mia Chapman. Now, Mia, we just got done qualifying. You had a great session out there. Walk me through how you see the track is developing and your thoughts for round 1 and 2.
Yeah, we started out this morning with a practice session, and that went really well. Considering how much rain we got, I mean, the track came in pretty quick. So, yeah, that went well. Then we jumped right into qualifying, and it started drying out a little more, which is kind of exactly what we want. It's not as slick out there. But qualifying went good. The car felt great. Probably going to make a couple adjustments for tomorrow, but pretty easy stuff, so hopefully the race goes well.
Well, you know exactly about short course racing. This is kind of your home track. So how does it feel to have everybody out here? Your dad's out here, your brother's out here, and you guys are making this kind of a family event since this is kind of like a home track for you.
Yeah, it feels amazing to be back out here. I mean, I haven't been racing out here in quite a few years, so I'm stoked to be out here. I got my whole family, friends coming out tomorrow. They finally get to watch me race, so that's pretty exciting. So yeah, it feels good to have the support out here and kind of get back to my home and what I used to do.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to Mia Chapman. Like I've said, she is no stranger to desert racing. This is also the Red Bull National Scramble Champion from 2023.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, yep, our leader, Mia Chapman, out there. She's going to have her hands full there with Jeremy Spears. Jeremy got the pass on lap number 1. Mia fought back, took it back. So I think we're going to have a shootout here with about 4 laps to go between Mia Chapman and Jeremy Spears. And then let's not forget about Steve Hoffman because he's leading his division, but he's feeling pretty racy this weekend, and I think he wants to mix it up and possibly pass both of them.
Yeah, Mia Chapman's going to have to block that line from Jeremy Spears. Jeremy Spears has proven that car is fast enough that he has what it takes to win this race. So Mia Chapman's going to have to try to stay out in front, and I'm sure she has a plan to do that. She's a great driver. And Steve Hoffman, yes, indeed. I haven't seen a weekend out of Steve Hoffman like this in a long, long time, and I'm very stoked for him. It's like sometimes we know when to kid around with Steve Hoffman, but you know what? We're watching Steve Hoffman, the serious racer, this weekend.
Yeah, well, that being said, it looks like we other areas of the course, still clearing the course for some cars that may have not been able to make it. So we're doing a second lap here under caution. So we go back to green. We're going to have 4 laps to go. It's going to be 4 laps to go when we go back to green flag racing. So 4-lap shootout here with our Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo cars. Mia Chapman currently leading Pro Production. Steve Hoffman currently leading Pro-Am Turbo. We got Jeremy Spears second in Pro Production, and then we've got Kevin O'Donnell third in Pro Production. Andre Tomei, he's going to be sitting in the second spot in Pro-Am Turbo, followed by Michael Bernstein, Daniel Hearn, and Steve Hansen.
Well, Steve Hansen, a friend of mine, he's actually being carried out on the record right now. Steve Hansen is that Arctic cat. He's the lone Arctic cat out there, so it makes me beg the question, what happened?
So we get a glimpse there of the number 14 is Steve Hoffman. Victor yesterday trying to make it a perfect weekend here in Pro-Am Turbo. So we're got a couple of corners left here. We've got that Jones Ford Pace truck bringing them through this center section of the course.
I cannot get over Mia's livery. It looks so good out there. Perfect colors. Red Bull just putting together a great bunch of colors, and that electric bull on the side just looks absolutely amazing.
Yeah, car definitely looking pretty out there. I love that chrome Red Bull, but great to see her out here racing again in short course. I know this is where she cut her teeth, and I think like 7-time champion, short course champion, and then 8 times if you count the Red Bull Scramble National Championship. So over 100 career podiums. So great to see the girl back out here racing, and how she made her name and got that original Red Bull deal was her short course racing. So great to see her back out here. But I'm looking at that and looking at Jeremy Spears. He is all over the back of that Red Bull machine. I think we are going to have a drag race here in just a few moments. We go back to green flag racing.
Yeah, man, this is going to be an exciting conclusion right here. They take the green flag as they all come into turn 1. Can they get through clean? Steve Hoffman now right up there on the bumper of Jeremy Spears. Maybe Steve Hoffman wants to go racing with Mia Chapman.
Yeah, Steve Hoffman, look at that, all the way to the bottom. This is going to be interesting. We're getting a little bump there from Jeremy Spears over Mia Chapman as they go side by side over the big ski jump.
Yeah, they actually touched 3 or 4 times in that turn 2 there. So if you caught the one on the end there, he had already bumped into her a few times prior.
Yeah, so make their way over the step up. We got Steve Hoffman there trying to get around Jeremy Spears. So Jeremy got his sights set on Mia Chapman, but he needs to look in the rearview mirror because he's got Steve Hoffman who wants to get racy here. He wants a shot at the overall.
I think I would do the same thing if I was in the same position. I'd be like, hey, I'm leading my class. Let's see if I can dice it up with Mia Chapman. I think I would do the same thing.
So Mia Chapman now leading after that lap, but she's got her hands full with Steve Hoffman and Jeremy Spears behind her with 3 to go.
Had a great job there. Mia Chapman now starting to get a little bit of a gap between it, but Jeremy made it up right down the straightaway.
Yeah, he came in way too hot. It looked like he scrubbed some speed. He almost looked like he was going to T-bone Mia late braking and trying to make a move there, but great of him to get on the binders like that, save his car.
Yeah, and it's hard to do that, but Steve Hoffman was carrying speed. If he would have checked up right there, he would have collected up Steve Hoffman, and that could have been catastrophic to his bid for this first place in his class.
Yeah, Steve Hoffman now looking at Jeremy Spears, trying to get around him all the way to the bottom. Spears protecting that bottom line. He knows that if Steve Hoffman gets around him, he's going to have a real tough shot at getting the victory over Mia Chapman. So he really needs to protect that position. Hope Mia Chapman makes a mistake.
Well, that's just it, too. Jeremy Spears will keep Hoffman away from Mia, so Mia, that way, she can enjoy as she's starting to extend that lead. There we go. Jeremy Spears with a problem down the back straightaway.
Oh, man, tough break. Jeremy Spears having a strong run today. That's unfortunate for him. So he is going to pull off now. So Mia Chapman going to have a little gap over Steve Hoffman. We're going to see if Steve Hoffman, he's back up on the course.
I think his car's going into limp mode for some reason.
Oh, man, tough break, though. Jeremy Spears having a strong run today. It's not his weekend after yesterday as well, but Mia Chapman now in the number 37. See if Steve Hoffman can narrow the gap and try and take this overall victory. They're not in the same division, but there is a little bit of bragging rights on the line.
Absolutely. Steve Hoffman, after having a great weekend, to be able to go over there and talk to Mia Chapman, oh, heck yeah, that'd be a lot of fun. But as long as he does it clean, they got one more lap, so I don't think Steve's going to get to the bumper of Mia Chapman, but I just would have loved to have seen Steve. If he did get around her, I just want to make sure that he stays clean and doesn't take her out.
Yeah. Yeah, so it sounds like we're getting word that Spears' car just kept dying on him. So unfortunate for Jeremy Spears. Had a great run going. Mia Chapman now current leader in pro production.
Yeah, you can see right here as Spears comes out of turn one, the car, the nose just dives down like the car's coming to a stop, and he pulls over. And he actually pulls off. And the reason why I was saying he's going in a limp mode or something was wrong, it seemed like the car refired and he got back out there for a split second, but that's going to take him out of the contention.
All right, so Mia Chapman now inching away around this center section of the course. Got Steve Hoffman about 7-8 car lengths behind. She's going to try and bring it home here for the weekend sweep. As she comes down the front stretch and the checkered flags fly, Mia Chapman 2 for 2 on the weekend, and Steve Hoffman 2 for 2 on the weekend.
Well, you and I both know Mia Chapman, and I know for her triumphant return back to short course racing, that young lady's going to be pretty happy.
Yeah, pretty awesome weekend there for both Steve Hoffman and Mia Chapman, both with the weekend sweeps in their respective divisions. And you got to think they got to be really happy heading into the December rounds.
Man, no doubt. And it's just such a great thing to have Mia Chapman here on that side for a long time. You know, having her up here was incredible. Man, I know she's happy behind the wheel of that car.
Yeah, looking at lap times, looks like Mia Chapman setting the best lap of both groups. And we're going to catch up with all of our podium finishers in both divisions when we return here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series season opener at Firebird Motorsports Park. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the Countdown Group F.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We just had a double feature of Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. And we're going to have 6 podium finishers here to interview here momentarily. But the number 37 there, you see that of Mia Chapman in the Red Bull ride, taking home the victory there in Pro Production. And right behind her, Steve Hoffman in the number 14, taking home the victory in Pro-Am Turbo. So both those drivers 2 for 2 on the weekend.
Yeah, that's great seeing Mia Chapman and Steve Hoffman right there. That is great. That is awesome. Look at Steve. He is definitely basking in the glory. He loves it. Steve, I love you, dude. I'm so happy for you. What a great weekend of racing. Now that he can hear me, I'm very happy for you.
All right, as we have our Rugged Radio's unofficial results for Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo, it was Mia Chapman on top in Pro Production, Steve Hoffman on top in Pro-Am Turbo. Then we had Andre Tomei, who's going to finish in second in Pro-Am Turbo. We had Kevin O'Donnell going to be second in Pro Production. Michael Bernstein rounding up the podium there in Pro-Am Turbo. And unfortunately for Jeremy Spears, very, very strong effort today. And with a lap or two to go, just had some mechanical issues.
Yeah, after yesterday's finish in round one, Jeremy Spears had something to prove, and he was out front for a while and made Mia Chapman work for that position in first place. But, that's what makes racing good right there is a lead change like that. And Mia Chapman got her composure back together and was able to get it done and on top of the box.
Yeah, definitely a great effort by her. Looks like Tiffany Stone doing her best to get our podium finishers in their positions. And what a beautiful winner circle that is. And we got to give a big shout out to R&R Steel for all the trophies that they have sponsored here this weekend and throughout the series. And looks like we are getting word that Tiffany Stone is ready with our podium finishers here in Pro Production.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, now that was an amazing race. Let's start off with our Pro Production top two finishers. Kevin, I'm going to bring you down here. The number 325, Kevin O'Donnell. Now, when you first walked up here, you're like, I thought I got third, but man, you got second. So this is awesome to see. Tell me about your day.
Well, it's been a good one. And again, I'm here for my team, R&R. I just had the privilege of being out here today and driving a car. And we made a joke to Miss Chapman behind me that if I could beat her, well, the rest will be history. But girl drives fast, competition drives good, got caught by the cars behind me. And for not an everyday weekend thing for me, I'm just happy to be up here.
Well, we always talk about it. Sometimes the spotters are the best drivers out there. You see everything that happens on track. You know when a driver is going to be methodical, when they're going to check up, what they're going to take. So it's really cool to see you out here. I love that. Maybe you got a new career as a driver as well. We'll get those guys to get you a car. Who would you like to thank today?
It's Bob and Meredith, Matt, the Chapman family. Everybody's been a big team this weekend. And, again, we pulled the car out of the barn on Friday night just to put some more cars in the class. And I can't thank R&R Steel Racing enough for, all the help out here and just the privilege to be able to drive a car with these talented people.
Wonderful. Nice job. Hop back up on number 2. And taking that top spot once again, number 37, Mia Chapman. Yeah. Mia, nice job over here for you. Talk to me about the day. I know that with you taking that top spot in round 1, there was some superstition going on that you needed to have a drink, you needed to have a hug, your mom needed to give over a burrito, but now you seem to not necessarily need that and still take that top spot. So tell me about it.
Yeah, all the superstitions went out the window today, so I was a little nervous, but it just felt good to get back out there, get some more seat time in the car. Get more comfortable on the track. I absolutely love this types of racing. So, really happy to be out here and couldn't ask for a better weekend.
And who would you like to thank today?
Definitely my mom and my dad for all the endless hours to get me out here. Red Bull, Tremor Wheel, Kicker Audio, Rigid Industries, Sparco, Rugged Radios, Shurcan, R&R Steel, JB15, and a big thanks out to Willer Racing. They got us dialed in with some brakes and shock stuff, so car ran phenomenal.
I love it, and being able to make you laugh a little bit about those superstitions was awesome. Nice job taking that top spot for Mia Chapman. Awesome, and taking the third spot right now, the 849, Jeremy Spears. Jeremy, chat with me about it. How was your weekend?
Weekend was pretty good. We had some car problems yesterday with obviously the door coming open, so we got that fixed, and today we're struggling with boost.
Struggling with boost a little bit. So who would you like to thank? I know it's not always where you want to happen. Some things go through, but that's kind of racing for you. Rounds 1 and 2 are done. We still got a lot of racing left to go for the 26th season.
Yeah, absolutely, and we'll be here for it.
Awesome. Who would you like to thank?
American UTV, Green City Heating, and Ben from Metals.
Wonderful. Nice job. Hop up on 3. I'll grab your trophy for you. One more round of applause for your Pro Production top 3.
And what a great podium there. Everybody's stoked. That was a solid race, Pro Production. Jeremy Spears, great to see that he's going to be out there. And I think this class throughout 2025 and 2026 season going to be nothing but growing. And good to see some great competitive races out there and lots of fun. So, amazing winner circle there. And we've got a few more podium finishers to get to, though, Mark. And I don't know, what are your thoughts on this next one, Pro-Am? I mean, you know Steve Hoffman better than I do. What do you think about this? Because Weekend Sweep, man, he is stoked on life.
So Steve Hoffman is normally the embodiment of coming racing and having a great time. He comes up here for the experience of racing, coming out here to race, having the family out here, having just a great time, kind of like a camping trip. But hey, we're camping next to the race track, so he gets out there just have a great time. But man, he was a serious competitor here today, and he found his way on the top of the box for both days. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, 2 for 2. I mean, you gotta love that, opening up the season with a couple of victories for Mr. Steve Hoffman. I know we're trying to get those drivers down there. We're going to get them up on the podium here momentarily, but looking forward to hearing those stories. And looks like we got Tiffany Stone possibly standing by, so time to toss it down to Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, it's always great to have 2 classes running at the same time. It is really, really nice to be able to talk to these gentlemen right after the race. So we're going to talk to our Pro-Am Turbo top 3, starting out with the 3rd place, 295, Michael Bernstein. Now, Michael, double podium for here, round 1, round 2 in Arizona. How are you feeling about that?
Pretty good. Representing Arizona good.
Representing Arizona good. It's a little warmer out here than what we're used to right now, but when you were talking about racing and how the course is really, coming together for you, obviously a little more dusty than yesterday, how did you be able to work through all those difficulties?
Just understanding the course and just driving what you remember.
Driving what you remember. Well, who would you like to thank today?
I want to thank my parents, Valley Steel Supply, Ruthless Power Sports, Rito for getting the car ready, and then Dan for fixing it yesterday, and then Oliver for being my spotter.
Wonderful. Nice job to you. Big congratulations. Top 3. All right, we're going to head over here to Andre Tomei. Andre, come down here for me. It's good to see you over here. Yesterday, some things were going on, but you were able to come back for round 2 in Arizona. Tell me what were the changes from yesterday to today?
We just had to throw a new belt on the car, OEM Can-Am belt, just to finish the race, and got back out there, started in last, and made our way back up to second.
Starting from last, making your way all the way to second. How does a driver like you make sure that he keeps his head into the game, especially when we have comp yellows, mandatory yellows, and then, of course, 2 different races happening?
Absolutely. My spotter was on his game. Got a shout-out to Oliver and OG Racing out there. Without him, I don't know if I would have made my way back up to second. And, thanks again. Anybody else you'd like to thank for round 2? Yeah, I'd like to thank Down South Motorsports and my family and friends for supporting and being out here with me.
Wonderful. Nice job. Hop back up on number 2. And taking the top spot again, number 14, Steve Hoffman. You've done it again here. I know that it's a 2-man team over here with you and spotters going back and forth, your spotter. Tell me about it, because yesterday when we chatted, you were like, hey, if he can do it too, it's going to be a perfect weekend. And now you add this one for you as well, back-to-back top spots, round 1 and round 2. Explain to me how more perfect this weekend could be for you.
Unfortunately, my normal spotter, Tom Bach, who got first yesterday in Sportsman NA, couldn't make it today. He unfortunately had to work. So have stand-in AJ spotted for me, and my wife spotted for me. They both helping me out. But definitely it plays a big factor, man. You got to have a good combination and work together and understand each other, even if it's short talk. So, it works out pretty good. But it's definitely a need for sure.
Communication is key out here, and you wouldn't be able to be on that top spot without him. It's a 50-50 communication, and, of course, for the driver within yourself. Who would you like to thank today?
I want to thank Core, obviously, and I forgot yesterday. I was all mixed up. But Core for putting on this awesome race and awesome venue and setup and everything. Track's bitching. My wife for letting me race. And then HSD, my boy Michael, who is basically my crew chief, wasn't able to make it, being his business is growing and too busy to come out. But and then my friends, Aftermarket Assassins, everybody, the Brooks for cheering me on. I cheer on the little guy too if we have a thing. But it's everybody that helps me out. Like I said, it's definitely a plus to be up here to show them I'm doing good now. Instead of being wheels up, I'm wheels down. So there you go, Mark. Find another name for me. 2 days in a row.
All right, 2 days in a row. You're absolutely correct. Hop back up on number 1 over there. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am Turbo. And Mark, I think you're going to have to find a new name for Steve Hoffman. Back up to you guys.
Indeed, man. I think that's a great job. I'm very proud of him, and we will definitely fit his request to find him another name. I like that, wheels down instead of wheels up. It feels kind of weird to hear my name. Thank you, Liz. Or, hey, Mark, let's find a new name on the podium. I don't think I've ever had that happen.
Well, maybe a little of that trash talking you did inserted something in his brain. He goes, I got to drive faster and change the narrative here.
Well, he definitely did a great job. And, all kidding aside, man, Steve, I'm very happy for you, man. I know it's a great weekend. And I could tell that smile right there. He's very genuinely happy with his performance today.
And he should be. Weekend sweep. And it was dominating fashion. He just drove the wheels off of that car.
Yeah, he looked good. I mean, everything was good. He was hitting the marks. He was actually chasing down Mia Chapman at the end there. And, Mia Chapman, she's very experienced and a very fast driver. So it was good to see, guys my age up there being able to at least get on the bumper of Mia Chapman. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely. And, what a great weekend for both Steve Hoffman and Mia Chapman, both 2 for 2 weekend sweeps. So they are going to be our points leaders in their respective divisions heading into our 3rd and 4th rounds back here at Firebird Motorsports Park in December. So, lots of good racing yet to come this season. Thanks to all you tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app and joining us from around the country. Big thank you to all of you and everybody at Racer Plus and Racer at Racer Network for making everything happen for us. As we're getting a glimpse there of our next division. We're starting to get some cars gridded up. This is going to be our Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo cars. So we're going to have another joint race with a couple of our Sportsman divisions. I also believe we've got off our sheets, but a late entry into this one, young Cody Krantz. Saw Cody Krantz racing earlier. I think his dad, Jimmy Krantz from Bikeman Performance, reached out and said, hey, we're here from the Midwest. I want my kid to get as many laps as he can. And car was in good shape after that last race, so they're throwing him out here in the Sportsman race just for more laps.
I mean, anytime you can get the car out there and collect more data, I think that's a smart move out there. If the car is safe, or if your main race is done, it's Sunday, it's time to, let some things change up in your series. Well, then, get out there and collect some more data for you, because that just helps you out your race program every time you get track time.
Well, and the big thing is we've got a lot of new drivers, especially when we go into pro side-by-side, but you're talking about, a lot of the Bikeman Performance drivers, Cody Krantz, and we've got Krychek Racing as well, and everybody out of that camp. But, they're Midwest racers. This is the first time they've actually been here to Firebird Motorsports Park. So, they've got a big operation in the Midwest with a couple of semi-haulers, brought one of the semis out for this. But, they need to collect some data because, they want to be competitive with all the locals that have been racing here for years. So, I think it's great that they're just out here collecting some data and having some fun, and that little young gun is going to have a chance to burn some more laps.
Yeah, man, and one of my favorites of yesterday was Matt Dyer, and I'm hoping he's going to get out here. I don't know if anybody caught it because he was, in the back of the field, but he came down that back straightaway fast as any car I've seen. There he is, Matt Dyer, and he came down that back straightaway, just simply sent it off the jump at the end. Went so far, the car jounced up, and he did a complete 360 into turn 1. He had to back up and reset the car. But it's like it was a stunt he was trying to pull off.
Yeah, we got a Liquid Moly starting grid, got a handful of cars out there. So this is going to be a staggered race. We're going to have our Sportsman Turbos and our Sportsman NA cars both on track at the same time. So I believe we're going to start our Sportsman NA cars first. And then we're going to have a staggered start back to Matt Dyer in the turbo car. And so, just a lot of drivers out here in this one looking to have some fun.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. This is a little teaser class for you guys, because coming up next, the race you do not want to miss, the pro side-by-side. And if it was anything like it was in round 1, round 2 promises to be equally, if not more crazy. So if you're out there and you're wondering when you should make your way to the track, you better start heading this way because I have a feeling these grandstands are going to fill up.
Yeah, grandstands are going to fill up. I think our live viewership is going to fill up on the Racer Plus app because, yes, coming up next after this race is going to be that pro side-by-side division. This is the time, I tell you, go get an adult beverage, go get some caffeine, go get whatever you want because the show is going to be starting in about half an hour, and you don't want to miss that one.
No, you surely do not. I mean, I wouldn't even care if you're into off-road racing or not. You should still watch this race.
Oh, that was yesterday. It was I can't even put it in perspective. Everybody around the pits goes, that was one of the best short course races we've ever seen. Any division, any kind. It was that good. I don't know how we can replicate that today, but we're going to try as we got the green flag out. We are racing here with Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo.
Well, that's a great job to see Kranz out there and, again, collect a lot of needed data to, help him out here when he returns here to Arizona. Everything's really different here when you get in the desert environment, as we've been talking about. The watering the track, it evaporates, and it changes, from the first lap all the way to the 10th lap.
Yes, Cody Krantz leading in the 22 Bikeman Performance car.
Well, no 360 out of Matt Dyer. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah. Timothy Jones there in the second spot, making his way around this track as we got a glimpse there of Cody Krantz, the number 22. He's been out here a few times already in that car, so knows the track quite well. Coming down this front stretch with the big tabletop.
Yeah, now that I look out there, that is Timothy Jones. And we all know where that name Tim Jones comes from. Our own Tim Jones.
Yeah, Timothy Jones looking strong. Big jump there. Working his way around this track. Got the drone overhead. To get that drone shot there.
Yeah, he's new to the bigger car. He campaigned a smaller car that his brother is actually driving now. But now Timothy, big enough to get in these cars. And, hey, he's big enough, he's smart enough, he's responsible enough. Throw him in the car, let's go racing.
Well, just looking at that, he sure knows how to jump, man. That was a huck there.
Yeah, we've been talking about the families that come from long-time race pedigrees. Him, his uncle, everybody, his dad. As we mentioned, Barlow, Steve Barlow. I mean, a long time race family right there, the Joneses.
Yeah, been around for a long time. So you got Timothy Jones coming down the front stretch. He's slated for 10 laps out here. Look at that, Matt Dyer, big jump.
Yeah, he's not afraid to sky it. I think that's what got him into trouble down the back straightaway. Watch this. He just holds it to the wood right over this rear jump here. Watch this. Oh, and I said that, and he took it easy. What the heck?
Well, he's definitely out here for a good time.
Yeah, indeed.
Got the big ski jump there.
So good to see Timothy Jones out there and get the most seat time that he can. This will help him out when he goes to race the class that he actually came out to race and to give him a seat time. But, being able to say that he raced it up with Krantz, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, Krantz obviously had a strong run earlier, finishing on the podium. So I think as a young driver, it's good to be around other young drivers and see their lines and see their speeds. It's the way they pick things apart on this track.
Yeah, the track been pretty good all weekend long. And, we're talking about the big race that's coming up next. And I hope everybody that is going to race this race, I hope they are 100% happy with the track, because I don't want the track to be the one that they say, hey, the track was this, track was that. All is I want to see in this pro side-by-side race that's coming up, I just want to see some incredible racing. I don't care who wins, but I just want to see some incredible racing.
Yeah, I definitely think we're going to see some incredible racing coming up. It's definitely one, like I said, it's can't miss TV or can't miss in person, that's for sure. So Pretty sure everybody here on site that's back in the pits is going to be making their way to the grandstands. Everybody at home is going to be tuning in to the Racer Plus app as we've got a shot there, the number 22 of Cody Krantz. Dad Jimmy Krantz, owner of Bikeman Performance, fields a lot of side-by-sides for racers all over the country. Big sponsor, gives a lot back to the sport of short course racing. So great to see them out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome edition for 2025 and 2026. Look at that, almost tripling it. Cody Krantz almost getting the triple.
Well, you know, that's some of that data we were talking about right there. Get your track time out there, and you know, maybe you decide during the race that you came out to race, hey, I'm not going to try that triple. But here I am. I entered another class. Let's give it a try. Let's see if I can clear it. Tim Jones doing a great job holding his car to the loot as well over the triple.
Yeah, nice jump there for Timothy. Working his way around the track.
Yeah, that's great. I really enjoy seeing Timothy doing a great job out here at racing. You know, I've been friends with the Jones family ever since he was ever since he was born. Now that I think about it, I've known the Joneses that long.
All right, there we got Cody Krantz, 22. Making his way around. We're going to find that competition caution at some point. I'm going to regroup everybody. Looks like we should have it this time by, so we're going to get everybody regrouped, and it'll be good. You know, give Timothy Jones another shot, another crack there at Cody Krantz.
Yeah, it makes me beg the question on what Timothy Jones wants to gain from being out here on the track. So.
All right, so as we're going to regroup these drivers, one of our new partners in the series, Liqui Moly, Tiffany Stone earlier this weekend was able to catch up with them.
All right, so whenever you're at a racetrack, it's not only about the vehicles that brought you there, but definitely about the vehicles that you want to race. And I'm here with Jacob from Liqui Moly. Now, talk to me about everything you've got for our racers.
So this weekend we brought out a bunch of our products. We're doing high-quality lubricants and additives. Everything's made in Germany. Focused a lot on the racing community. Covered a lot of different aspects of racing, whether it be power sports, marine, obviously automotive. But we have a few items here. 550 from Molygen line, 2050 from our oldest style motors, and then we have a power sports line up front. We have a bunch of different additives, whether it be for your power sports items right here. We have a gun tech item for firearms and archery, and then we have a whole line of automotive products as well.
Well, this is awesome, and I do know that you have some generator oil, so anybody that's hanging out here, if you do have your RV or camper, because no race weekend is complete without that, you need a place to stay. So if you have any questions, you need to look at anything, or of course check out all of the great products, Jacob's over here. He'll give you the lowdown, and I am so excited that they've come on to help us out for this season. It's great to have you guys out here.
Thank you for having us.
All right, and we are back here. Big thanks to Liqui Moly for the support in the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series seasons. Got a couple of rounds this fall and winter, and then we're going to take a little break over the holiday, and then come back with 3 different weekends of racing to wrap up the series. So we are just rounds 1 and 2 now, into round number 2 here, and we are in Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo Racing. We got young Cody Krantz currently leading, and we've got another young driver, Timothy Jones, in the second spot in Sportsman NA, and then we've got Matt Dyer in Sportsman Turbo, the lone entry in that division, as we've got our Jones Ford pace truck pulling off the track, getting ready to go back green flag racing with 4 laps remaining in this dual feature.
Yeah, now that they're restarted, they're single file, so this is where Timothy Jones now can put it together, because he's got a turbo car behind him. And, Krantz, it would appear that Timothy Jones has an equally as fast car as Krantz. So let's see if Jones can get on the back bumper. Let's see if all 3 of these can stay pretty tight this time around.
Well, looks like Matt Dyer trying to get a little racy there with Timothy Jones. I just don't know that he's got got the suspension to drive it into the corners like Timothy Jones is.
Yeah, it would appear that Matt Dyer's car is a little more set up for desert. You can see that he has larger tires. You can see his ride height is a little higher. You can see when the suspension comes down from his jumps, it's very pillowy. And, you know, you don't really want a lot of rebound and compression from your ride height. That's more the way you set up a desert car. In short course racing, you want to try to limit how much the car's suspension travels, so that way you can really plant the car in the corners, but still have enough left in your ride height and the preload to take over the jumps here at short course.
Big jump there for Timothy Jones. Top time's a hair quicker for him than they were previously, so maybe he found a little something he's trying to throw down here. As you can see Cody Krantz up there in turn number 2 with Timothy Jones trying to chase him down.
Yeah, that was a great example right there down the back straightaway. Was it what I was just talking about? Timothy Jones' car's landed, it planted, and it kept going. Matt Dyer's car, it hit, which is the way you want. It jounced a little bit and then reset. And that's exactly the difference between a desert car and a short course car.
Look at that big jump there for Timothy Jones over the step up. Gonna have 2 laps remaining this next time by.
Oh, sounds like a situation. Sounds like it's brewing there in the 813th, unless it just coughed over the jump.
Yeah, Matt Dyer. We got that drone on the 813 of Matt Dyer.
Yeah, both Max and Brian did a fabulous job here today with the drones. You got Brian on the fast drone right here, closer to the cars, and my man Max with the aerial views.
All right, so we got 2 to go here. Cody Krantz leading in Sportsman NA. Timothy Jones second in Sportsman NA. And we got Matt Dyer currently leading in Sportsman Turbo.
Yeah, I do love the way that Matt Dyer's car, though. I mean, you do have to set it up for a short course, but I do love the way that car, that it does seem to be in desert mode. I love the way that it is attacking this course.
Tell you what, he's got a lot of suspension over the big jumps, that's for sure, though.
He really does.
He's not backing down over the big jumps as we get a beautiful aerial shot there. The Bikeman Performance, number 22. Cody Krantz taking the white flag. 1 to go here with Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo.
Well, I hope that they got the data acquisition that they needed being out there on the course. I know Timothy Jones has got to be happy about that car. It looks like his car is working really good. And we know all about, well, we don't know all about Krantz, but I'm saying we know a lot about Krantz. And it's great to see him out here, too. And again, for his data acquisition here for this race.
All right, Cody Krantz up, taking it easy over the step up this time by.
Yeah, that still looks pretty rough.
Trying to bring it home here for the checkered flag.
That's a really good-looking car. I like the lines on it, and I love the way that the body flows into the number panels right there. It's a really good-looking car.
Yeah, definitely a good-looking car. Bright red Bikeman Performance car. And he's going to take the checkered flag. It's going to be a win there for Cody Krantz in Sportsman NA. Got Timothy Jones now working his way down the front stretch in the number 3. So it's going to be Timothy Jones bringing it home in second in Sportsman NA, and it is going to be Matt Dyer taking home the win in Sportsman Turbo.
Yeah, there does seem to be something rattling on that car.
Yeah, sounds a little rough, but he brought it home. That's all that matters.
Indeed.
All right, we're going to take a short commercial break, and we come back. We're going to have our podium finishers here in Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo here at Firebird Motorsports Park in the opening rounds of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. and by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Let's meet up at the compound, group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park. We are here for round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with our Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo racers. We're getting them out of their cars, and we're going to get them on the podium here momentarily. Great to get some Sportsman racers out here, getting them burn some laps. But you know what? All the focus now is turning to our next race, which is going to be Pro Side-by-Side, Mark.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race, and I mean, a pretty uneventful event here for this last race, but this is just a little teaser, maybe the last people out on the track to kind of check it out one more time before the Pro Side-by-Side race hits the track. It's going to be simply off the chain.
Yeah, which brings us to our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. It was Cody Krantz taking home the number 1 spot in Sportsman NA, Timothy Jones in the 2nd spot in Sportsman NA, and then Matt Dyer was going to be your victor in Sportsman Turbo. So trio of racers in this one, a couple of winners, and it sounds like right now we have all those winners and podium finishers down with Tiffany Stones. It's time to toss it down to her.
Thank you, guys. Yes, that was a nice race. Enjoyed watching all our sportsmen out there. Taking the 2nd place spot, number 3, Timothy Jones. Timothy, hop on down here with me. Now, it was good to see you in here. You and actually Cody were late entries to this, and it was really nice to see you both out there. Talk me through that 1st and 2nd half for you. Obviously, when there's just a few drivers out there, it's all about yourself and racing against yourself and picking great lines, which you seem to do. Now, let me know how you feel about that.
Yeah, we were just trying to learn the track for the other classes, so get used to it more often. I haven't been this track for about 6 years or something like that, so it's great to be back and all that, and finding the lines is just a little tough with the new grooves and all the other classes running on it and making it a little harder to run. So it's great to come back and get a podium's good. So.
I love that. No, you're absolutely correct. Seat time is going to be everything, especially in short course racing. And when race after race and lap after lap, the changes in there, the grooving comes out. So who would you like to thank today?
God, Dad, my mom and Dad, Joe Chapman for helping all them years back getting my car all ready. Jesse for helping the spot. Jimmy Owens for helping tune up my cars all the time and help get everything set and ready for us, and Ben Beacom's for helping us or letting us use their camp spots and help us have a place to park the car. So, yeah, and Ryan, yeah, so and Anna.
Awesome, nice job. Hop back up on number 2. Number 22, Cody Krantz taking that top spot. Now, Cody, like we were mentioning, you two were these late entrants, but I know you want to get some seat time out there, especially coming from the Midwest. You are a series champ, multi-champ, but learning out this new short course out here on the West Coast. Tell me about your day.
Oh, yeah, it's just been really good, and we've gotten 2 podiums in youth and now this, and we're just going to try to get more seat time in this class and work our way better in youth.
So there was some talks that you were not sure if you're going to race the whole season, but taking some podiums here in round 1 and round 2, what are your thoughts on that? Are you going to try to race the whole season with us?
Oh, yeah, I might try to, but we never know. We might not.
We got to see what Jimmy's going to let you do. Nice job. Big round of applause for your top 2 finishers here in Sportsman NA. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great to see that. Yeah, we love seeing our drivers from other areas of the country make their way out. Big thanks to Bikeman Performance for making their way out from the Midwest here to Chandler for these opening rounds. We love to see them here at all of them if possible. So wrapping up that podium, but I think we've still got one more podium to get to. We're going to get through that podium, and then we're going to move on to pro side-by-side racing. We still got, I believe, 4 races left today. So we got pro side-by-side. Then we're going to take a brief intermission, and then we're going to come back with SR1s. We got the Beehive 1450s, and we've also got, we've got a lot of racing yet to come. Pro Light as well. So right now, though, it sounds like we got Tiffany Stone standing by with our winner from Sportsman Turbo.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Yes, our winner from Sportsman Turbo. You've done it yesterday. You did it again today, Matt. Nice job out there. Starting off the season for 2026 pretty good in the Sportsman Turbo class, taking 2 top podiums. How are you feeling?
Good. I'm more comfortable today. Yesterday was my first short course race ever, so car feels – need to get the car set up better, but we'll figure it out as we go.
That is awesome to hear that this is your first race ever. I love that you're coming out here joining us for Core. That speaks volumes of what you want to race, how you want to race, and where you want to race. So who would you like to thank for the 2 podium spots, round 1 and round 2?
Cutting Edge Manufacturing, our Arizona Precision Fabrication, Patterson Property Inspections, my spotter, Brad Patterson, and Core.
Awesome. For this being your first racing out here, you're doing these podiums really well. Nice job. Congratulations once again to you, taking that top spot in Sportsman Turbo. Back up to you guys.
All right. Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great to see him on the podium, and sure many more podiums to come for him. But all right, so we are wrapping things up with the Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo, which means all eyes now turn to our premier division, the Pro Side-by-Side division. Let me just tell you, if you missed yesterday's race, you're tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app. You want to go back after this next race, watch yesterday's races, because it will be one of the best races you have absolutely ever seen in your life. Now, if you did see that, you know what to expect out of today, because yesterday was one of the most electrifying short course races I have ever seen.
Man, I've seen a lot of races I've been announcing out here for a long time, but I agree with you 110,000%. One of the best races I've ever seen. Lots of big name racers in here. We're going to have over 14 cars on the track, and those cars are so equal. The whole class will fit inside one of our straightaways. They will not get that far apart. They won't get spread out. It is going to be some serious close racing.
Yeah, and the exciting thing about this is it's normally, as a host and somebody that follows, short course and side-by-side racing, you might have an inkling, I think this guy's quick. I think he's got a shot at the win. The problem here is it's a good problem to have, but I can name 10 drivers out here that I think can take a podium.
Yeah.
So it is, when we say it is a stacked field, I mean top to bottom, this is some of the best drivers from around the country. We've got guys making the trek from the Midwest. We've got drivers from Southern California. We've got our locals here in Arizona. Like I said earlier, this is an absolute star-studded cast of the best pro side-by-side racers in the country, and they're right here in Chandler, Arizona this weekend.
Yeah, it's going to be a barn burner for sure. If you're out there in the pits right now, you better make your way to the grandstand before they fill up. If you're online, like Jim said, sit down, get a beverage, get ready. This is no holds barred side-by-side racing coming up.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be must-see TV out here with the pro side-by-side division. I know they are getting gridded up in the back, trying to make their way to the track. And let me tell you, we got 14 heavy And when I say heavy, I mean we are talking heavy hitters that are getting ready to throw the gloves down, and it is going to be an all-out slugfest here for 10 laps around this track at Firebird Motorsports Park. And yesterday it was electric. Today I predicted we are going to blow the roof off of this place.
Yeah, predictions are incredible. You know, I'm going to do an announcer cardinal no-no. If you had to predict who to get to see top 3.
Top 3? I can't even call it.
Wow.
I mean, I've got people that I think, but I mean, sure. Let's just go down the list here real quick. I mean, you look at Ryder Chapman, obviously the guy with the target on his back. He's already taken a victory earlier today. You got Chase Carr, who was bad fast yesterday. Bo Judge, the veteran, we talked to him after the race, and Bo was going, he was a pole sitter, and he sat back there in third thinking Chapman and Carr were going to take each other out. They didn't, so he ended up having to settle for third. Then you've got Colin Krychek, one of the big winners from the Midwest, making his way all the way out here. I mean, you're going down, you got veterans like Jason Weller, Bob Van Beekem, you got Ryder Van Beekem in here, the Willits. I mean, Connor Maxwell all the way to the back because of the issues he's had this weekend, and he's going to be coming from 14th, and he's a guy that can take the victory.
Well, all right, they got me here at Corb to be the guy that knows a little bit about the drivers that you just mentioned. Bobby Van Beekem, he comes out swinging. No matter what, he's going to come out swinging. Kyle Argonaut, part of that R&R Steel crew as well. Brian Willett, a new kid to the block, man. He's right in the middle of a hornet's nest, and I think he's got the finesse that he can kind of mellow that out a little bit. Dan Kelly, another veteran. Dan Kelly is a win it or wreck it kind of guy. It's checkers or wreckers, no doubt about it. A very experienced person out there as well. Brian McCormick, the methodical man. I call him Brian Methodical McCormick. He just got that nickname today. This man doesn't leave one box unchecked. Bo Judge, was able to talk to him. This is my first time seeing Bo Judge, and what a racer he was. He really had to race on his A game yesterday to stay up here because these Arizona boys were showing Bo Judge no respect. What can I say about Ryder Chapman? His nerves were eating him alive yesterday, and he was still able to walk away with the win. And, man, Jason Weller. The Wellers, they're responsible for some, and a lot of these cars use their parts out here. They don't only make them, they don't only do it, they race them. So it's great to see the Wellers out here. So you're absolutely right. Every single car I just named, they have the opportunity to be on top of the box.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We've got 14 drivers out here, and a good 10 of them can take a podium at least. I mean, honestly, I'm thinking we got 14 drivers that could sneak onto the podium as well. You never know what's going to happen because we did have some attrition yesterday. I mean, gloves are off, and like I said, elbows were out when you talk about moto terms. I mean, these cars were getting real wide.
Yeah, that's what Corey Weller said. Elbows were out, so here it comes. Elbows are definitely going to be out. I want to see as clean a race as I possibly can see because that's going to what's really be visually spectacular. These cars dice it up. They get their passes clean. I'm sure there's going to be a little bumping, so we'll see how it goes. But, man, I didn't get to mention Connor Maxwell. He wasn't able to race yesterday, so unfortunately he wasn't in the action. So it's going to be really a different race today with Connor Maxwell in the mix.
Yeah, and Connor Maxwell, that's the interesting note, really quick, but he's starting all the way in the back because he had his issues, wasn't able to qualify on Friday. And I think he had the drive shaft come out of the car, go through the firewall, wrap up the wiring harness in the drive shaft, rip the wiring harness out of the car. Those guys went and did all kinds of work, thought he was going to take the grid for round number 1, got out there, car wasn't running right, pulled it in the back. They've done work again overnight. He's going to try and make it here for round number 2. We hope that car's running well because he's definitely a guy you want to see on this grid.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Bo Judge out there, Connor Maxwell, that'd be the race I'd like to see. Ryder Chapman, he's going to do incredible in here. Ryder Chapman moving up to the pro class, and this is the opportunity for any driver out there in this class to prove what they're made of.
Well, that's right. You can win against these drivers. You're winning against some of the best drivers in the country. That is an absolute statement. Ryder Chapman made it yesterday, backed it up with a win earlier today in our NA division. So now he's here in pro side-by-side. So already a very strong weekend for Ryder Chapman. We'll see if he can keep it alive. But I got to tell you, being able to repeat and sweep a weekend in pro side-by-side, that is going to be a tall tale with 14 of these drivers here as we've got them slowly rolling out into this arena. And let me tell you, when we call it an arena, pro side-by-side, this is absolutely in an arena.
It is definitely for sure. And one other driver we didn't mention, we're trying to actually get the story on every driver out here, is Chase Carr. Chase Carr will be in a P2 position, so he's going to have a great start. And while we're at it, let's go through the Liquid Moly starting grid. Ryder Chapman in P1 in the 32 car. Chase Carr in that beautiful blue and orange car in the 37. Bo Judge, he'll be in the 956 right next to him. Colton Krajcik. And Brian Method McCormick in the 333. And Jason Weller out there in the 48 will be your top 3 rows, with Jeremiah Wagner and Garrett Maxwell will finish row 4.
Yeah, looking at 5, we've got a pair of Van Beekem drivers, Ryder and Bob Van Beekem there in row number 5, Brian Willett, Kyle Arkenaugh in row number 6, and then we've got Dan Kelly and Connor Maxwell, one of the ones to watch there in row number 7. You know, if you put me on the spot earlier, and I don't want to call it Podium, but I would say the one driver, you know, I think everybody's going to be watching Connor Maxwell. We know he's got a fast car, and he's starting in the back. But somebody that 2 I want to watch in particular. Jason Weller. I think Jason yesterday, I think he was feeling things out. Obviously, I think he stepped into this division. He was supposed to be running in one of the other divisions, and it had a light entry list, so he stepped into this division. I think he's kind of put some stuff together. I'm sure, knowing Jason, he took a lot of notes, made some adjustments to the car. I think he's going to be a lot faster today. But Bo Judge, Bo told me, he goes, I love racing here. He goes, I wasn't prepared for that. He goes, this is fun. You know, but I think he now knows the pace these guys run, and I think Bo Judge is going to bring his A game today. So I would be watching Bo Judge from that number 3 spot, and I would be watching Jason Weller from that number 6 spot. 2 of my guys to keep an eye on.
Man, I agree with you. Jason Weller, was able to catch up with him after the race, and I said, man, you were so fast down the track straight away. And he goes, well, I didn't have any brakes. And I said, what do you mean you didn't have any brakes? He said, yeah, I lost an axle nut. Now, if you know how these work, the axle nut goes through, the CV joint goes through, and if you lose the axle nut, there is nothing holding the hub together. So the only thing that was holding Jason Weller's wheel on to the splines of the CV was his brake caliper. And he was out there. He was able to finish the race, so they got it back together, and he might even be stronger and might even found some speed because, I don't know, his axle nut's on.
Well, that is one crazy story. I mean, we had stories from Ryder Chapman and his nerves and trying to be able to keep everything down when he was in the car. Obviously, he held it all together, walked away with a victory. But top to bottom through this entire list, I mean, you know, one of the other guys we got to keep an eye on is Bob Van Beekem. Yeah. Bob started out strong and then, kind of got taken out in that first corner, and we didn't get to see how fast Bob really was. So Bob, obviously one of the top 3-4 speeds in qualifying, and now he's mid-pack. I think we've got to keep our eye out on Bob Van Beekem as well, as we got that Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. I mean, if you're at home, if you're here, get on your feet. This is pro side-by-side. The gloves are off. We're going to go green flag racing with some of the most exciting racing on the planet.
They're coming down the front straight away. They take the green flag. Who is it going to be? They're stepping out early.
All right, we got Ryder Chapman all the way to the bottom. Chase Carr up top. They're going to come through clean. 3 wide going down the backstretch.
That shows you what kind of drivers they are right now. They'll trust a little bit of touching going into turn 2 down there. Might drop a position, but Ryder Chapman still in command coming out of turn 2.
Well, look at that. Chase Carr getting into it with Bo Judge.
I hope that doesn't develop into a problem right there. I want to see all these cars healthy. But a bump like that can ruin a hub, that can take out an axle, that can even make a tire go down.
Yeah, look at that. Jason Weller now getting up into the bottom line there, trying to get around Bo Judge. Jason Weller making quick work of this field. So right now it's going to be Ryder Chapman, Chase Carr, Bo Judge, and Jason Weller.
And so far this has not disappointed. The first lap is in the history books. Ryder Chapman in command early.
All right, Ryder Chapman down on the bottom, protecting the inside. Chase Carr trying to chase him down. We got Bo Judge sitting back there in the 3rd spot, trying to feel things out. And Jason Weller moving all the way up into 4th.
Yeah, Jason Weller does look healthy today. That car does look more planted. I mean, having brakes, that does change a lot of things because, you know, in order to make a car fast, it takes one thing to just, mash the pedal down and go fast. But you have to be able to stop these cars to be fast. And that shows you. Look at the line they're taking. It's a wider line. It's a faster line. Connor Maxwell with problems in turn 3.
And we got to talk about Colton Krychek there in the 5th spot, running a very clean race, just sitting back, waiting for the race to come to him. So that Bikeman performance car running strong in the 5th spot. But right now out front, it is Ryder Chapman with Chase Carr in the 2nd spot, followed by the veteran Bo Judge.
It would appear that Connor Maxwell is out of the race. Connor Maxwell's just putting up the step up. Unfortunately, we will not see Connor Maxwell bid for first place.
All right, so right now we got Ryder Chapman backing it into the 2nd corner, going to go up and over that big ski jump. Chase Carr in the 2nd spot, Bo Judge, Jason Weller, 1 through 4.
Is it just me, or is Ryder Chapman simply airing out that car over every jump?
He is full send right now, trying to bury that throttle pedal through the floorboard because he knows he's got a track full of the best drivers on the planet chasing him down.
Connor Maxwell now in his way, he had to pull up, but that didn't slow up Ryder Chapman at all. As Ryder Chapman comes down the front straightaway, hey, he's got this so far. Ryder Chapman doing a great job.
Yeah, we got yellow flag is now out.
We got a car over here in turn 6. You can see it right there at the bottom of the yellow flag, and Connor Maxwell. That is very disappointing right there. I really, really wanted to see Connor Maxwell really be part of this race.
Yeah, an unfortunate opening round 1 and round 2 for Connor Maxwell. I know we'll see him back the rest of this season. Tough break for him. Not the way you want to start out a new season, but we know he's going to come back strong and fast. So looking forward to seeing him at rounds 3 and 4. So right now we're under caution conditions. We're going to give you the rundown on this field right now. Looks like we've got Ryder Chapman out front, followed by Chase Carr in the 2nd spot. It's going to be Bo Judge in the 3rd spot, Jason Weller in the 4th spot, and then we're going to have Colton Krychek there in the 5th spot.
Man, so far pretty clean. These guys are racing, and they are inches apart all the way back as far as 8th place. And it's showing you that this is definitely a professional class. They're doing a great job here, and they are really getting to work.
All right, so I want to say probably the biggest mover in the race, though. We got to look at the number 704, Dan Kelly, up into the 6th spot. He started in the back row, all the way up into the 6th spot. I want to talk about a guy who's moved through the field.
Well, that checkers or wreckers attitude that I told you, man, he can do it because if that car stays together and he stays it clean, he definitely has the speed. He always has, man, and he is no slouch in this class at all, and he's not going to be pushed around for sure. And if you recognize that car that's out there that looks like Ryan Denny's car, Garrett Maxwell rented that car for the weekend to come out here and race this race. And Garrett's keeping that car together and, man, looking good out here with this pro side-by-side race.
Yeah, currently sitting in the 6th spot, in the 8th spot is Garrett Maxwell. So there's a shot of the 704. That is Dan Kelly, who we were mentioning earlier. Bronco Dan definitely making work of this field. So he is definitely running fast. You want to talk? We're looking down the list of lap times, and believe I don't know if that's going to be right or not. Looks like Jason Weller possibly with one of the fastest laps of the day so far.
It would appear we're going to go one more lap around, and that might be a really good idea. Let's look down here. Ryder Chapman, though, getting out front, he's been pretty much unchallenged. The whole field is directly behind him, but nobody's been able to put a wheel in on him, so he's been enjoying his own race. So hopefully his nerves for this race are a little more calm today. And just to make a speculation call, it does seem like he's in command and not nervous at all.
Well, and obviously we're under caution conditions here. We've got the drivers getting regrouped, but this will take the place of the mandatory competition caution. So if we stay green flag racing, this will be the only caution. So, a little bit earlier than normal, but because of the incident on track, we're regrouping everybody early. So this is a chance, this restart, for the drivers really to jockey for position.
Yeah, I think that's a smart idea here.
All right, there we've got Ryder Chapman. And it looks like as we were under competition caution conditions, or just caution conditions, we caught up with Bo Judge earlier on this weekend.
Down here with Bo Judge. Now, Bo, you're back out here. It's so good to see you once again. Talk to me about how that qualifying session went for you.
Yeah, it seemed pretty good. I tried to give a little bit of distance to the car in front of me so we could, I thought for sure, like with him being like the past champion here from last year, I thought I gave him enough distance. But obviously the tune-up that we put in the car and the shock tune-up with Doug Roll and Double E Racing, they just gave me a hot package. And I came in, and next thing you know, I was reeling him in. I was kind of getting stuck in his dust a little bit, but it looks like we came out P1 unofficially, so we'll see how that turns out.
Well, talking about some dust, too, about a few days ago, this was pretty much underwater. They talked to me about it. 100,000 gallons was pumped out of there to make sure that the track was pretty much...
All right, we are looking to go back green flag racing here. Ryder Chapman going to take us to green with Chase Carr diving to the bottom. Now he's diving to the top. Chase Carr got a run there on Ryder Chapman. Ryder Chapman able to slam the door. Now we got Jason Weller sliding into that third spot.
Well, this is going to give Jason Weller the chance to get in there in this battle and see if Jason Weller can run down Ryder Chapman.
We had a car up and over there. Couldn't quite tell who that was. Was it possibly Bronco Dan?
It looks like a Van Beekem car. We'll find out here in a second. That's Kyle Arkanar right there. That indeed is Bobby Van Beekem. Bobby Van Beekem lost that inside wheel.
Yeah, Bob Van Beekem lost an inside wheel, but we do have a car over as well. So we've got a replay of that turnover for those of you on Racer Plus. Looks like all the way to the bottom, Bronco Dan taking a shortcut and up and over. So it was Bronco Dan that flipped it. Bob Van Beekem also getting collected in the mess, ripping one of the corners off the front of his car.
Well, you heard me call it earlier, Dan. I love the fact that you know that he's Bronco Dan. But you heard me call it. He's a checkers or wreckers guy, and there it was. He put the car too tight in turn two, found that inner curve there, and it just flipped him over. Bobby Van Beekem had nowhere to go, and Bobby probably just crossed right into him and tore that front wheel off.
Yeah, definitely not a good opening weekend for Bob Van Beekem, but if there's any drivers come back stronger than ever, it's going to be Bob.
Yeah, look at the damage done to Dan's car. The whole roof is that was quite a wreck.
Yeah, and I don't quite know what happened. He kind of cut through that center part of the corner up and over the berm, and it's great to see him on his feet. That was a nasty little rollover.
Yeah, it surely was. You know, that was to be expected in this class, though. Everybody in this class wants to get up front and battle with the fast guys. But, you know, while we were looking into that, Jason Weller has now moved up into third place. And right behind Jason Weller is that number 53 car. And Jason Weller of Colton Krajak. But Jason Weller now has the opportunity to dice it up with the 2 leaders.
Yeah, so resetting the field here, we've got Ryder Chapman leading. We've got Chase Carr in the second spot. Jason Weller there in the third spot. And then we are going to have Colton Krajcek in the 4th spot. And Bo Judge is going to be in your 5th spot. So that is your top 5 currently running. Looks like we've got about 4 in the books, 6 laps to go.
Man, the anticipation, even though the race is going on right now, I'm still wound up. The energy is so awesome up here. Jason Weller, though, right now, him and his wife, Corey Weller, they're in the middle of a desert series. They've been racing desert now. They actually posted a video saying, hey, look at this. The short course cars are in the shop. And, you know, that made me think. I was like, yeah, it's been a while since you guys have literally pulled the short course cars in the shop and gotten busy and gotten to work, because all their time goes into the desert car. So looks like they were able to prep a great car out here for both Corey and Jason. And it looks like the axle nut is staying where it's supposed to be this time.
We're going to red flag now, so we're going to pause things. Means we're going to be waiting for a minute or two.
All right, definitely pause in action.
All right, we're under red flag conditions, so we're going to put a pause on this race for a moment. So those of you on the Racer Plus app, we were able to catch up with Bo Judge, currently sitting in the 5th spot earlier on this weekend.
Down here with Bo Judge. Now, Bo, you're back out here. It's so good to see you once again. Talk to me about how that qualifying session went for you.
Yeah, it seemed pretty good. I tried to give a little bit of distance to the car in front of me so we could I thought for sure, like with him being like the past champion here from last year, I thought I gave him enough distance. But obviously the tune-up that we put in the car and the shock tune-up with Doug Roll and Double E Racing, they just gave me a hot package, and I came in, and next thing you know, I was reeling him in. I was kind of getting stuck in his dust a little bit, but it looks like we came out P1 unofficially, so we'll see how that turns out.
Well, talking about some dust, too, about a few days ago, this was pretty much underwater. They talked to me about it. 100,000 gallons was pumped out of there to make sure that the track was pretty much prepped for the weekend. How's that folding out for you?
Yeah, it seems pretty good. I mean, there was a couple little soft spots, but other than that, it seemed good. I did hear that they got a bunch of rain, and I was questioning. I'm from Sacramento, so it was about a 15-hour drive up here, and I was going, do I want to go do this in mud bog? But we got here, and it looks like they did an awesome job on the track, and I'm super pumped to be here. It's my first time ever here. I'm typically more doing, like, works. I come from Works and, desert racing and King of the Hammers and all that kind of stuff. So to get out here on this short course stuff and really throw down with these guys, it was a good time.
Awesome. Well, we're excited to have Bo out here. We're going to see what the rest of the day has for him in offer.
Well, good having him out here. I know it was a trek, 15 hours to get out here, and like I said, it's a testament to this series, the championship off-road racing series, that we've got drivers now coming from all over the country and wanting to come race out here because some of the best competition in the country is here. Just looking through, obviously Bo Judge is a NorCal guy. We got a lot of SoCal people. We got people from Arizona. We got Krychek there, who is from the Midwest. So big bunch of racers from all over the place, and some just down the street.
Well, now that we're fully into this race, man, has your sentiment changed on who do you think is going to be staying up front?
I mean, obviously, Ryder Chapman's been really strong. He's led this thing. Chase Carr obviously is quick. He's been sitting there in the second spot and, just kind of biding his time. But I think we got to talk about the guy that has been on the move. I mean, Jason Weller making his way into that podium spot. Jason, phenomenal run. Been staying out of trouble, staying clean, and just picking people off one by one. We still got a lot of racing to go. I think we're going to have about 6 laps remaining, so plenty of time. So honestly, Jason Weller's looking really strong in that third spot.
He really is, and that's kind of what I was looking for. If Ryder Chapman doesn't have any more problems, he's going to finish right where he's at, and it just makes the whole rest of the field have to chase him down. But again, this entire field out there can run down Ryder Chapman if they had the opportunity. But if Ryder Chapman stays and hits all his marks, he's going to stay right where he's at.
All right, so we've got these cars back under power. They're going to follow along our pace vehicle there. Got Jones Ford truck going to pick them up there before they get to turn number 2. We're going to bring them around. We've got them re-racked. We've got them restacked. We've thinned out the field a little bit. Not on purpose. It just happens. And we're going to go back to racing with about 6 laps remaining in this pro side-by-side feature.
Man, still a stacked field out there. Some incredible racers out there. Jason Weller and Chase Carr, they're definitely going to put in their bid to chase down Ryder Chapman. I just don't think it's going to happen. The Ryder Chapman, he just looks unbeatable here today. So, Ryder Chapman, good luck, man. You've only got a few more laps to finish it up here and take us home. You earned it today for sure, as you did yesterday. I've liked it so far, though. This has been a very clean race thus far.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a mistake or a bobble from Ryder Chapman to give the rest of the drivers credit. But you got to watch Chase Carr in this restart. He's been really, really fast on the restarts. He's been able to draw even with Ryder Chapman on these restarts. So if there's going to be a move made, watch for Chase Carr. He's consistently been jumping out to the right and drawing even with Chapman. He's just had the lower line going into turn number 1. But Chase Carr's got a fast car. So I think there's a possibility, especially on this restart, for him to potentially get around Ryder Chapman.
Well, this restart's going to be absolutely 100% critical here if you want to win this race. You can't fall asleep. You can't be done. You have to literally mash down as soon as the car in front of you spools up, and that way you know you're not going to collect that in that car. But we're about to find out because the start, I say it again, it is absolutely critical because you make one mistake on the start, that could cost you a spot or two.
Yeah, Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling off. And we're going to have Ryder Chapman, the R&R Steel Machine, taking us to the green flag. And they're going goes Chase Carr to the right. Just like I said, not going to be enough there. Ryder Chapman all the way on the bottom, but look at that. Chase Carr trying to slingshot past him. Ryder drifting over a little bit. He's going to slam the door. Watch for a late break out of Chase Carr into this turn number 2.
Man, you did call it just right. Chase Carr was out to the outside trying to get around Ryder Chapman. Ryder Chapman wasn't having it.
Look how far they're jumping down that ski jump.
Yeah.
Absolutely insane.
Yeah. I mean, Ryder Chapman all day in this race has just been, as you said, full send mode.
Him and Chase Carr both hitting the triple. That is a step-up double that these guys are tripling. Chase Carr now all the way to the outside, dropping down to the bottom, trying to find something there. Nothing there.
Well, Chase Carr is matching his movements. One-on-one, he's trying to find it inside out. They touch right there just a little bit. Ryder Chapman able to keep control, though, as they drag race coming down the front straightaway. Ryder Chapman scoops over to try to take the line from him into turn 1.
Yeah, Chase Carr got the speed to run with Ryder Chapman, trying to make a move. Ryder Chapman leaving a few doors open, feeling a little pressure there. See if Chase Carr can get around, simultaneously jumping the big ski jump.
And in the background, you can see Jason Weller. He's watching this unfold. He's got the best seat in the house watching this race between Ryder Chapman and Chase Carr.
Over the triple. Now look at that, Chase Carr all the way to the inside. Nothing there. Ryder Chapman protecting the bottom line. Get a glimpse there through the field. That is Jason Weller all alone in the 3rd spot. Got Bo Judge and Colton Krychek now battling for that 4th spot.
Yeah, that battle's developing too. They're right on each other's 6s. And Judge, he's got to feel the pressure right there from Krychek.
Yeah, Krychek, a veteran, won a lot of races, so Bo Judge got to have his hands full there with Colton Krychek.
Man, it is. You can watch any section of this race, and you're watching some really fast driving. Ryder Chapman, full send off the ski jump.
They are not lifting for that one bit as Chase Carr having his hands full trying to get around Ryder Chapman. Oh, a little puff of white smoke out of the back of Ryder Chapman's car. I don't know if that means anything or not, but I did see a little glimpse of white smoke.
Yeah, I saw it as well. Well, just a few more laps to go. Let's make sure that this engine stays together. Ryder Chapman really sawing on that steering wheel to negotiate turn 6.
Big jump for Ryder Chapman down the front stretch. Get a little gap over Chase Carr in the number 37 now.
What a driver Chase Carr is. I love his driving style. You can definitely see the difference between him and Ryder Chapman. But, man, what a great drive he is putting in today.
Definitely, and we got a glimpse there on the camera of Jason Weller sitting in the 3rd spot. Right now, Chase Carr chasing down Ryder Chapman. Ryder with about 4 car lengths on Chase Carr, starting to gap him just a little bit.
Man, those first 3 cars clear the triple with no problem at all.
Carrying so much speed through this course. Just on the ragged edge.
Chapman, over!
Ryder Chapman, single incident. He doesn't even realize he's only got a car. Oh, man, tough break for Ryder Chapman.
Oh!
Just a solo car incident.
I absolutely lost my mind on that one, but Chase Carr now will pick that ticket up.
Man, tough break there for Ryder Chapman, leading this thing wire to wire, but...
Oh, man. I saw that. I couldn't even control my emotion. I did jump right out of my chair.
Now Chase Carr with a big gap over the 2nd place competitor in Jason Weller. He and Ryder Chapman just on a planet of their own. Ryder just hooked a rut or something, went up and over, a little pirouette.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. I think he was right in the middle of the turn there. I didn't see if he caught in the middle. At the inside or anything. And looks like we're gonna have the replay on it. Let's check this out as he comes in to turn 5. He does. He full on hits the inner cushion, and unfortunately that puts him right over.
Yeah, he was protecting the inside, protecting so much, he put a tire right there on that inner cushion. It was enough just to put him up on the bike, and The car did a little pirouette there, and left rear getting ripped out from underneath the car. So unfortunate turn of events for Ryder Chapman, who is having a very dominant race. Right now, Chase Carr going to take over the lead with about 2 laps to go. So we're going to have a shootout right now as we reset. Looks like it is going to be Chase Carr in the lead, Jason Weller in the second spot, Bo Judge in the third spot, and then we're going to have Colton Krychek in the fourth, and I believe it's going to be Ryder Van Beekem possibly in the fifth spot.
Yeah, this is very disappointing for Ryder Chapman. I know he's pretty disappointed, man. That was all on his own. There was nothing that nobody put him in there, nobody pushed there. He just took that corner way too tight, and unfortunately, he's going to have to watch the race here from the sidelines.
Yeah, tough break there, but Ryder, great weekend win earlier today. He had the win yesterday in pro side-by-side, so we're going to see him back here for rounds 3 and 4 later on this year, I am sure. But right now, Chase Carr in the number 37, he is going to have his work cut out. Now everybody's going to get bunched back up. We got Jason Weller, we got Bo Judge, who was our pole sitter and the fastest qualifier, sitting there in second and third. And then obviously we got Colton Krychek, who has been very smart this race. I think that's the easiest way to put it. He's just been sitting there in the top 5, now worked his way up to 4th, and he has really been putting down some strong laps, but saving the car. There's a lot of car left there. All these other guys have been bumping and banging and crashing into each other. Colton Krychek, clean car.
Yeah, that's very important, is making your equipment last. There was a desert racer. I heard it first. I think you probably heard it from a few other drivers, but I heard it from Larry Ragland. Larry Ragland said, in order to finish first, you have to first finish. And what that means is, man, you have to drive easy on your equipment, make sure the equipment is there at the end of the race when you need it most.
Yep, definitely. So we've got our pace truck pulling them off course. We're going to get things cleaned up. There was quite a lot of damage there to that car of Ryder Chapman. Whole right rear, I believe it's right rear, left rear of it ripped out of it as we got these drivers taking the scenic route around. All right, looks like we've got another angle. We're going to have the drone shot of Ryder Chapman's mishap here. And, yep, he just cut the corner too tight, and it put him over. Nothing, just single car incident, and just made that small mistake. We talked about it. Chase Carr just couldn't get around Ryder and was going to take a mistake on Ryder's part, and and that's what happened. Ryder just running a perfect race, and things happen in racing.
Yeah, and to Ryder's credit, if that car wouldn't have been damaged, he would have just flipped, and he got right. His first instinct was to mash down, and he did a great job. That car came back to life, but unfortunately, he was able to determine that he had damaged the car beyond being able to continue.
Yep, unfortunate turn of events for Ryder Chapman, the R&R Steel racing car. We're going to get that moved off the track as we've got our Jones Ford Pace truck bringing these vehicles around.
All right, Jim Beaver, it's going to be a sprint to the end now. These cars, and this kind of could change the dynamic too, because now they're hungry. They've kind of been up and down on the roller coaster ride. So now, do you think that they get gritty right now and they're going to want to just mash it down and want to win this step? Because, some of the fastest racers have already been taken out in this class.
Well, some of the fastest racers have, but, we've got 4 of the fastest still sitting there, 1 through 4. And, we got to talk about it. Bo Judge in the third spot. Obviously, he's been, he was a top qualifier, and he's been running a very smart race. Jason Weller's worked his way through the pack, started 6th, up to 2nd now. I think Jason's got a little something left in the tank. We're going to have 2 to go here. And, Chase Carr run a flawless race, just sat back and was picking his way, trying to make it around Ryder Chapman, just couldn't do it, but he was able to run Ryder's pace.
Well, I'm going to say it. Chase Carr is going to have to run an absolute flawless race right now, because Jason Weller, he will definitely capitalize on any mistake that Chase Carr makes.
Yeah, so when we go back to green flag, it is going to be a green-white checker. We're going to have a 2-lap shootout here for round number 2 of pro side-by-side racing here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Oh, man, green-white checker. This is going to be a fun shootout. We got 4 or 5 of the top drivers still left up there. You know, got to mention Garrett Maxwell there in the 6th spot, too. Been a sneaky good race for him as we've got our Jones Ford pace truck pulling off. Chase Carr going to be taking us to the green flag.
Yeah, don't blink your eyes, man. 2 laps to go. If you blink your eyes, this race is going to be over. And I'm sure they'll take it right to the end of anything crazy if they can avoid it. But here we go. Back to race action. We're going green.
Weller, look at that. Almost in the draft behind Chase Carr. Chase Carr stretching out about a 2-car length lead, though. Bo Judge all over the back of Jason Weller as Chase Carr going to take us down into turn number 2.
Yeah, it almost looked like Bo Judge was pushing Jason Weller into turn 1.
Yeah, a little contact there looked like between Weller and Judge. Judge now all the way to the side of Weller.
Well, Chase Carr, though, now able to showcase what he's made of, and he looks great. He's been smooth all race. Wow, just sky in the triple.
Yeah, look at that. Now we've got Bo Judge putting a little pressure on Jason Weller. Pair of Can-Ams there.
And look at this, Chase Carr, rather. He's like, man, I don't got Chapman to do. Oh, a little contact, too.
Contact. That front wheel of Weller getting into it with Bo Judge. Bo Judge now getting around. Now I got Colton Krychek all over the side of Weller. So Bo Judge now, with 1 lap to go, going to try and race down and chase down Chase Carr.
Well, I told you this was going to be a sprint. We've already had a position change. But it looks like Chase Carr is extending his lead over the rest of the field. I think this is all Chase Carr needed, an open track.
Yeah, Chase Carr now with a couple corners to go, but Bo Judge, he is sitting there trying to make something happen. You got Jason Weller now trying to push back on Bo Judge.
Well, great drive from Chase Carr. And Bo Judge, he was able to keep it together too. And if this finishes where they are, we're going to have Chase Carr, Bo Judge, Jason Weller podium.
All right, final corner right now. Chase Carr leading all the way to the bottom as he's going to come in front of the grandstands and take the victory. That is Chase Carr with a checkered, followed by Bo Judge, and that is going to be Jason Weller rounding out your podium. And we're going to have Colton Krychek in the Bikeman Performance Car in 4th, and Ryder Van Beekum, I believe, going to bring home the 5th spot.
Woo! Well, we got a couple of replays here to examine what's going to happen. That pass for 2nd place here. Bo Judge getting around. A little bit of contact. You'll see right here in the front. It looks like Jason, even though he saw him, he put it in on him. Didn't want to let him have it. And then contact right there, and Bo Judge takes away 2nd place from Jason Weller.
Yeah, just some hard racing there. A great pass there. So our podium going to be looking like it's Chase Carr, Bo Judge, and Jason Weller. And we're going to get to those 3 drivers when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona for round 2 of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
At 10-4. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust. Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we are back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, where we just wrapped up round number 2 of pro side-by-side racing in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright here. And Mark, man, that was a very, very eventful race. Couple of cautions, couple of lead changes, or at least one lead change, but a lot of battling in the mid-pack.
Well, I'd be lying if I didn't tell you I really wanted to see Connor Maxwell up there in the top 5. I think that really would have shaken things up out there. Very proud of Jason Weller's performance, though. Judge really snuck that wheel in, and, you know, Jason did it about the best he could to protect that line. They made a little bit of contact, and, you know, Jason really tried to close the door there, but Judge didn't lift, so.
All right, looks like we're going to have our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. It is going to be Chase Carr with the top spot. We're going to have Bo Judge in the second spot. And then Jason Weller is going to be taking home that third and final podium spot. So great effort by our top 3. Man, what a... like I said, we're going to see fireworks today, and we definitely saw fireworks, Mark.
Some of the best displays I've seen in a long time. Tough break for Ryder Chapman. He had command of this race all the way out of the gate. All he had to do was keep it together, and unfortunately, a racing mistake going just a little too tight there in turn 5, and that made it change his whole day.
Yeah. Well, things happen, and it was a racing incident, but right now with our top 3, we're going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, another epic race here for round 2. We're going to talk to our third place finisher, Jason Weller. Jason, hop down here with me real quick. You're a very methodical driver. You keep your car very clean. You keep it all the way to the end. You know what it's like to want to have a car after so many mandatory cautions and full course yellows. Tell me about the view that you had.
Yeah, it was. It's gnarly. First of all, I mean, you go out there and you're sitting on the line and you don't know what's going to happen. You're like, all right, am I going to stick the insides or push hard or what's going on? You know. So I seem like I kind of play it safe at the beginning half, I'd say, and then you kind of see what's going on. You kind of like, it's almost like dancing. You got to kind of like learn each other and learn how they enter and exit and stuff. And you're like, okay, I can pick up a little bit here and get him there, and then you kind of set yourself up. You know, it takes 3 laps to set yourself up for a pass, and hopefully you get it on that shot. So track was amazing. I love this new setup. You know, I signed up for Pro Production originally because that car is like an old Lucas car, so it's got a stock engine, turbo, and UTV 96, and it wasn't very many in that class, so I checked, and I'm like, all right, I'll race a pro side-by-side. So I kind of feel like I brought a knife to a gunfight, but I was jumping everything as far as I could and driving as hard as I could, and I was wide open the whole time, and it was so much fun. And these guys are really fun to race with. You know, I was expecting a lot more carnage, and you know, I like door-to-door stuff, and if I leave it open and he takes it, that's racing, you know. So there's next rounds and long season, and I'm excited to go through it. Huge thanks to Core for bringing this back and putting money into it, and all your marketing and media. You guys have really stepped it up. It's cool to see video, and we're sharing it on Facebook and telling all our friends, and it's really cool just to have the excitement again, and I feel like it is exciting. So thank you guys for doing this. Weller Racing, all the guys at the shop, all our crew here, everybody that came out yesterday. Unfortunately, I had an issue yesterday, like 3 laps from the end, but and then all our fans that help us get here. So thank you guys.
Well, just so you know, it's good to have the Wellers back in short course racing as well. Taking the second spot, Bo Judge. Now, Bo, earlier this week when we chatted on Friday, you were mentioning, hey, right before round 1, you wanted another place to come back, to call home, to kind of race, especially since Works was done. It seems like you've done it here. 2 podiums, round 1, round 2. Tell me about how this feels for you to kick off the 26th season.
Yeah, it feels amazing to come here. I mean, everyone's been treating me just like I've been here forever, and it's been a great experience here, and we'll definitely be back. I mean, it was super good racing. Stuff got a little wild yesterday, but you know, I just tried to stay clean out of it, and then was the plan today to do the same thing. And towards the middle of the race, I kind of got passed on the restart, and I went from 3rd to 5th, and I was just like, what am I doing? And eventually. And this was my first time, my spotter, she spotted, and she redeemed herself on that second half of the race. This is her first time doing it, and everything just went perfect. And I was having a good race with Jason, and was able to, just like he said, it took like 3 or 4 turns to set the pass up. I think all I was doing was just airing out the jumps a little further than him and just sending it. So I just pinned it off, and when they said a green-white checker, and I was able to get up the inside of him right here and made a little bit of contact, and and then we just set sail after that and was trying to go after Chase, but it was too much.
Well, just so you guys know, all those are doubles out there. You guys are making them triples, clearing them. Who would you like to thank, though?
For sure, Can-Am and BFG. I mean, they've pretty much been behind me my whole entire career. Elka Suspension, Doug Roll, and George White. Like I said on yesterday, they just gave me a shock package, and I didn't even touch them the whole time. Just put them on the car, set right height, and everything worked good. I was able to air those jumps out without even bottoming out anywhere, and I feel like that's what kind of got me to where I was today. There was I'm not sure of everyone's names right now, but the other Polaris guy and the Pro R, I mean, I could just air the jump out and just jump right up next to him. So, just everyone. It takes a whole lot of, a lot of people to get us here. So I appreciate it. Thanks, Core, and we'll be back.
Nice. Good job. Love to hear that. Hop back up on number 2. And moving up to the top spot today in round 2, Chase Carr. Now, Chase, I know that seeing a green-white checker, as a person who's out there and who just was able to capitalize and get into the first place with 2 laps left to go, tell me about that. What you have to do as a driver. Does strategy change? Does the mindset change? And then, of course, setups. We see you sometimes going in that first turn. You're taking the upper a little bit, hitting that cushion. What goes on when you do a green-white checker?
Yeah, first of all, I got to give it up to the core guys. Yesterday was a bit rough, and I want to put it behind me and apologize to everyone that I upset. But no, today was a good day. I put my head down, just ran my own race. I saw him hitting that cushion on the inside every lap, and I was just playing it patient, waiting for the big mistake, and I capitalized on that mistake and took over the race. Like I said, put my head down, but no, green-white checkered, I don't like those. It scares me.
Well, it made for an interesting race here. I know everybody loves seeing this for round 2. Round 1, round 2, walking away with 2 podium finishes. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, first of all, I got to give a big thanks to my grandpa and my dad. Polaris Razor, Carlin Fabrication, KMC Wheels, Fox Shocks, the list goes on. My mom and grandma back home watching. My girlfriend and her family are in Italy on vacation watching. So I got to give a big thanks to everyone, and we'll see you guys next time.
Awesome. Nice job. Big round of applause once again for your top 3 finishers. Pro side-by-side. Back up to you guys.
All right. What a great race. Great podium finish there. Man, it was a wild one. We were expecting excitement, and pro side-by-side definitely brought a mark.
Well, I like Chase Carr, what he said there. He goes, yesterday was a little rough, but man, today it was his day. He was able to redeem himself from everything that happened yesterday, and he walked away victorious on top of the box.
Yeah, well, obviously we've had a ton of racing today. We still got 3. We still have 3 more races to come. We're going to take a short intermission, give you guys at home and here on site a chance to regroup. When we come back, we've got a trio of races. We still have the SR1 races. We've got Pro Light, and we have the Beehive 1450s yet to come. So we're going to take a short 10-minute intermission, and we will be back with SR1's return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 2 of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I am Jim Beaver along with Mark Wright, and we do have a third partner in our team, Miss Tiffany Stone, who's been handling all the podium interviews, but just wrapping up with Pro Side-by-Side, took a short intermission, and we're coming back with a trio, a trifecta of races to end up our second round of racing here on this opening weekend of racing. And, on tap next, we got SR1s. High-flying, big horsepower screamers.
Yeah, it's been great so far. Racing action all great here at round 2 here at Firebird International Raceway. We've still got some heavy hitters. The SR1s, these cars are fast. They're exciting. You got to shift them. You got to drive them. They're just as wide as they are long. They call them the driving box. You've driven one. You got to give these cars everything. We got them coming up next.
Yeah, they drop below 10,000 RPM. You're not going anywhere. So looking forward to this race coming up. And, speaking of, we got a little bit of footage from Starstream. This is the Starstream onboard. This is going to be of Miss Corey Weller's car. So we're going live into the Starstream. So she's still sitting, looks like sitting in her pit, getting ready to pull out and go into staging. So still a few minutes away from getting these SR1s underway. We are going to go racing, and great to have Starstream on board with these live action shots. Corey Weller going to be carrying that during this SR1 race, so we're going to have a chance to go on board with Corey Weller. She works her way through traffic, and she ended up on the podium yesterday, so great opening round effort for Corey Weller.
Yeah, you saw that car drive by, the number 75 car, the red car. Yesterday I was saying that was Honey Badger. I made a big mistake. That is not the ex-Honey Badger. However, for a little bit of redemption on what I announced incorrectly yesterday, that is the sister car. It's very similar to Honey Badger.
All right. Well, for those of you here on site and those of you tuning in at home, I got to tell you, one of the great things about the 2025 and 2026 season, we have a new merchandise partner, Traders, Brands by Traders, are coming on board with us, and they've revolutionized our merch program. And earlier this weekend, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with them.
All right, guys, so a new season means new merchandise, and you want to definitely pick some up this weekend. Lots of great things going on over here. Personal favorite, we do enjoy the sweater, and I love this fanny pack done in the checkered print for you. We've got long sleeves. If you're a little warm, we've got short sleeves. We've got hats for everybody. I think I'm in my race mom era as well, so this is awesome. But one of my most favorite things is a custom hat. So you come over, you pick out a blank, you pick out the patches you want, and the best thing about a custom hat is you are going to always walk away with exactly what you want. So make sure you guys come on down. We also do have the rounds 1 and 2 of Firebird. Come get this, come say hi, pick up your merch. This is the only place you're going to be able to do it for rounds 1 and 2.
And look at that. We've got another shot there of Weller Racing. That is Corey Weller's SR1 looking out the back. So Starstream, we're going live in her pit looking out the back.
Hi, Tim.
So good to see everybody there in the Weller Racing pit, getting that SR1 ready to go, because that is our next race up. We are having the Weller Racing SR1s, brought to you by our partners at Weller Racing, Zachary and Jason Weller, a big sponsor of the championship series this year, and really lucky to have them on board. There we go, Miss Corey Weller herself climbing in. I feel almost creepy here, spying on Corey Weller from inside
Corey,
her car.
don't do anything crazy right now. You are live. Yeah, that's funny. That should be another feature that they have there, is actually like a light, so you know that you are live. But, Corey Weller and everybody, I know they're true professionals. And this gives you an inside view to what it's like back behind the scenes here. If you're out here and watching online, or you're here in the grandstands, you only get to see these cars when they come out on the track. But this is a great way you can see Corey Weller, 5-point harness she has to go through here. She also has to make sure her neck restraint's in there, and you can see the wheel of the car comes off as well to give her room. But and look at how cramped she is. And if you want to know what that big plastic thing is sitting next to her, that is the stock Yamaha R1 air filter. The engine's underneath that, and it's tilted really far forward, but they keep that stock Yamaha R1 air box.
Yeah, these things have a sequential gearbox as well, a 6-speed sequential gearbox, so she'll be banging through the gears out here as we get a look there of the R&R Steel water truck. R&R Steel, the Van Beekam's doing an amazing effort here behind the scenes to be a partner in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, so big thanks to them, and sponsorship of that water truck brought to you by R&R Steel.
We got a bunch of people here, Looney Cooling out here for your heat and cooling HVAC needs out here. They are a sponsor and are a partner with us here at Championship Off-Road Racing.
Yep,
and there it is again, that R&R water truck you were just talking about, Jim Beaver, coming straight through and right in front of us.
Yeah, truck getting nice and groomed. A trio of races left. We've got SR1s. Then we're going to move into our Pro Light Race, and then we're going to wrap things up with a little bit of fun and with our Beehive 1450s.
Man, these 1450s, I got a chance to catch up with the ones that we have out here today. And that Blazer that kind of stole the show yesterday, back out here. But that Blazer about a week ago was not drivable. He actually raced another series and almost totaled that truck. So the whole firewall forward on that truck ding there, it was rebuilt. They barely got that truck together. But there are some really cool things about that Blazer. So when you see it back out here, it's going to be really cool.
Yeah, it's definitely that was fun, and to watch him go over that step up. I mean, he was absolutely full send. That thing, lots of wheel travel, more of a desert ride than a short course ride, but it was a lot of fun to watch. I'm really excited to watch those guys have a bit of fun out here again later on today. But yeah, up first is going to be the SR1s. And the big story coming out of the SR1 division was Paul O'Brien. I mean, he led it wire to wire, and I don't know that anybody had anything for Paul O'Brien yesterday.
Paul O'Brien's been known to do that even back in the old days of the old series out here. If he got out front and he was pretty much untouched and nobody had the speed to catch him, he'd check out and gone. Same thing that happened yesterday. If they let Paul O'Brien have the lead again, he will check out again. It's just what he does. He's definitely very talented. But, this is a full field. I'm glad that we got this back. Sam Nino, he's very talented. The old man, Scott Webster, he has still got a lot of speed left in him. And I didn't get to see Greg Baum yesterday, but it's great to see Greg out here. I hope he is out here. And let's talk about Corey Weller. We're seeing her car right there live on the Star Stream. And Corey Weller, a multi-time champion in SR1 in multiple series that SR1 used to race. So that's why I think it's very lucky and fortunate that we have it back here at Core.
Yeah, talking with Corey Weller, she's been doing a bit of desert racing and obviously a very accomplished short course racer. That's kind of where she made a name for herself, but her and Jason the last half decade kind of transitioned into doing some desert racing with her Can-Am program. But coming back out here, she was really excited. Brand new SR1 that she's racing out here. She kind of was up front. She goes, I forgot how hard you've got to drive and how competitive this class is. And, here's somebody that's been dominant in SR1s in the past. And she was going, I forgot how intense this style of racing is.
What I thought that was neat, what she said is, the new cars that they race out in the desert has paddle shifting. So she said she was shifting through the paddle. She said she finds herself grabbing the steering wheel wanting to shift, and she realizes she has to reach over and shift with the lever.
Yeah, so it looks like we're getting our SR1s gridded up out there behind the Jones Ford Pace truck, one of our other amazing partners out here.
Yeah, that Jones Ford Pace truck, it is a Ram TRX, man, and that thing's beautiful. It's got a lot of power. It's got the wide stance. It's got the long travel. It's got the shocks. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's got everything, and we're lucky to have the Jones Ford Pace truck out here today.
Oh, definitely fortunate for that. And obviously we're just getting our season started. We've got a lot of racing yet to come this season. Obviously kicking things off here at Firebird, but we're moving on to Firebird again. So December 12th through the 14th, for those of you tuning in at home, want to make your way out here to one of the races in person, December 12th through the 14th, we'll be back in action here at Firebird. And for all those in attendance here, we look forward to seeing you back probably a little bit cooler weather. So, that Looney cooling, we're going to be using the heat side of Looney cooling and HVAC. We've got another round. Be rounds 3 and 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series will be here back in December. So same place. This is the home of the series, and then we move to swing in Southern California here for a couple of rounds, and then have our big finale in May back here at Firebird.
Well, I love Glen Helen. That is my home track from California. That I have raced that track more than any other track in my short, very racing career. I'm not trying to self-reflect, but I'm just saying I absolutely love Glen Helen. I love it every time I get to go there now as an announcer. When I walk in there, it just feels like nostalgia to me. It is my home track. Although I say that, I have worked out here at Firebird for over 27 years. I've been out here, so.
Did you just age yourself, Mark?
I'm so old. I don't even care anymore. It's like, whatever. I like it, though. I like being old.
We've got our Weller Racing starting grid for the SR1s. Mark, we briefly mentioned a few of the drivers, but take us through the starting grid.
On row 1, Paul O'Brien with a great day yesterday. Brandon Kilgore, this guy is unstoppable if he gets out at front as well. Corey Weller, she's one of the ones that make this happen. Larry Hayes will round off row 2. Sammy Nino, very tough on row 3. Stephen Arlia, long-time racing veteran. Scott Webster, the old man, in row 4. And Bob Garber will round off that row 4. Greg Baum, I hope he was able to make it. I didn't even know Greg was here until I drove by his pit. And I'm ecstatic that Greg Baum came out of retirement to come out here and race SR1s.
Yes, we got 9 SR1s getting ready to take the green flag. We're at the Jones Ford Pace Truck, bringing them around. This is going to be slated for 10 laps. We will have that mandatory competition caution a little bit past the midway point. So it'll be 6 laps in the books and then 4 to go once we waive that mandatory competition caution. As we saw in Pro Side-by-Side, if there's a caution early on, that'll take the place of the mandatory competition caution. Let's hope we keep this one clean, though, and watch these SR1s fly around this track here at Firebird.
I was just having a realization. Brandon Kilgore out there. Brandon Kilgore, too, as far as I remember, is from Parker, Arizona as well. So I just realized that when I was announcing him, and I remember him telling me a while that he was from Parker as well. So you might know him.
Yeah, I know the Kilgores quite well. They got Branson's Resort right there on the water.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely a great place to stay if you want to come out to Parker and enjoy the river. So, Kilgore's there in Parker. Definitely familiar with them.
Wow. Yeah, Parker, I was telling somebody that last night that Parker is my start in off-road racing. I absolutely love Parker. And I'm not just saying that in your company. I'm really telling you, in 1994, I was able to go there in Desert Race Team, and I've been in love with Parker ever since.
We definitely are a hotbed of off-road racing, and great to see the Kilgores out here in the SR1 division. I saw one of the younger ones racing earlier on this weekend, too, today in some of the youth divisions. So,
well, it's going to be a great race. You can see these guys. They've raced several times before. They know how each other does this, and this time around down the front straightaway, they're going to take the green flag.
All right, O'Brien going to bring us to the green. All these about equal in power. And look at that, Kilgore all the way to the outside. Going to get around O'Brien. Wow, I didn't see that one coming.
Well, this is going to be interesting because if these guys get out front, both these drivers know each other's nuances and how they race. Kilgore way outside. I hope he still holds on to that first place from Paul O'Brien.
Wow, what a great move by Kilgore. Just Hayes all the way to the bottom there, getting into Corey Weller a bit.
Paul O'Brien, though, looks like he has a faster car coming into turn 4.
And did you see Corey Weller on that step up? She just tripled it.
No way. She must have found her speed, too. She said she's a little rusty, but, man, I have a feeling she's going to do a great job in this race.
Wow, that was impressive. I mean, Corey Weller full send over that step up, tripling it like the pro side-by-sides were. She is in the 3rd spot right now. We got Brandon Kilgore out front with Paul O'Brien laying chase.
Well, this is a great view from Corey Weller in the Starstream. Watch the race in front of her unfold. You can see Kilgore and Paul O'Brien, and Paul O'Brien is not very good being behind a car. His best racing, his best performance is done out front, so he's going to have to get around Brandon Kilgore right now if he wants to be where he likes it.
Yeah, great view coming out of the front there of Corey Weller over the big ski jump. And let's watch this step up because they were tripling it the last time by. Kilgore with a triple.
Wow. That is so awesome to see these cars.
Yeah, O'Brien coming up a little short. Kilgore with the triple.
That was awesome. And, a weird line developing right now in those two turns into turn 4 and 5. It looks like Brandon was actually shot out of his line, but luckily he didn't lose the position.
Corey Weller looking a lot faster today than she did yesterday. I know she was talking about blowing the rust off, but I got to tell you, she's hanging with these leaders, and she is looking very, very fast today.
Well, I made the comment about Corey Weller when she kind of came out of retirement and they came back here. I said, well, Corey Weller, as far as I know, you are the winningest off-road racer in short course because I started thinking about that. Think about all the legends that have done short course. Well, Corey was racing then. They win a lot, but they didn't win every weekend. There was a year that Corey Weller was winning every single weekend.
Yeah, definitely one of the winningest female drivers in short course history, that's for sure. I think Carl Renazetter, Johnny Greaves, and Rob McCackern might have a little argument with you, but she is definitely a legend when it comes to short course. But right now, she's got her work cut out for her. We got that number 11 of O'Brien in front of her, and we've got Kilgore in the number 35, and she's trying to chase them both down. And, man, she is looking very, very strong here. Beautiful onboard shot from this Starstream.
I love that right now. That looks so good. This brings a whole nother perspective of off-road racing. This is live. This isn't like anything else that's been on the market so far. Everybody at Starstream, this is a great product. They got it on the front, and they got it on the back. We'll probably see it there in a second as well.
All right, we're going to go down here into this bottom corner. They're going to get shot out of here. We're going to have that step up. We're going to see who's going to triple it this time by. No triples on that one.
Yeah, they all played it safe. Well, this is crazy. This is great to see a new leader on this second day here in round 2. Brandon Kilgore out front, and Paul O'Brien, he's going to have to step out of his comfort zone if he's going to want to get around Brandon Kilgore.
Now, Corey looks like getting a little upset there. We've got this drone shot, kind of put it up on 2 briefly, scrubbing a little bit of speed there. Been a very fast SR1 race so far.
Yeah, this has been there good. I was trying to tell somebody at one point these cars were just a couple of seconds slower than their Pro 2, Pro 4 counterparts around this track and at some other tracks, and actually Glen Helen. So, and this class used to have 30, 40 entries in it, and it was amazing right here on this track.
Yeah, we got a shot there. For our leaders, there's Corey Weller making her way through the inside, have that little bobble, drop back a little bit behind O'Brien. Going to see if she can get back into it. Don't forget, we got that mandatory competition caution coming up here in another lap or 2.
Corey Weller's car, this is her new car. This thing is amazing. I am so glad that this car didn't have to retire with only a handful of races on it. I am glad to see that car back out here. As we know, I talked about it yesterday, and I thought that red car was Honey Badger. Honey Badger had been through so many races, and she'd yard sale it, and you think, okay, Honey Badger's done. Nope, they go back, rebuild a Honey Badger, bring it back out. I mean, she probably wrecked that car, I'm not exaggerating, probably 10 times, and brought it back to life all 10 times.
Oh, and I mean, she's, when you talk about SR1s, she's definitely the OG, or one of the OGs. They were Weller Racing, kind of help create the SR1 division. We're talking 15 years ago at this point.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I took what I call a field trip. I went to Weller Racing in Chandler on the bike, the number 90 of Stephen Arlia in turn 3. But I took this field trip, if you will, and Corey Weller was showing me the earliest SR1 that they had made from a pretty much a stock Rhino frame that they had built. And the rear carrier was actually held by pillow bearings.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Yeah,
that's amazing. Technology is definitely advanced as we've got the mandatory competition caution coming out. And speaking of Corey Weller, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with her earlier this weekend.
Here with Corey Weller. Now, Corey, it's been so great to see you once again. I feel like throughout the many years we've chatted at many different series, but it's great to be back here in Arizona. Tell me about your seasons that you've had before and what's really prepared you for the 25-26 season here with Core.
We've raced here for a long time now when this track's been open. It has been closed for a while. So a lot of time on this track with Lucas Oil Series. And then it closed, and we all thought, okay, well, we're done racing in Arizona. And then it opened again. Core came in, and it kind of all started up again. So we were very excited to be able to race here, not have to drive so far. And we love the track. And no, it's been great. I've been in the SR1 for a lot of times. I've been out of it for about a year, but you get back in it, and it's almost like riding a bicycle. I'm still trying to figure it out, but it's really fun to get back in the seat.
Well, you had mentioned earlier as well that you put it all into desert racing and now coming back for short course racing. When we chatted, you said it's kind of like riding a bike or getting that muscle memory. So how's that feeling for you, especially going into rounds 1 and 2?
Yeah, I'm still figuring it out. I've been racing a Maverick R in the desert, and so, it's a paddle shift. I think a couple times on here I was trying to find my paddles. I'm like, oh, no, it's stick shift. So aside from that, it's been pretty good. I'm still putting it together.
Wonderful. Well, it's so good to see you out here. Corey Weller, she knows this desert just like the back of her hand. Short course, that's coming back as well, and I can't wait to see how this day unfolds.
Great interview there with Corey Weller. Always gracious. Great to see her back out here. The entire Weller family, obviously Jason finding his way to the podium in that pro side-by-side race. But we've got 4 laps to go here as we're going to go back to green flag racing. Right now, everybody chasing Brandon Kilgore.
Yeah, Brandon Kilgore, I'm really liking to see Paul O'Brien having to earn this spot if he's going to want to win it today. Makes me wonder if he's having any issues in that car. And I'm not suggesting that just because he's there that's a problem, but look at this now in third place. It's the old man, the number 42 of Scott Webster.
Yeah, getting by Corey Weller on that restart. And Weller now drawing side by side with him. She's going to try and outbrake him into this all the way to the outside, trying to do it the hard way. Webster got a little bit of puff of white smoke. There's something coming out of Webster's car.
Yeah, Scott Webster and Corey Weller very tight there in turn 3. They were just inches apart. And that goes to show you how long these two have been racing together. They know exactly that they're going to hold it. They're not going to try to take it out or take a wheel or take their path from them, that's for sure.
Look at that, all that dirt and rocks coming right through that mud screen of Corey Weller as we go on board with the Star Stream.
Yeah, that screen there, if you're looking at it, you're wondering what that's for. Now, the clods you just saw coming in there, the little ones, those don't necessarily hurt. But every now and again, you'll see a baseball-sized clump or a rock or something come right at you, and that's exactly what that screen's supposed to do, is protect the driver from that.
Look at that. Paul O'Brien with just a huge sin trying to chase down Brandon Kilgore, our current leader.
Well, before the series went away, the last series, this was the way it was. Brandon Kilgore would win a weekend. Corey Weller would win a weekend. Paul O'Brien would win a weekend. But Brandon Kilgore, since it's kind of, they don't have the time, the seat time in it, they don't get to come out here and drive him anymore. So I think yesterday for Brandon Kilgore, he was able to find his speed back. Scott Webster there almost taking Corey Weller's line away, and you saw Corey check up and let him have it.
Yeah, Corey checked up a little bit, let Webster have it. She knows she's got a handful of laps to go, 2 laps to go, so she's going to try and make something stick without pushing it, trying to conserve the car. Doesn't want to get taken out. So we get a glimpse here at replay. Look at that, up on the bike. Come down, right into her. Not into her, but close. So Corey Weller getting on the brakes.
Scott Webster on the bike for about 50% of that corner.
All right, so we're back up front. This is Brandon Kilgore leading. Paul O'Brien in second. Right now in the third spot, we got Webster being chased by Corey Weller.
Man, this looks like business as usual. What a great thing to see here. But Brandon Kilgore, I do like seeing him when he smooths out. As I said, the top 2 drivers, they are just smooth as glass out there.
Yeah, glimpse there of Corey Weller stalking Webster. White flag out. That means it's 1 to go. If Corey Weller's going to have a move here for Webster, we're going to see the next couple of corners.
Yeah, this is This is a Corey Weller I'm not familiar with, man. I mean, she normally is very aggressive. If she gets a wheel in, she'll stay right there. And she kind of is backing off of Scott Webster. I don't know if that's intentional. I don't know if there's an issue, or I don't know that. If Scott Webster's just out driving Corey Weller today. And all of those scenarios I just said are all possible.
Kilgore currently leading O'Brien up on the bike, trying to protect the bottom side. Same spot that we saw Ryder Chapman go over. No, excuse me, a corner after that.
Yeah, but don't want to make a mistake like that in front of Paul O'Brien.
Now they're going to come down, and it is going to be checkered flag for Brandon Kilgore with a win. Paul O'Brien was second. It's going to be Scott Webster taking home that third and final podium spot.
Well, congratulations right there to the old man. I know he's going to be happy with the podium today. That is awesome, Scott Webster. And Paul O'Brien, he's going to have to settle for the runner-up position. But the man of the hour right there, Brandon Kilgore, getting the job done in SR1.
Yeah, big weekend there for Brandon Kilgore and Paul O'Brien. I believe we're going to have a deadlock for the points possibly heading into rounds 3 and 4. But we're going to catch up with our podium finishers. Return here to Firebird Motorsports Park. This is the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly, more performance, more driving pleasure. Double E Racing, engineered for performance. And by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's going to be a great thing for the sport.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
All house.
We got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park for round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with our SR1 division. Right there, that number 35, that is Brandon Kilgore. Walking away with a win. Took the lead on lap number 1, and you know what? He never looked back.
You know, that's the way these two are. If Paul O'Brien would have been out front, it would have been the same way. It would have been Brandon Kilgore chasing him down, or Corey Weller in the mix right there. Any one of these racers, when they get up front, it's very hard to get them and reeling them back in.
Yeah, now we get a look at our Rugged Radio's unofficial results. It was Brandon Kilgore taking the top spot, Paul O'Brien in the second, Scott Webster in the third spot, and then we had Corey Weller getting edged right off the podium by Scott Webster into the fourth spot. And I believe that was Nino in the fifth and final spot. So looking down there, looks like we've got a full group of people on the podium. You got to love that. As we are going to toss things down to Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I love watching this. It looks like, Scott Webster, are you doing okay over here? You're a great driver, but standing on this podium's a little difficult for you. We'll have you hop down over here real quick. Taking that third spot, Scott Webster, number 42. Tell me about it. How was that race for you?
It was a great race. The track was amazing. Starting from the back was difficult, but it gave me the confidence and just relax, and wherever I finish, I finish. So I feel like I drove better because of that. I got a great start on that restart, thankfully, and got around Corey without touching anybody, so I feel good. What a great race. I feel good.
Well, just so you know, sometimes being able to watch some drivers ahead of you that are quick and fast and following their lines also helps you become a better driver. So kudos to that, being able to bring it all together. Round 2, third place podium finish. Who would you like to thank?
Robert and Derek for helping me all weekend. Taylor's birthday was this weekend, so I'm very happy. My wife, Susie. Network Automotive, Network Collision, Network Glass and Calibration. These amazing drivers out here, we're all friends. We all get along. I guess I whooped some of them in cornhole last night, so they whooped me today.
Well, nice job. Hop back up on number 3. Big job. Congratulations. Nice job.
Okay, can I add one more thing? Thank you, Jason, for putting this money up. Thank you, Weller Racing.
Awesome. Nice job, guys. Taking the second place, Paul O'Brien. Paul, hop down here as well. Oh, I'm so sorry. Hop. I mean, please step down, sir, from this. I won't tell you to hop anymore. How are you doing over here? Feeling great, round 2.
No, I feel good. It was hot. Got off to a pretty good start. You know, we joke about that step up. Brandon crushed it in there. Then I was going to let the track come around a little bit, but, you know, he was going. So I'm like, well, I'm going to go as fast as I can go on this track. And some of the funnest racing I've had in that SR1 was chasing him right there. That was pretty fun.
Well, 2 podiums here for round 1 and round 2, finishing out the weekend strong. We've got a few more stops throughout the year. If this is a precursor to what your season's going to be like, it looks very good for you. Who would you like to thank?
You know, my wife, who is my spotter, chef, she does everything. And it's pretty amazing. She was a teacher. No one realized this. And I mean, she's pro-level spotter. She can spot with anybody. So I really appreciate her. My in-laws for coming to all the races. My niece is out. My sister-in-law is out. Core for, you know, putting on this race. Weller Racing. Without Weller Racing, we don't have a class. They put up this money. And then all the fans who came out in this heat.
Awesome. Nice job. Please step back up on number 2. All right. Taking the top spot, number 35, Brandon Kilgore. Took second yesterday, taking the top one today, and we've got an extra little one up here. Loving that smile. How did your race go today? Obviously, did you change anything for some setup, or are you just picking better lines?
I did. Scott was nice enough to let me borrow his tire groover, and I grooved up my tires. I think that really did help. I definitely had more bite than I did yesterday. And jumping off into the front, I don't think if I did that, it wouldn't have happened. So thank you, Scott. That definitely helped out. And no, ran a good race. It was a lot of fun. The track was amazing. I knew, spotters calling me out that he was right behind me the whole time, and so that was just a lot of fun. I almost threw it away at the very last lap, and I kind of did my best, and I was just covering from there because I knew he was going to be on me after I made a couple bobbles, but we made it, and we're having a great time.
Awesome. For getting you here, taking the top spot, is there anybody that you'd like to thank?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank God. Thank Branson's Resort, everyone there. It's why we're here. They're holding down the fort for us, so I could be gone. So thank you guys. My whole family, my wife for putting up with all this. I know her throat's probably her stomach's up in her throat right now. So doing that. Ryan for spotting for me. He spotted his butt off. The new joke, Daxter started racing this weekend. He got 11th and 7th and killed it. But now in the spotter's headset, we sing Chicken Banana.
Chicken Banana. Well, nice job. Congratulations once again. You could put you guys' trophy up. Is there somebody else?
And yeah, real quick. Weller Racing, Two Brothers Racing actually came back, my old work, and helped me get my car back together. And, I'm trying to thank everyone else. But Core, you guys, thank you so much. This is awesome. Thank you for giving us a place to race, and just amazing time. Thank you.
Nice job. Once again, round of applause. You're more than welcome to throw those trophies up. Top 3 finishers and SR1. Back up to you guys.
Well, definitely good times in the SR1 class had by all. Stoked to have them back full-time in the series. And, man, I think we're going to have a shootout over the course of this year in the SR1 class, Mark.
Yeah, it definitely gets spicy in the SR1 class. As you saw, they're family, man. They know each other. They play together. They party together. They even hang out of racing. So, it's great to be part of that family. I actually hung out with them a little bit before I took off last night. And it felt good to be – we always talk about a race family, but it feels really good to be part of that SR1 family.
Yeah, definitely. SR1's great. Weller Racing helping keep that alive. So big thank you to their partnership with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. And speaking of, man, we've got a lot of racing left to go today. We got 2 more divisions, and the next one, this is fun. We got some high-flying V8 trucks. We got the Pro Lights coming at you next as we see them behind that Jones Ford Pace truck being brought out here. It looks like we had 1 drop, so we're down to 4, but it is going to be a 4-truck shootout over the course of 10 laps out here in Chandler, Arizona at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Well, you know, as you and I and Tiffany and everybody, we're all really proactive on the social sites. One of the comments that have popped up more than a few times is like, you know, short course racing, whatever, but I want to see the trucks. So now that we're trying to integrate the trucks in here to Core, I think this is a great move for Core and the trucks series that we need to get moving again.
And here's our Liqui Moly starting grid for Pro Light. Inside row number 1, it is going to be Michael Funk in the number 44 on behalf of Johnny Holscher. We got Tobias Chevalier in the 107. Then we got Nick Brandon, Tony Crease, and Brian Cannon. So that is 5 trucks. Well, we're actually down to 4 now, but we've got them 4 of them gridded up behind that Jones Ford Pace truck. So we're going to be going to green flag racing here in about half a lap.
Yeah, we're minus Brian Cannon, another ambassador of the Pro Lights. He ended up building him one. And as I told you yesterday, he was the lone 4-cylinder Pro Light out here. He built that truck in hopes after he was racing a modified mini class is what he used to race in a Ford Ranger, and he was very dominant in that class. So he said, all right, it's time to build a real race car, so he built one of these. So unfortunately, he is not out here today. But that's all right. The 4 V8s that were out here yesterday sure are, and they're going to put on a show for you. That is for sure. If you love the trucks, welcome back to Firebird International Raceway, boys and girls.
Well, the man to beat yesterday was Michael Funk in that Johnny Holscher truck. Got the clean air and was able to kind of check out and gap the field. So we'll see if anybody's got a little something for Michael Funk.
So Michael Funk was stating here in his interview yesterday that he's filling in, and, man, this is great for him to get in the steering wheel of a Pro Light. He says, man, I've been farming for the past few years. So coming back out here and getting back in the driver's seat, it looks like he hadn't even had a break.
No, he definitely blew the rust off really, really quick in that 44. I know it's meticulously prepped and such a great looking truck. Love that Yokohama tire livery there.
Yeah, it is really good looking. This is a traditional look. Like, you know, the BFG guys have their look. Everybody, Falcon has their look. But this seems to be becoming Yokohama's traditional signature look.
Yeah, we've got that Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. And we're going to Michael Funk take us to the green flag.
I never get tired of hearing the roar of the V8s come down that front straightaway. If you're out here or you're new or you're watching it online, this is what short course racing. I mean, it used to be just crazy. You'd see 20 of these out here on this track like this.
Looks like Funk pushing up top.
Tobias they almost touch.
Tobias there trying to make a move, getting a little squirrely there in the 107.
Yeah, he was definitely on the gas there, but, you know, the track is in and out of the watering right now, so.
Almost tripling it. Look at that. Yeah. Tobias casing that third triple, really going to push Michael Funk here. He's bringing the A game. I like it.
Yeah, he sure is. He's shaking things up, puts the wheel in.
Look at that. Look at that. Tobias taking over the lead of Michael Funk. That's not going to sit well with Michael Funk. We are racing here.
No, it is not. Michael Funk, I have a feeling, well, I mean, he's not just going to hand it to him. They're drag racing down the front straightaway.
Well, I'll tell you what, Tobias found a little something overnight because Michael Funk has his hands full today.
I love it. This is what we used to love about Pro Light short course racing.
All right, looks like Funk's got the bottom line. He's not going to take it there, riding that cushion right there. And I'll tell you what, Tobias looks like he's actually pulling away from Funk a little bit. Both of them get a little nose heavy.
It looked like Funk was pushing in turn 2 out there, almost collided, almost T-boned Tobias.
Look at that. The triple. Tobias hitting the triple. Look at that. The 107 like he's shot out of a cannon this afternoon. Where was the 107 yesterday? He is absolutely flying out here.
Yeah, somebody, hey, Tech, you better check this truck out. Wow.
Somebody crack one too many Red Bulls before we win green flag racing because he's on a caffeine high. Look at that. Michael Funk doesn't know what to do right now. The 107 just stretching the lead.
Wow, this is exciting. They brought it today. I am so excited to watch this. Michael Funk down to the inside of turn 2.
Oh, look at that. Gained a lot of ground there. Almost drove it in too deep. Got on the binders. And onto the back of Tobias. Funk doing everything he can to try and get around the 107. And we're going to see this double into a triple. Look at that. Tobias tripling it.
Whoa.
What a race here in Pro Light.
Oh, my gosh. Tiffany Stone, you're going to have a great podium talking to this young man.
Oh, we're not even halfway through here.
Oh, I love this. Man, in a perfect world, Jim Beaver, I'm telling you, I want this back in core for sure. This is incredible. I love this. Watch the pass that he put on. We got the replay of the pass of Tobias that he put on the Holger truck. And there it is. Got a little sideways. They both actually hit it. And right here, the 44 truck said, open the door. And Tobias went right in, and now he knows he's out front.
Yeah, what a great pass there. And Michael Funk just opening the door there. And now it's Michael Funk's turn as well. It was even clean. I feel like Tobias is getting faster through there.
What happened? Hey, something cool to watch, too, is when they come in turn 3 and they're roosting, they're actually spreading the rocks into the water. So watch the water when they come in here. They actually are roosting it, and the water here in the center gets peppered. It's really cool to watch that.
Yeah, it looks like Michael Funk was a half a second faster than Tobias the last lap, but he's not able to make that stick on the course. Tobias doing a great job of blocking, and look at that, all the way to the outside, going to carry his speed all the way up against the wall.
Boy, he stayed in it, and that was the right thing to do. If he had lifted right there, he would probably have collected it up in the wall.
You got to give Tobias a lot of credit, running a very clean race. And whoa, did we see Michael Funk turn around? He did. Michael Funk with a big spin.
Oh, wow.
Well, I got to tell you, we still have a mandatory competition caution, so that's not going to penalize Michael Funk very much. Looks like we've got a replay of what happened there to Michael Funk in turn number 2. Comes in really hot on the binders. And it looks like got on the gas and just got on the gas a little bit too much and kind of looped it.
I think the problem there, too, is if you notice, I think the problem was there that he got off the gas and it actually made it pull in. If he would have stayed on the gas, counter-steered a little more, I bet that truck would have straightened right out.
Well, I got to tell you, when we go to the mandatory competition caution, coming back on that restart, it's going to be wild.
Yeah. It's definitely going to be spicy, that's for sure. There's going to be fireworks for sure.
All right, so we got a shot here of Michael Funk. Oh, and another over-rotation in the same corner.
And there was that shot I was telling you. He stayed in it that time, so then all he had to do was actually point the truck in the right direction. But he stayed in it on there, and I think that's the smarter play there on turn 2. Maybe with the way he's doing his turn, he should take the turn just a smidgen deeper, and I think he'll come right around.
Yeah, for whatever reason, that truck not agreeing with Michael Funk in that one specific corner. So he's going to have to adjust the game plan here for the last 4 laps of this race, as we've got Tobias going to be bringing it around. When he hits the start-finish line, it is going to be that mandatory competition caution. So we're
sideways.
Man, just a full huck. He is all over the course. You got to love it, though, putting down some burner laps.
Yeah, I have to know, man, what changed? What'd you do? Were you running on 6 cylinders yesterday? What happened? That is the guy that was racing yesterday and the guy that's out here today, 2 different people, I'm convinced.
Yeah, well, and speaking of who's in second place, Michael Funk, earlier on this weekend, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with him.
Here with Pro Light driver Michael Funk. Now, Michael, you've been racing for 10 seasons, 3 years in Pro Lights, but today, this is going to be your debut in Johnny Holter's truck. You're driving for him this weekend for round 1 and 2. Walk me through how you're feeling about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited. He asked me a few weeks ago to drive his truck. Me and my dad have been busy farming, so I took the opportunity, and yeah, should be really exciting this weekend. My first time racing out west, so it's gonna be pretty cool.
So you're having multiple firsts here. First time racing out west, first time in Johnny Holter's truck. But you're not a stranger to pro lights. But what are the main differences from your truck to Johnny's truck?
Yeah, I'm not too much. Same motor and tranny package, so nothing major there. Just the way it handles. I mean, everyone sets up their truck different, so that's the biggest thing, steering and suspension-wise. So that's the biggest thing right now.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. I can't wait to see what happens. This is going to be a place of many firsts, especially for Michael Funk. We're going to see how this day plays out for him.
All right, great catching up with Michael Funk, currently sitting in that second spot behind Tobias Chevalier. And I don't even know what to say, Mark. I mean, Tobias just... What a great effort for these first 6 laps.
I mean, what can you say? As I said earlier, man, it's two totally. It would appear that just they found something, or you know, the reverse is true. He's running the same race, and maybe Funk's having problems now. So it's hard to say, but they both look great to me, and I'm enjoying this race. They're back to green.
All right, so you've got, look at that, Funk all over the back of Tobias, wanting to make something happen early. Looks like he's getting into him. Nothing there. It's like they found some horsepower overnight. Tobias just screaming around this course. Oh, and Michael Funk up on the bike having to save it. He is all the way over into the marbles. Now he's going to drop back to third. We got Brandon now into the second spot. This is definitely not the way that Michael Funk thought this race would be going.
Well, I love this race. I know there's only 4 trucks, but they're putting on a show for us. And Tobias tripling again.
Yeah, Tobias just trying to run away and hide right now. And he's doing a good job of it. Well, now we've got Brandon in the number 63. I mean, Funk is having a hard time getting by him.
Yeah, I really want to know this. This is going to be a great podium with these guys tell their story here on what this race is. You can see the little rubbing now. The body of the 63 truck is just barely holding on there. They touch again down the front straightaway. Michael Funk, and you see that damage done to that front end.
Yeah, so Funk now back around Brandon, but he is going to have his work cut out for him with the laps dwindling down, trying to catch Tobias as we've got a replay of that last pass.
Yeah, you can watch this. Funk tapping right there, getting up on the bike, and now the 63 is going to cut down in the inside, and that was just the space that he needed to come and take that line, and you can see it right there. Slightly in front, they collect a little bit right there. That's what did the damage to the body there as they come into turn 3.
All right, so resetting the stage here. We've got Tobias leading. We've got Funk in the second spot, and then we've got Nick Brandon followed by Tony Crease.
Wow, what a race, man. I'm loving it. You can see I'm wondering if Funk is doing that purposely. You can see the wheel going back and forth. I don't think he's doing that to keep the truck in the groove. I think he's doing that to make sure his steering's still good. Because you'll see it, every other car, they're keeping their wheel pretty straight, so I'm wondering if there's an issue that he's battling in that truck.
Yeah, well, now looking at the front of that truck, he's got the hood coming up. That's going to block his vision directly in front of the driver. So when he goes around the corners, it's dropping. He gets on the gas, it pulls up. So he's having a hard time seeing out there with a hood. He's hoping the entire hood flies off at some point.
Yeah, that would be beneficial for him right now. But this goes back to what I said yesterday. These guys pretty much, after all the laps that they do, we always say it. You can do the track with your eyes closed. It kind of becomes muscle memory when you put that with that except in there. But you can kind of put the truck into the corner once you know where your marks are at.
It looks like he's trying to get that truck rotated. Hood settling down as the white flag out for the 107. Tobias Chevalier here.
Man, Funk is looking out the side window, guaranteed. That hood.
Oh! Here we may have had a mishap there. It looks like Funk really dropping back here.
Well, that hood is fully in his field of view. He can't see.
Up on the bike again. He's going to try and battle. He's going to be hard-pressed to gain second back.
Oh, that is such a bad situation. Look, I don't know how he's going to see right here.
Yeah, Brandon in the 63 now in the second. We got Funk dropping back into third. Man, this is tough.
Well, to Funk's credit, he's actually doing a great job.
Well, I think he's trying to hit him and rip his own hood off so he can actually see.
A little bit of smoke coming off the 63 truck. I wonder if that fender or any part that holds on the fender is rubbing on that tire.
Now, Funk's going to try and set something up. Tobias taking the victory. We'll talk about that in a minute. Right now, look at that. He's going to try and out-drag race the 63. It's going to be side-by-side to the finish. I don't think he got it. Did he get it? That was a photo finish.
Yeah, that's too close for us to call. We're going to have to leave that up to the officials. I'm not going to call it.
It depends on where the timing and scoring loop is, because that was about as photo finish as it comes. Timing and scoring right now is showing that Michael Funk did indeed get the second over Brandon, but we are going to get a replay of that photo finish. Wow.
Yeah, let's see if we can see it this time around. I mean, he drag raced. You can see him come out of turn 6. He went to the inside and dove it, and he had to be looking out his side window right here because he cannot see out front. And
he landed before the 63 of Brandon, and just that extra, split second, he got enough traction because Brandon had it in the bag and jumped too far.
So unofficially, who are you calling?
Well, unofficially, I think that Michael Funk did, get the second place. But, wow, that is as photo finish as it gets in short course. That's one for Instagram, man. We got to get that clip. But, wow, what an effort there by all 3 trucks. And we're going to have all 3 podium finishers down with Tiffany Stone when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action. HMD Designs, delivering excellence with every project. And by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. That's 10-4.
Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
Welcome back to Chandler, Arizona, and round 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We just got done watching a barn burner of a pro light race. You can see the photo finish there. When they went in the air, Michael Funk was in 3rd. When they landed, he was in 2nd, taking home that 2nd spot. But I've never seen a photo finish as close as that one here in Pro Light.
Yeah, that was quite a risk to take right there. He fully could not see down that front straightaway. I guarantee he was driving that truck from the side window. That was still incredible to watch. He just mashed it down whether he could see or not and just prayed for the best. And, that's what's different about, he wasn't out on the freeway taking somebody's line. He was fine. He held it in. He held his line, and he was able to get the job done.
Well, you got to love it. That was some good, clean racing, and these guys left it all out on the track. And what a bunch of fun was that one. Oh, man, that's what you got to see, and that's why we love having these V8s back here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. It brings us our Rugged Radios unofficial results, and it was Tobias Chevalier in the number 1 spot, Michael Funk in the 2nd, filling in for Johnny Holcher in the number 44, and then we had, I believe it was Nick Brandon in the third spot, followed by Tony Crease. So we're going to toss it down now. We'll do Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Thank you, guys. Yes, if I've never seen an epic photo finish in pro light racing in my 10 years, I think that was it. We're going to talk to our third place finisher, number 63, Nick Brandon. Nick, head on down here. Like they were saying, when you guys took off, you were in second. When you guys landed, unfortunately, third. But I have seen a lot of pro light racing throughout my career of 10 years. I know the guys in the booth have seen even more than me. That was an amazing, amazing race. You guys just did a great drive. I'm almost speechless to this. From your perspective, taking off in second and landing in third, though, how did that race go for you?
It was just an epic battle from start to finish. At first, I was content with third, but then we all kind of made our little mistakes, and I was able to get back up into second. I was doing everything I could to hold back that Holger truck, and man, that truck is hard to hold back. And when we left the finish line jump, I thought that was it. I was second it is, and when we landed, I saw his bumper, and I'm like, damn, no, I guess not. Yeah, I couldn't get any better than that. So I'd like to thank my sponsors, Sleekster, Hayes Hats, and Cryo Heat Metal Treatment Centers. Those guys made it all happen, and as well as the team, so couldn't get any better.
Well, it was a good one. If you had to take away round two and talk about the best moment from round two, I'm personally just going to say that was a great one. Very nice job. Congratulations on third. Taking the second place spot, Michael Funk, same thing over here, photo finish for you. There was a moment that hood was up, and I couldn't figure out what you were trying to do, if you're just trying to rotate it a certain way to get that hood off or drive it, or if you could even see. But obviously you were able to bring it home for a second place finish. Round two here, double podium for our first weekend out. Let me know how you're feeling.
Yeah, it feels great. That hood was definitely affecting me a little bit. It was flapping up and down, but it was hard to judge coming into the corners. I came into a few of them a little hot and biked it up, but luckily I saved it. So very glad to salvage a second place out of all that madness. That was fun.
Who would you like to thank for helping you out here in Arizona?
Yeah, I got to thank Johnny Holter, his whole team, Dalton, Colton, and Kyle. Those were the three guys working on the truck, and I can't thank them all enough. HBI, Yokohama, Blood Lubricants, Mac Tools, and yeah, it was a really fun weekend being here.
Well,
back.
Hopefully be back. Well, knowing Johnny Holter, I know he's going to see that photo finish, and it's going to be plastered everywhere on social media. Nice ride over here. Round two, Michael Funk. Taking that top spot, we've got Tobias Chevalier, 107, hop down here. I don't know what you did overnight, if there was a setup change, if you just got a little extra confidence in your driving ability, because, man, that was a great race. Yes, obviously we saw Michael out there for a little bit. When you capitalized on that mistake, you never let up for it. You just kind of pretty much let it go. We came into Comp Yellow, obviously, taking off of that restart, you still got to have that pressure under you, knowing he's a great driver. Walk me through the weekend.
Oh, it's just been a really good week, and the truck's running great. R-Tag did my exhaust on it. The thing's just got some back pressure. It's running perfect. Just coming out here with these guys, they race all the time. I'm just getting new to it, so it's real nice.
Well, getting new to it, sir, you've got a great career starting off of here, and, of course, Core is always welcoming you guys back to put on another show like that. Lots of people to thank. Who do you have?
Oh, the spotters are great. They really helped out a lot. Then at-home family, my son, Trenton, just awesome. Cool people.
Nice job. Like I said, you've got a great career here. Pop back up on number one over there. Top three finishers in Pro Light. You guys, this is one of the best photo finish races I've ever seen. Love it. Back up to you guys.
Well, it definitely was a photo finish for Pro Light, and if that's any indication on how the rest of the season's going to go, I like it a lot there, Mark.
Yeah, Tobias, you heard Tiffany Stone say, Tobias, I don't know what happened there overnight, but, man, you found some speed in that truck. And we were saying the same thing up here, Tobias. What a great performance you did right there. But Michael Funk, he couldn't see in the last few laps over that hood. It only came down a little bit enough for him to get that car right next to him, and that's what caused the right down to the last wire of the photo finish.
Yep, definitely. Like I said, there's a lot to talk about with that Pro Light finale. But we are not done yet here. We have one last capstone race to put a bookend on rounds 1 and 2 from this opening season here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series at Firebird Motorsports Park. We still have our Beehive 1450s yet to come. And I'm looking at our grid, and you know what, Mark? It looks like we picked up another driver overnight. So maybe all that talk, you and I inviting everybody out, looks like we got another one out here.
So a friend of mine came out. I didn't know this, but that's Robert Disler. He has a Toyota that was built by Kyle Green, if I remember correctly. And Kyle Green's out here, so that's a great job. You know, these are my guys racing, and to take that, these are my guys as well. Mark Pino just texted me, and he said that number 33 car driven by Tony Crease, that's his old car that he used to race out there in Southern California in the regional series.
Yeah, well, you know, that's what they say about old off-road trucks. They never die. They just get passed around a lot.
Yeah, Mark Pino, man, he's quite a character, and I'm glad to see his truck being raced out here still.
Oh, so what a great Pro Light race. We got Beehive 1450 on tap next. We got 4 drivers now, so we're going to have a lot of fun here with 4 drivers. This is going to be the Beehive 1450 class. Chase Quick, our winner yesterday in that big blazer. We got Terry Earp there in the Sport Track in the second spot, Nick Tonelli, and then our newcomer, Robert Disler.
Now, Robert Disler, does that name sound familiar at all?
Yeah, it does.
So Robert Disler is one of the, I got to say it, one of the godfathers of freestyle motocross, back when freestyle motocross was just coming around. Him and his brother out here, John Disler, if that name from Hessian Aggression, he apparently heard what I said, or somebody got a hold of him and said, hey, John, why don't you come out and strap in a race? Or maybe, now that everything's rolling in here, maybe it was Brian McCormick, because John Disler also, I think, has family ties with Brian McCormick out here, and they used to race together in the SR1 class. But I don't know what happened. Maybe he just saw it or heard it. I don't know what happened, but we will get the story after this race from Robert Disler.
Well, I'm just looking. It looks like we're going to have the battle of the Toyotas.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And Nick Tonelli, he's a longtime Ford guy like you and I, and he ended up buying that car. I went and looked at it. That Toyota is immaculate. That thing is so beautiful. That was built by a racer that we know. I don't know why I'm drawing a blank right now. I know Larry Plank. I don't know why I was drawing a blank right there. That is a Larry Plank built Toyota before he perished in a plane accident. That's unfortunate. Larry Plank. Larry Plank in the early days, again, back when old days back out there in Parker, he was definitely a pioneer in what he did and how he did it, and that's proof of it right there. As you said, old trucks never die. There's one of them right there, a living legend, that Toyota.
Yeah, so we've got our Jones Ford Pace truck bringing these Beehive 1450s around. We're going to do one pace lap, and next time they go by that spotter stand, they're going to get the green flag and be out here racing for 10 laps. So yesterday we saw a little racing between Chase Quick and Terry Earp, and today, we got a wild card in her, Robert Disler. So he's got the background of FMX, like you're saying. I think he's one that he has no problem sending it.
No, he's a fabulous driver, and as I said, he might have been coming in here on the Brian McCormick deal. Sure, side of that Toyota. Now, one other truck I want to talk about is the Blazer, and he was overheating yesterday. That's why, and I told him that we called him the Possum out there, so maybe that truck's got a new nickname. But that may look like your grandfather's Blazer, but there is nothing Blazer about that other than the frame that it is built on. Such a beautiful truck, and that truck just less than a week ago was undrivable. So they got it together. They brought it out here. Some things to point out about that truck. It is Ford I-beam suspension with a passenger side drop. That I've never seen that. But here's the big thing. He looks like he has fully machined bottom aluminum links, right? He bought a big chunk of aluminum, and he said he cut the whole thing with a router and a circular saw, and they look like they were full-on machine, but he made it. The guy's a fabulous fabricator. That truck is beautiful. If you get a chance, if you're into the pre-run things, you like that, go look at that truck and have a conversation with this man.
That's awesome. Well, I'm looking forward to this race. We got 4 of them out here. Stoked to see an additional entry here for the Beehive 1450s. Like I said, again, going to be 10 laps. Going to have mandatory competition caution. and this will conclude our season opening weekend here. So a little fun to end the weekend off here as we've got our Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. And we're going to go back to green flag race, and I think we're going to see Chase Quick and Terry Earp with a little bit of a drag race here into turn number one.
I hope he's worked out that overheating problem because he won't have to play possum if he did.
Big V8 roar. And then a buzz of the Toyotas.
Yeah, Nick Tonelli had some issues yesterday with the Toyota. He said it got it all worked out. It's running right. So, it'll be, I love seeing that. The battle of the V8s out front, the Toyotas in the back. That's awesome.
Quick down on the bottom. Get Terry Earp there on the outside. Earp going to have the line going into this tight corner. Blazer doesn't turn really well.
Yeah, it's big 40-inch tires, man. This is full desert. If you notice, all of them have the big desert tires.
Big jump. Oh, look at that, doubling it.
Yeah, that's not bad for how much that truck weighs. I was telling you yesterday, I guarantee that's every drop of 6,000. Well, I was 800 pounds off the other way. It's actually dang near 7,000 pounds, that truck.
Wow, that is a whole lot of truck. There's a lot of wheel travel and horsepower behind it. So he's going to try and get a run off this corner down in front of the stands. It's going to be lap number 1 in the books. We're going to have 9 to go with a big send.
Ends it. That's what this class is all about. Come out here and have some fun. Show that you can drive. And if your truck's got suspension like that, full send. Yeah, that truck, if you look at it, it definitely works really well. It lands so soft and still has tons of bump travel, still up travel. It has tons of it. And those 40s, that is simply like literally driving around on pillows.
All right, looks like we've got Terry Earp trying to chase down Chase Quick. It's a great race name, Chase Quick.
Yeah, that is awesome. Well, I like the other Chase here, too. Chase Carr.
Chase Carr, Chase Quick.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, it would appear that he got that overheating all taken care of, but more to say about the guy out in the lead, man. He said he used to work for Kurt Leduc. I know you know Kurt Leduc. And that's what I told him. I said, man, that passenger side drop I-beam, that is some Kurt Leduc design stuff. You know what I mean? Because if you remember correctly, Kurt Leduc, everything had I-beams on it. Everything he did. He was definitely an innovator. And as you know, Kurt Leduc would just make it. And not a lot of CAD back then. Kurt Leduc just made it.
Looks like Terry Earp making a little move there. Trying to get around Chase Quick. Nothing there. All the way to the bottom. Look at that.
Yeah, I wonder if he's overheating again. It doesn't seem like he went into that turn in too much of a hurry here either. It's almost like he's just limping around, but we'll see what happens here.
Yeah, Terry Earp all the way to the bottom. Chase Quick, is he going to be able to make it? No. Had to back out of it. So Chase Quick going to have the lead heading down into this front stretch. Dropping the hammer. Look at that big jumps in tandem side by side. This is a great race today.
It really is, man. Both of the last classes here have put on a show for us, and I really love that and respect these gentlemen for doing it. Pro Light race, that was one of the best races of the weekends. Again, I know there are only 4 cars out there, but it was awesome.
I got Terry Earp all over the back there, Chase Quick. Oh, it looks a little wide there, off into the soft stuff. Had to back out of things, kind of going a little off course. Still pushing Chase Quick. Now we get an aerial shot there of Nick Tonelli in the Toyota.
So I consider Nick Tonelli one of the godfathers of all 1450 trucks. I mean, he definitely has been in it for several years. And what's crazy is I always would miss him. Like if we went to pre-runner meets and he'd be there, I would never have a chance to meet him and go talk to him. So I was able to meet him and talk to him last night, and that felt pretty good because, I feel like I'm somehow part of this class right here.
Yeah, well, you need to be. And then he gets out here.
Oh, don't tempt me. I've got a couple trucks we can do it with.
All right, so Nick Tonelli working his way around this course. We go back up to the battle for the lead. It is Quick, followed by Earp, 1 and 2.
Yeah, great job from all these drivers today. Looking at this great. I love seeing it. You know, I don't know if I told him I officially nicknamed his truck the Possum, but there it is. If it doesn't have a name, it's got one now.
Well, I don't know if he was really possuming today. He was just shot out of a cannon and been leading this thing pretty much wire to wire. You got to give a lot of credit to the 1487 of Earp, though, not far behind.
Send again over the triple.
Wow, we're getting it in the 1403. Putting on a show for the fans.
Yeah, he showed me a picture of that truck. The reason why it's not complete on the front there, the entire front end just pushed in right through the engine, man. The fact that he was able to get that truck back together and get it out here, man, I applaud you, man. Great job on getting that truck out here today. Yeah, I hope these guys get what they need to do, and I would love to see this class just really fill up. And I really think, as you said, I really think it could, because there are a lot of pre-runners out here that would pass tech that we could get out here in this 1450 truck. And I mean, if you don't even think you'll be competitive, man, come out here and just drive around the track. Get out here, you know. But who knows, if you know how to drive and you can put this truck and you're fast out here, you might just win a race.
Yeah, well, we got races within races out here and things like that as they're doubling that triple. But yeah, bring them out, have fun. You know, it's a door slammer class, and come out here and have a good time. All about bragging rights. Right now, Chase Quick with all the bragging rights, taking home the victory yesterday, trying to make it a 2-for-2 perfect weekend.
Nick Tonelli having that gremlin again and that Larry Plank-built Toyota. You know, it was really cool there. A great shot from the drone. You were actually able to see the truck as it cycled in its rear suspension. And if you don't know it, but the suspensions with these trucks and short course trucks are very similar. But where they change is you got a lot more travel.
Oh, we have a problem there. Might be that overheating gremlin you were talking about earlier. It looks like Chase Quick.
Or do we got?
No, we got the mandatory competition caution. You and I got too busy talking and brought out the caution.
That's unfortunate when Nick Tonelli can hear that problem coming back up again. He's probably looks like he's going to pull off.
Yeah, Nick Tonelli with some problems. So we're going to have a 2-truck shootout when we return here.
Yeah, so where I was going with this is they have 4-link suspension and a double A-arm. There's a great look of that I-beam suspension on that Blazer. But as you saw the Sport Track go over the step-up, you can really see that rear end drop out of that truck. I mean, it looks like he's got every drop of 30 inches travel in the rear of that Sport Track.
Yeah, you got to love that sun visor. It says backwards beam Blazer.
It literally is a backward. I didn't read that. Wow.
So we got Nick Tonelli. I think he just pulled over because he's going to regain, because we're under competition caution. He wanted to drive an entire lap and catch up. I think he just pulled over and he's just going to pop into the 3rd position.
Man, I hope you're right, man. He's doing thumbs up there.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's going to do. Saving himself a lap around this track to regain with the leaders here. So Nick Tonelli's just going to pop in there into the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Nick Tonelli, he's got a lot of racing experience, racing in 1450 for sure. And being able to talk with the gentleman that built that Blazer, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, good times out here in 1450, and that's what the class is all about. You know, it's about pre-runner culture, and all these guys had all these awesome trucks. They're putting fiberglass fenders, suspension under, and, way back in the day, gave them a place to race, and, still going strong in a lot of desert racing organizations, and really excited to see them out here in short course as our Jones Ford Pace truck pulls off. We got 4 laps to go, 6 in the books here, as Chase Quick going to bring us to green.
Yeah, I mean, as you were just talking about the glory days of the 1450, there would be times, you'd race Laughlin or you'd come out here and go out to Rialto, and I mean, there would literally be hundreds of pre-runners and trucks just that the kids have built to mob, bro runners, whatever, everything out there. And it definitely was a culture, just like any one of the mini trucks, anything, or the Honda cars, the Corvette meets. So I really would love to see this class really get crazy. My goal, let's just set it low and say I'd love to see 30 of these 1450s out here.
Well, there's definitely enough of them around to make it happen. There's enough here just in the Phoenix area to make it happen. It's just getting these drivers to come out here. Big shout out to Disler for coming out. Obviously, he had some mechanical issues, only made it about a lap. But great to see an additional truck out here today. So at least you and I calling everybody out. We got one to come out, so high five to him.
Yeah, that's great. Very stoked for little Robert Disler. His brother actually should have brought his truck out, too. His brother has a Toyota as well he could have brought out. So, and I imagine his brother's here, and if his brother's not here, his brother's listening, so I guarantee.
All right, so we got Earp now trying to make the move on the outside to get around quick. These two have been neck and neck the entire race, and that big Blazer just maybe a little bit too wide for Earp to get around. So Earp now trying outside, inside. I'm going to have to ask Tiffany Stone to make sure and find out if those are a glow-in-the-dark powder coat.
I love the lighting.
I'm convinced they are glow-in-the-dark powder coat.
Yeah, I didn't get to ask him that last night, or I didn't get to see that they were glowing in the dark, but your intuition is probably right.
Now it's got my mind moving. I just found an old two-stroke blender, and I'm sending parts of it to powder coat, so I might need to do some glow-in-the-dark powder coat on it.
That's awesome. That's so awesome. Pictures or it didn't happen.
All right, so we got a handful of laps in the books. Looks like we got about 3 to go here in our Beehive 1450 class. Right now it is Chase Quick leading. We got Terry Earp in second, Nick Tonelli in third, and Robert Disler having a mechanical issue. So he is sitting on the side of the track there in fourth.
And that's too bad. I mean, as you said, it would have been really cool to watch these Toyotas just, they try not to bump each other, because these trucks, some of these trucks, believe it or not, are daily drivers, so that's why they have the windshields in them. I used to have a sticker in my truck that I would drive on the street of that Bronco that I used to run. It used to say, "Remember, you're driving this home." And a quick insight on that, the first time I raced Parker in that truck, I didn't have a trailer. I drove it to Parker, raced it, and drove it home.
That's awesome.
Tony Tellular wrote that in Dusty Times. Mark Wright driving his Bronco out here to race.
All right, so Nick Tonelli looks like he's having some issues pulling off to the side there. As the white flag comes out, Chase Quick trying to make it a 2 for 2 in the Beehive 1450. Our winner yesterday in a really good position to bring it home. We got Terry Earp in the second spot. He's actually made some attempts at passing Chase Quick. He just hasn't been able to make anything stick.
Well, that definitely showed you he was having problems yesterday in that thing. Stephen Arlia, I just looked down here. He came out here to watch this race. I mean, as he should. Stephen Arlia, another innovator. He built a lot of great trucks out here, so I'm glad Steve came out to look at it.
All right, lots of suspension there in that 1403 of Quick. Got a couple of corners to go, and he's going to make a back-to-back win. So Chase Quick down with 2 corners to go. Terry Earp, there's not going to be enough time. I think he's going to have to settle for second.
Yeah, definitely a twist from yesterday. So great job. I'm glad, and it would be safe to say he found the overheating problem. There it is. Checker flag flies.
Chase Quick and Terry Earp 1 and 2 here in the Beehive 1450 division. Waiting on Nick Tonelli to bring her around. Got a couple of corners to go for Mr. Tonelli.
Well, if you know you're not really hurting the truck out there and you're just spitting and sputtering on one cylinder, yeah, why not? Just go ahead and finish the race. I can't say enough, Matt. If pre-runner is your culture, if you love that thing, go check that white Toyota out. It is beautiful. 1.5 inch tubing. That's what they used to build trucks at back then. Every one of them had 1.5 inch.
Yeah, beautiful Toyota truck. Nick Tonelli going to cross the finish line, take that third and final podium spot. And we're going to have one last podium celebration here in Chandler, Arizona at at Firebird Motorsports Park. This is round 2 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, and we will be back after this break with our podium finishers. The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors. Racer Plus, where the racing never stops. And by Starstream Pro, stream live video, telemetry, and data from anywhere on the planet.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Let's meet up at the compound group up. At 10-4.
Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good, little driver, straight on through.
Let's go, boys.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 2 of the 2025 and 2026 Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver along with Mark Wright, just wrapping up our Beehive 1450 division, I guess the capstone class on what was an amazing opening series weekend.
Yeah, you know, every class out here really went back, did their homework overnight, and came out here and put on a great race out here today. It was exciting. The Pro Light race, a great highlight, and man, this one didn't disappoint either. Seeing the truck that we lovingly called the Possum out there, it didn't look like he was having overheating problems this time.
No, truck looked good. We actually had a good battle there with Chase Quick and Terry Earp for all 10 laps. I mean, neither one of them able to check out. Terry Earp just not able to get around Chase Quick. But, man, what a great race, and what a great way to wrap up an amazing opening weekend out here in Chandler.
Yeah, I was just sitting there watching him drive up, and, you know, I must be a pre-runner guy till the end, man, because I was just getting really excited. I love these trucks. Nick Tonelli down there, as we said, in that Larry Plank built Toyota, that is just so beautiful. And it is, if I tell you, if you know who Larry Plank is, and I tell you, you know, he built the truck Big Bird, he built a lot of great Rangers, and that truck just shows Larry Plank at his finest right there, the peak of his career.
Yeah, it looks like we are getting our drivers to come up there. And, yeah, like I said, don't forget, coming December, we will be back here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 3 and 4 of the Championship Off-Road Racing season, so our series season. So if you like what you've seen so far, man, make your way back out here. And if you're tuning in at home, make sure and try and get your travel plans out here. And if you can't travel, tune in on the Racer Plus app. With that being said, we do have some podium finishers to get to. We're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, the last race of round 2 here for the weekend. It feels amazing to be able to watch all of this. Probably one of my favorite races to watch as well. But we're going to go for our third place finisher, Nick Tonelli. Now, Nick, I know you've got a bunch of crew up here, so just walk me through the day.
We had problems again, so we'll figure those out by the next round. But I want to say thanks to my father, my wife, my kids, my co-rider, teammates, King Shocks, Fiberworks, Slime, Joe Bowman, everyone in the Back to Beehive Classic, Jim, Jen, everyone at Core did an amazing job. And we're glad to be here the rest of the year with you guys. And we'll bring back the show, and we won't disappoint next time.
Well, we were not disappointed. That was a good show. Like I was saying, seeing you guys send over the triple, over the double, making it triple is pretty nice as well. Nice job, guys. Second place, 1487, Terry Earp. Terry, we're going to get you to chat over here with us. Weekend, it was great for you. Seems like you got a double-double over here. How's that feeling?
It was good. Good course out here. It was fun. First time short coursing, and it was really fun. Thank you, Core, for putting it on and having us out here.
Well, thank you guys for being up here. It's so good to see everybody and taking that top spot once again, 1403 of Chase Quick. Chase, I'm going to have you drop down here with me real quick. No pun intended for you. Great job over there, finishing out rounds 1 and 2, making it a show out there. I love seeing that. It was a very, very great time here in Arizona. Tell me how you feel about the weekend.
It was a lot of fun. We'll definitely be coming back. I can't wait to do it again.
Anybody you'd like to thank for rounds 1 and 2?
Yeah, I'd like to thank my wife for supporting me through all this, my dad and everyone. I'd like to thank the Tonellis, too, for helping me get out here in time, and it's the last-second effort to make it out here, and then, of course, Core.
Wonderful. Nice job. Hop back up on number 1 for you. Last race of the weekend, last race here in Arizona, rounds 1 and 2. Top 3 finishers, Beehive 1450. Back up to you guys.
A little bit of celebrating down there and a little bit of celebrating in the pits, and I think our staff's probably ready to celebrate here pretty quick because that was rounding out our 25-26 season opener here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Mark, I mean, some takeaways from this weekend. What were some of the highlights for you?
I can't get over round 1 there in the pro side-by-side class. That race is going to stay right in my skull for a long time. It's going to haunt me while I sleep. It was that good. It was awesome to watch that race. So many position changes, and with Ryder Chapman doing a great job winning that race, it was just one of the, as we've been saying all week, one of the best races I've seen in a long, long time.
Yeah, that was definitely a great race. I mean, obviously, we got a lot of wins and results that we could talk about. You know, want to shout out to that Pro Light race and that photo finish we saw there for the second place. But on behalf of Mark Wright and Tiffany Stone, I am Jim Beaver. Thank you to everybody tuning in online, our partners at Racer Network and Racer Plus app for airing the episode. Everybody at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, the staff, the crew, all of you fans and our partners, thank you for tuning in. Thank you for coming out. And we will see you in December when we're back here at Firebird Motorsports Park for rounds 3 and 4, December 12th and the 14th. Drive home, and we'll see you next time with Championship Off-Road Racing Series.